Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. All right, everybody, here we are, Sunday, fun day. I'll do some shout-outs before we talk about how this show's gonna go down. Carl Schmidt, Mo and Noah, and Mr. Spock, 123 in the YouTube chat. Basanta, Fourth. HPX also here. BCat. Dane Fess. More than Dinky Cap. Pitchforks Dragon. Schmickley. Rookie said on Twitch. Good to see all of you folks here. Well, it's Sunday Fun Day, but I can't guarantee any particular amount of fun. We'll try. We're going to try a little bit tonight. And then we're going to get to talking about Iran. It won't be all Iran tonight because it is Sunday Fun Day, so I'm going to try and do a few other things. Yes, indeed. Epstein Files update. Democracy. Looksmaxing. What else do I got on the list? I got some things. We'll see what we get to here tonight. Alright, everybody, let's get started in the United States.
I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. Then we see that time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it
That
the Epstein
is
hoax.
unbelievable. That is unbelievable, everybody. I can't believe you're still talking about that Jeffrey Epstein guy. The creep. Democrat hoax. It's very nasty of you. Very nasty of you indeed to be talking about that still.
Newly released documents that were missing from the Epstein files contain serious, unverified allegations against President Trump. The Justice Department posted 3 FBI memos describing interviews with a woman who accuses both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager. The White House calls the accusations completely baseless. CNN's Paula Reed is in Washington with the latest. And Paula, these were missing from earlier file releases, right?
That's right. And this individual was interviewed by the FBI 4 times. And initially, only one memo was released in that initial batch of documents released by the Justice Department. And that was an interview where she made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, but not against President Trump. Now, yesterday, these additional summaries were released, and they detail the types of allegations that she made against President Trump, where she describes being introduced to him. She alleges that he asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let's teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then describes an encounter where he pushes her head down to his penis and then told agents she bit Trump, who then allegedly struck her and said something like, get this little expletive the hell out of here. Now, in her third interview, she allegedly said that she was receiving threatening calls. And in her fourth interview, it's interesting, she told investigators that she was concerned about why she was even coming forward because the statute of limitations had passed. Now, I do want to make sure we get in here the fact that President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing. In a statement yesterday, the White House described these.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I'm trying to think of what the what do you want to call it? The parallel to perfect phone call in this particular situation is perfect files. The very perfect Epstein files where I did absolutely nothing wrong.
Is a survivor of Epstein. Annie Farmer joins us now. Annie, let me start off by saying I know asking you about the worst experience of your life is not fun for you, not really for me either. How are you?
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
I have a lot. I was actually really happy to see that Pam Bondi has, there was people on both sides of the aisle came together to say that she needs to testify between the House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of the Judiciary Committee, she refused to even acknowledge survivors. The questions that were asked, there was a lot of, deflection and avoidance. And so really, we still don't understand how this release of information was so terribly botched when again and again we see powerful people being protected and information about survivors, not being properly redacted. So I think we have a lot of questions for her.
I'll remind our viewers that when Attorney General Bondi was asked about a matter relating to the Epstein files, she started talking about how the Dow had reached 50,000, and that's what members of Congress should have been focused on. Over the last few weeks, we have seen across the pond in foreign countries investigations start, foreign leaders get in trouble, even a former member of the Royals. There has been some accountability for actions related to the case. What does it tell you that the U.S.
Yes, Jake. Accountability abroad, none here at home. Honestly, though, we have not been talking about the Epstein files nearly enough this last month. Honestly, for the last month, Operation Epstein Fury has really taken our focus off of the files.
Jeffrey Epstein's personal lawyer and co-executor of his estate told lawmakers he had no knowledge whatsoever of Epstein's sex trafficking operations. Darren Indyke testified as part of the House Oversight Committee's investigation into the late convicted sex offender. Documents reviewed by CNN show Indyke represented Epstein for nearly 25 years, including during Epstein's incarceration. One Democrat on the committee says he thinks Indyke likely perjured himself.
He claimed, and I think this is in the statement you all received, that he had no knowledge of any women or girls, and yet that doesn't account for the fact that numerous women have described how he helped them fix their problems. One woman had described how he had helped her get an apartment. He helped women with their immigration issues.
We're joined now by James Marsh. He's an attorney who represents several survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. And thank you so much for being with us. I do want to read to you something that we have just learned, and that is Chairman Comer has said that Indike testified saying he said that Epstein told him it was a mistake, meaning after the 2008 plea deal that he agreed to. He said it was a one-time deal. He didn't know the girl was underage, the one that he got convicted of in West Palm Beach. And Indike said he convinced him he would never do it again and that he had remorse. So that was about it. What do you think hearing that?
Look, by 2008, anyone who could Google or look up any information about Jeffrey Epstein could see a long history of his shady involvement with things like Tower Financial, some of the other, frauds and crimes that he'd committed. So I think, like all of...
Yeah, but that's publicly available information. We're talking about the accountant, his personal accountant. For that guy and for the lawyers to come out and be like, we didn't know. We thought Jeffrey was just a great guy. He's just had a ton of money. He loved dealing in cash for some reason. Had a lot of young women around all the time. But we never. It's weird. He never. Not one time were we at all suspicious. So incredibly believable. Right? Like, am I the only person? I think everybody is with me on that one. Like, it's just ridiculous. You try and tell me that your lawyer and your accountant had no idea? the two guys basically, intimately as you could possibly be with your finances and other sort of dealings. Those guys, they had no idea? Really? Weird.
That's really weird.
Reopening the Epstein case in one state. Now, law enforcement in New Mexico are searching a sprawling ranch there, formerly owned by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The ranch is coming under renewed scrutiny because of details in newly released FBI files. Last month, the state's House of Representatives voted to create a bipartisan truth commission looking into allegations of criminal activity there. Joining me now is a member of that commission, New Mexico State Representative Mariana Anaya. Thank you so much for being here. Look, we were looking through the files, and in late January, there was a 2019 email received by a local radio host that alleged that somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, the ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. That is what was written. That is, of course, an unverified allegation. Do you know what authorities are looking for? Are they potentially looking for bodies there?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I think at this point, anything is in the realm of possibility. A big misstep that happened previously was that people didn't listen to survivors. People did not listen to tips that came in. And so for us, we are taking everything into consideration. Now, in New Mexico, something that is true for us is that a lot of the history lives in our people, it lives in the land, and so it is not out of the realm of possibility for us to be looking for these types of things.
In so many cases, the police and justice system, as you just alluded to, it failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and other men who took part.
Yeah, justice system failed and still failing. Well, I don't know if it's failing. I guess it depends on what failing means. I mean, I feel like they're achieving exactly what they want to do, which is a massive fucking cover-up. Great success.
Jeffrey Epstein's longtime accountant testified before the House Oversight Committee today as Congress is seeking answers on how the late sex trafficker accumulated his wealth and how it was used for illegal activities. Richard Kahn managed Jeffrey Epstein's vast finances and investments. He's the co-executor of Epstein's estate, and he told lawmakers today that he didn't know the extent of Epstein's crimes until after his death. It's pretty notable testimony given the various cases against Jeffrey Epstein and all the public detailed reporting about his crimes. while he was very much still alive. Khan also testified, quote, that we tracked the expenditures as meticulously as possible, including gifts by Epstein to women and men. The gifts represent a very small fraction of his spending. I did not see them as red flags for abuse or trafficking. My source tonight is a...
They're a very small fraction. There's a tiny little piece, sometimes he gave people cash. He's a generous guy. JP Morgan. Here's docs.house.gov. Docs.house.gov. September 10th of 2025. JP Morgan paused over $1 billion for Jeffrey Epstein despite internal concerns over sex offender status report. JP Morgan Chase handled the processing of more than $1 billion for Jeffrey Epstein over the course of 15 years despite internal concerns about his status as a sex offender and financial activity. This guy, he had accounts at JP Morgan worth more than $200 million and played a role in helping the bank land similarly high net worth clients. Review by JP Morgan's compliance division in 2006, the year Epstein was arrested and indicted on sex crimes, flagged concerns with routine withdrawals ranging from $40,000 to $80,000 multiple times per month, which totaled $750,000 in that 1 year. Those transactions totaled nearly $1.75 million in cash withdrawals by the time Epstein pled guilty in 2 counts of felony solicitation. I mean, he's got very normal business transactions he's getting up to over there. Why would the accountant
of the House
notice?
Oversight Committee, Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat of California. And thank you, sir, for being here. First off, do you believe him when he says he didn't know about this when Jeffrey Epstein was alive?
I don't know, but what I will say is he wasn't very forthcoming about other men who may have been involved in the abuse. At one point, he said, look, there were hundreds of survivors who were paid settlements, and there were people other than Epstein and Maxwell involved because the survivors said that. But beyond that, he really was not that forthcoming.
So there's been some confusion tonight or back and forth with the House Oversight Committee and the Republicans on your committee that I'm hoping you can clear up. They say you were trying to have a gotcha moment about President Trump in regards to a question that you asked, that the accountant was not referring to a Trump accuser when he was talking about a settlement the Epstein estate had paid. Can you explain what happened?
So I asked about the woman who has alleged that Donald Trump raped her when she was 13. Now, as we know, the FBI released one of those witness interviews first. They didn't release 3 of the witness interviews. I pushed for that, as did Thomas Massie. Then they released the other 3 to comply with Thomas Massie and my law. I have no idea whether those are true or not. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was paid a settlement from the Epstein estate. So I said, this Jane Doe 4, and I made the actual case number, and I said, did the Epstein estate pay this survivor? And the lawyer took a brief pause, and he said, can I just confirm to make sure we're talking about the right person? I said, this is the person who has accused President Trump of rape. And then the con said, yes, that person was paid. 5 hours later, he said, oh, no, I was talking about a different woman. So he backtracked on that, and people will be able to see the testimony. So I don't know which time he's telling the truth. Maybe he genuinely forgot, but the transcript is pretty clear when people see it that I was talking about the woman who accused President Trump of abuse and rape.
Okay, because Comer later says that he testified he never saw any transaction paid to the president or his family. In terms of what we'll see in this, what were your other takeaways from his testimony? Did you learn anything that you believe helped this investigation?
The biggest takeaway is that how many people were financially involved with Epstein at a significant level. 2 people who we allegedly already know, Les Wexner and Leon Black. And I just have to say this because I was up at Dartmouth at the invitation of the university president. Dartmouth still has Leon Black up on their buildings. That is appalling, given all that has come out. And they need to remove that, and there needs to be accountability for...
Yeah, and Les Wexner's name is still all over a bunch of OSU buildings and other things like that. The Epstein class has I mean, these are the guys with all the money. They put their names all over absolutely everything. Donald Trump comes to mind. He's one of the most notorious, I'm going to put my name on this thing, guys. I mean, let's be real. Like, let's be real. Of all the people on the planet, I think Trump might have his name on the most stuff at this point. It's not clear.
Infamous sex offender Jeffrey Epstein used the secluded island to both wine and dine the rich and build a trap where women and children as young as 12 describe rape, sexual abuse, and trafficking.
The girls and young women who went on the island were basic prisoners. You couldn't leave.
A CNN review of thousands of videos, photos, and emails in the DOJ files, written testimony from victims, and satellite imagery paint the clearest picture yet of how Epstein transformed this island into an elaborate crime scene. The files show the signs of abuse captured on camera.
It was just for Jeffrey's amusement.
Powerful guests publicly and repeatedly say they didn't see this abuse, but it was so obvious and bold, according to one victim, that anyone spending significant time at any of Epstein's residences would have clearly been aware of what was going on. To do what he planned, Epstein used the island's seclusion.
This is my swimming pool. No one's allowed to dock here. My beach.
Helicopter or boat were the only way visitors could get to the island he purchased for about $8 million in 1998. In 2002, satellite images show the island, Little St. James, was barely developed. Just one main house here and a few small buildings on the northern tip of the roughly 70-acre island. Over the next 2 decades, you can see Epstein's building spree as he transformed it into a luxurious vacation escape, expanding the main home to the north. He built a larger pool, new cabanas, upgraded rooms, a dental office for some unknown reason, and this unusual-looking building, referred to in the files as a temple. He also bought a $300,000 antique desk and statues worth about $100,000. As Epstein developed his getaway, he wrote repeatedly in emails to business and government leaders, "Come visit me on my island." Even after Epstein was convicted in 2008 for
Come hang out on the island, bro. It's totally sick. Okay? Like, it's not fun to hang out on the island alone, alright? Like, just me and a bunch of underage girls and, like, kind of, like, I need, like, a bro. Okay? Amanda, thank you for the hat. The glasses. Good new deal. Thank you very much, both of you. Making sure I'm fully accessorized for the stream.
Crimes, including one involving a minor. The visitors kept coming. Like LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, who explained on a podcast late last year that he briefly went to the island while fundraising for MIT.
He was a masterful networker.
But beneath Epstein's business dealings, Virgin Islands prosecutors say Epstein coerced girls as young as 12 into sexual activity. One victim said she was trapped on the island. "I tried to escape Epstein and the others by trying to swim off after spending the day being raped." Epstein's home decor even showed signs of his crimes.
There were bunk beds. And I said to him, "Oh my God, are you expecting grandchildren?" And he said, "No, these are for the girls."
We spoke with architect and interior designer Robert Couturier. He was hired by Epstein to work on the island. He backed out of the project after a few months and then told the FBI this is what Epstein instructed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, that's sort of the only one of the only examples we've heard of somebody actually doing what they're the correct thing, responding to all of this correctly. Be like, you know what? Maybe I should tell somebody about what I've seen here. Yes, indeed. Well, I figured we would just start this off talking about Jeffrey Epstein, since, you know, we have Operation Epstein Fury going on across the Middle East right now. We'll be talking about that later. But first, to some other crimes. Fact is Americans are committing crimes on the road all the time. So many road crimes happening. This one I found to be fascinating.
The sight of a car going backward down a Florida roadway prompted multiple calls to 911. Traffic cameras caught the silver sedan driving backward down the road in Flagler County. The sheriff's office quickly tracked down the driver whose car by that time was pointing in the correct direction, charging him with habitual driving with a suspended license, later released on bond. In a video posted on the sheriff's office Facebook page, the driver could be seen telling officers his car was stuck in reverse. The post said the driver told officers he was trying to drive it backward to an auto parts store.
Florida man just decides to drive backwards down the road for no apparent reason. 3-lane highway, or whatever you want to call these fucking things. Strode, 3-lane strode. Driving backwards for some reason, claiming that it was stuck in reverse. Although when cops found him, he was pointing in the correct direction, strange enough. Good old Florida man. Now, all the way northwest to King 5 Seattle from 3 days ago to talk about another man who did another strange thing with another motor vehicle.
5:37.
You know, it's spring. People are getting a little stir crazy.
5:37 this morning, and to Everett now, police say they have arrested a person accused of stealing a fire department engine and taking a destructive joyride last year. The suspect, a man in his 30s, now faces motor vehicle theft and hit-and-run charges. This happened last July when firefighters were responding to a late-night medical emergency. Police say a suspect at the scene hopped into the driver's seat of the engine and took off, racing through that neighborhood, hit 12 parked cars, ditched the engine, and then ran off. Police never gave up their search.
Luckily, they had collected some DNA evidence from the fire engine itself. And, you know, by a miracle, they sent it into the Washington State Crime Lab, and it came back with a positive result.
Investigators now say the man was already in jail for an unrelated crime.
12 parked cars, Jesus Christ. Now, there we go. One man decided to take a joyride with a fire truck in Washington. Boy, oh boy. That's that's a weird decision. I gotta say, weird life decision. I mean, does it sound fun? Was it worth it? Probably not. Probably not worth it. But maybe he wasn't, in fact, trying to go on some sort of crime spree. Maybe he was just trying to make it down all the way down to Southern California. 2 states away. This was happening on the same day, KTLA 5.
Breaking news, CHP trying to figure out what caused a car to catch fire in Elysian Valley. Happened before 3:30 this morning on the northbound I-5 near the 2 freeway. Driver got out of the car safely and was standing on the right shoulder when firefighters arrived. LA City firefighters quickly.
There you go. One person having to jump out of their vehicle as it exploded into flames on the LA freeway. The I-5. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that guy who stole that fire truck was just trying to save that person he probably definitely didn't know about. I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. Just coming up with ideas. Maybe. Could be. I don't know. I don't know. Stranger things have been seen on highways before. See what I mean? See what I mean? This, you see crazy things out there. Just saying. Heroes come out of nowhere. Maybe that man was just an unexpected hero who didn't know how to drive a fire truck properly. Just trying to get down to LA, save some people. It's a long drive, don't get me wrong. Those firefighters, those LA firefighters seem to have it covered. That was in Houston, though, from a few days ago. Who was that? Was that Batman? Is that Batman driving on the freeway?
Houston, the new home of Batman. The Batmobile spotted in the Heights. Batman stuck in traffic on 45. The Batmobile on the move in the Galleria. Is the Batcave in H-Town?
Hi, I'm Abdullah Kudrath. I'm not Batman, but I own the Batmobile. I'm an 80s baby, so I grew up on this version of the Batmobile. At the time, I was probably 5 or 6 years old when this movie came out. They call it the Michael Keaton Batmobile. This design blew everybody's mind. The long, sleek curves, super long hood, machine guns that came out of the hood, flames shooting out of the back. But most of all, it was one man, Batman, saving the day and helping who was in need. So as a young man, you see that and you're like, that's what I want to be.
Built originally as a dragster, the Houston doctor and entrepreneur traded with the owner in Wisconsin. Abdullah and his team worked to get the Batmobile street legal. New engine, new computer, this Batmobile ready to cruise the 610 loop.
I love the theatrics, right? So while we're testing it, every camera comes out. But we wanted to build some of the mystery. I hadn't posted it on my social media yet. To obscure my identity, I found a black mask where you can see my face. And it's funny, when people would record and they would try to get next to me to see who the driver is, and then they see the mask, you would see them smile even bigger because it added to the layer of theatrics.
Abdullah recently invited to an event for a young boy diagnosed with cancer. The Batmobile, a huge hit.
The kids came and crowded around it. Now, I'm still wearing this mask and this black jacket. I asked his mom if he could take a ride around the parking lot. We cruise around the parking lot, and I give him a little pep talk from Batman, right? All these kids came to support you. You gotta be strong. And he's like, okay, thanks.
Well, Abdullah left the event and came back a few minutes later without the Batmobile and his mask.
Nobody knew who I was. I really felt like Bruce Wayne.
There we go, the Houston Batman unmasked. Some Indian doctor guy just really loves Batman. His hair looks like Mariah Carey's hair in No One. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Well, from Houston's Batman to another person who some see as, or at least saw as, a hero who was taken away from the world earlier this week. I am, of course, talking about Chuck Norris. That's right. Chuck Norris, one of the most memed men across the internet. Perhaps one of the first memes. Now, no longer.
I thought he was a great guy. Wow. Yeah, he died in the hospital. I moved him around. He was like quarter third. Yeah, he was Chuck Norris. He was a great guy. He was a really good, tough cookie. We didn't want to fight him. I think he was a tough, great guy.
Didn't want to fight him.
Wow. That's too bad. Tell his family, I don't think so.
Did he just tell the reporter to tell their family? Tell his family that that's really unfortunate. You figure that reporter has Chuck's family's phone number?
A what now?
Really tough, good, strong guy. Didn't want to fight him. He was one of ours. He was a supporter.
We've got some breaking news from Hollywood this morning. Actor and martial arts expert Chuck Norris has died. A statement from his family says that he passed yesterday, surrounded by his loved ones.
The family kept the circumstances private in their statement, but TMZ reports Norris had been hospitalized following a medical emergency in Hawaii. Norris just turned 86 years old on March 10th.
Sided with Afro.
Okay, let's keep this Sunday fun day moving. Hopefully you're value so far. Now you know what goes with a good kung fu movie? Yeah, some Swede. You know what I'm talking about. Smoke a book.
Started with Afroman in his defamation trial in Ohio. The rapper, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, is known for his 2001 hit Because I Got High. Deputies sued the rapper because Afroman made a music video about their raid on his home in 2022 as part of a drug case. The deputies demanded millions in damages, saying they faced death threats after the video was released. The jury agreed that the video depicts freedom of speech.
Yes, that's right. We covered this a while back. It's been an ongoing situation. A number of years back, Afroman, I think over 3 years ago, he made a music video, posted it to his channel on YouTube after his home was raided by police who very rudely broke his door and gate, among other things. But coming out victorious after he was sued in civil court by some Karen-ass police officers. I think that's the official term.
A jury has sided with the rapper Afroman in the civil lawsuit filed against him by Adams County deputies. WCPO 90's reporter Jay Shakur is live outside the courthouse tonight. This verdict, Jay, was read right about 30 minutes ago, and you spoke to Afroman as he was leaving. What's his reaction?
And ate his pound cake? Did he eat pound cake? I don't think that his, if I recall correctly, there was a mention of pound cake. I don't think the pound cake was ever eaten. I think there were some considerations, possibly, about the eating of the pound cake. In fact, perhaps an offer of pound cake, but I'm not sure there was ever any actual eating of pound cake. I can't remember. Like, hard to remember.
That's right. Afroman had a very emotional reaction. The jury, as you mentioned, siding with the rapper Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, in this case. Here's video from inside the courtroom as this case went on. During closing arguments, the attorney representing the deputies in this case claimed Afroman intentionally lied about and defamed the deputies in his songs, but Afroman's attorneys maintained throughout this trial it is his right to say what he wants to say. This goes back to 2022 when Afroman's home was raided following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. Though he was never charged, the attorneys for the deputies suing say Afroman used security video from the raid on his home and put it in a music video using deputies' likeness without permission. Again, this jury in Adams County finding he did not defame those deputies. Here's Afroman speaking directly after that verdict.
Imagine showing up in somebody else's house and then being upset that they took a picture of you. It's illegal. How dare you take a picture of me while I'm in your house?
Illegal. I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people.
Afroman becoming emotional there as he says this fight was bigger than him. It was about free speech and what he describes as corruption in this sheriff's department. I spoke to one supporter who came all the way from Dallas. I have more on that and more reaction from the rapper tonight at 11. In Adams County, Jay Shakur, WCPO 9 News.
Outside this Adams County courthouse, the sound of victory. After jury sided with the musician Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, after a days-long civil defamation trial. Afroman speaking to WCPO right after the verdict.
I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people.
The jury finds in favor of the defendant.
7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies sued the musician. They argued Afroman used security video from a 2022 raid of his home and put it in music videos using deputies' likeness without permission.
There's damage.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand.
This raid taking place nearly 4 years ago following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. The rapper was never charged. Along with using the surveillance video in multiple music videos, including in the song Lemon Pound Cake, the deputies also say Afroman called them thieves and pedophiles, among other things, on social media.
I didn't go down here and sue the police department. I fixed up the damages they made, and I sung songs about them to raise money to do it. They were unapologetic.
The deputies wanted Afroman to pay $3.9 million in damages.
We got about a total of 250 pieces given out. This is the last one, and I'd like to give it to you.
Supporters of
$4 million in damages. Oh, God. Oh, they must have melted. They're like a bunch of snowflakes or something. They melted. And so the physical damage of melting is irreparable. And so you need millions of dollars to make up for that. How do you even justify that claim? Oh, for $3.9 million.
A what now?
What? 3.9 million. Nigerian dollars? And not American dollars, certainly. Well, hopefully I don't get sued for this. But I figure, since Afroman is now fully exonerated for his making of this song, you all deserve to hear it. Here's the song that caused those police officers to get all upset and take Afroman to court.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny.
Look at this. Look at this guy over here eyeing this cake. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Fatty over here, he's looking at the cake. He's like, I could do my job. I know I've got my gun out right now, but is it cake time? It might be cake time. I don't know. Anyways, if you want to find out how it all turns out, I guess you'll have to go watch the rest of this video on Afroman's channel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's very, I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Well, there's a there's a throwback. A multi-year situation ongoing, finally resolved. Freedom. All right, for some more valuetainment on this Sunday fun day. Let's go here to Houston for a local story at a fun little shop.
There's no Wi-Fi. It's just like going back in time.
Nostalgia is a huge part of it.
VHS is great for the young folks. You just take the tape, you just put it in.
I like collecting tapes.
This is our horror VHS section over here. And they just think it's fun. They think it's cool and retro, and look at what the old folks used to play their movies on, you know?
And you know what's funny? If you watch those tapes as much as I did, you like remember the commercials as much as the movie itself. The Suburban Commando with Hulk Hogan, that was one of the commercials before the Ninja Turtle movie, and it's so funny to look at now, you know? Back then you wanted to fast forward and get to your feature presentation. Now you're like, let it go. Let it do its thing.
One of my strongest memories was getting out of school or getting off of work and rushing to the video store on Friday afternoons to get first grabs at stuff that they put up on the shelf. Because if you waited until Saturday, the popular titles are going to be gone. We'll have little subsections, like we've got these are disaster flicks here, and we've got Godzilla and King Kong movies over here. I'm a retired teacher from Pasadena.
I like how it's on like the Dewey Decimal System of movies.
It's school district, so I needed something to do with my time. After I retired, one of my former students gave me a bunch of VHS tapes to sell. I was doing little comic shows, and it was so popular, I just continued on that vein, and here we are 5 years later. That really lit things on fire.
You just don't get artwork like you used to. Just in general, like I can grab Animal House. There's just something about it, right? It's like the best.
It can go in your hand and it can go anywhere with you, and it will never go away from you. I get everybody walk through this shop. I've got people that are new to movie collecting, and then I get the film aficionados who are looking for something a little different or something that they don't have on their shelf.
A big part of the reason that I love collecting the physical media is because it's like you actually own that. You know for a fact that that's yours, you have it, and no one can take it away from you. You can like rent something on these streaming services or buy it, but then if something happens with the copyright, they can completely get rid of a library of material, so you don't actually own anything anymore. So I think
there we go. A strange store in Houston selling retro stuff, physical items, VHSs, and other strange things from the past. Called the Twisted Time Machine. I thought the name was pretty fucking cool. Twisted time machine. We're all living in a twisted time machine, though, aren't we? Certainly when it comes to the government. The U.S. government is continually getting run by older and older people who've been running things since the 90s. People like Chuck Schumer. People like Chuck Schumer, who's continuing to be the leader of Democrats, even though he doesn't really do anything.
Aside from the absolute insanity of this war in the first place, it feels like a slow motion car wreck. Like we're watching us just devolve into what could be just an incredibly protracted war. Give me your sense of where we're at and how we got to here. Just.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to start, we're an hour into the stream, so I'm going to start a galactic content goal here now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But just a reminder, before we do that, look at the galactic deficit. We are at threat level orange. We're practically, we're about to go to threat level red. Although I do have to update the galactic deficit, because we have made a tiny bit of progress. More than a tiny bit of progress. Somebody donated very generously last night. $40. Right before the stream ended. I didn't even notice until it was over. Added that in there, but we're still basically only halfway through, but like less than one. Well, not less than one. Like 1 week left. 9 days.
Without seemingly any motivation.
Yes, Sam, this is a disaster.
Oh, and I haven't even explained the situation. If you don't understand, the galactic deficit can only contribute to the galactic deficit. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Sadly, it is true, because all donos on Twitch and YouTube, we don't see them until the end of next month. Which will do nothing for the April bills, which are coming up very soon. Uncle Simric, though, helping with the ahead of time. You're getting ahead of me. I haven't even started the galactic content goal, and you're already super chatting over here. Incredibly generous. Everyone, did you exercise today? Yes, good question. The fascist may have exercised today. Why haven't you? All right, back to Chris Van Hollen and Sam Cedar.
The Trump administration took us into this war with constantly shifting rationales. They never had a clear purpose, and every time they said, we're going in, for example, to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, we all know that Iran was nowhere close to getting a nuclear weapon. So then they changed their rationale. They have no end game. And what they've done is take the lid off Pandora's box. They've made us all less safe. They've made the region less stable. And in the process, we've already lost 13 of our service members, hundreds injured, over 2,000 civilians in the region killed, including over 150 Iranian schoolgirls, costing us $2 billion a day, and gas prices and oil prices are going up. This is a disaster in my view. And the sooner we can put an end to it, the better. And that's my focus.
What do you make? I know that I think if I remember correctly, you were a freshman congressperson when Bush invaded Iraq. It was a very different time in terms of like the sentiment of the country. Where are the leverage points this is a president who's going in, committing us to what could be a massive war without even 50% approval of this war on day one. It's at best 40% maybe, and I think that's basically where Iraq was at the end of. Where are the leverage points for the 60% of the country that doesn't want to be engaged in this?
Well, you're right. This is an unpopular war, and for good reasons. I mean, Donald Trump seemed to understand that as a candidate when he promised that he would not drag us into foreign wars, especially wars in the Middle East. And you're right about the Iraq war. I mean, the Iraq war was also one we got dragged into. And at the end of the day, the biggest winner from the Iraq war was actually Iran. I mean, we're at this moment, but ironically, it was Iran that was strengthened because we helped, take out one of the counter.
I've come to the conclusion that Uncle Semrick is basically the Uncle Sam of leftist exercise. He's always trying to remind us of our patriotic duty to take care of ourselves. For the cause.
A communist.
Welcome to the resistance.
To Iran. But the leverage point, given that we have Republicans who have essentially signed away their constitutional duties to the president and keep voting against these war powers resolutions, is the funding. And, I've been very clear. I will not vote for additional funds for this very stupid war. And if you want to protect our troops, if you want to make us more safe, we should put an end to this war now. Now, as you say, it's very unpopular here. It's a popular war in Israel with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And Prime Minister Netanyahu said within the last couple of weeks, he'd been waiting 40 years for an American president who would join him in going after Iran in this particular way. And, Donald Trump is a president who's stupid enough and reckless enough to do it.
Tennessee, I know it's in Texas,
we've heard from the Secretary of State where he said that Israel sort of forced. He tried to walk it back the next day, but people forget that also Mike Johnson almost simultaneously said the exact same thing. I think Tom Cotton said something similar. The president said something similar about voting against more funding for this war. What is your perspective on how the Democratic leadership, both in the House and in the Senate, like how, I was just talking to Perry Bacon Jr., who writes for the New Republic, and he said, well, we'll have to see how Democrats vote for that. Isn't there a problem if we have to see, before, why we don't know right now where Democrats stand on funding this war, because it's letting the Republicans off the hook.
Yes, I know Sam is being, what's the word? He's leading, obviously, with this question. He absolutely has an answer himself to this question. Answer, yes. It's a massive problem. It's a pre-existing condition in the Democratic Party right now.
To argue about that war powers resolution when we don't know how Democrats are going to vote on the funding of the war.
Well, Sam, you're right. I agree with you. And, there are a lot of folks whose opposition to the war was primarily based on procedure and, the Trump administration not consulting, as opposed to going to the core problem, which is this war is making us less safe, not more safe, and creating more instability and imposing huge costs, both in lives and in treasure. So we're going to be working to make sure that we build democratic unity against funding this war. As you know, at the end of the day, in the Vietnam War, for example, it only came to an end because people decided not to provide more money for it. We should be doing that right now when it comes to the Iran war. And I really urge everybody to be, reaching out and contacting their members of the Senate and the House to ask them that fundamental question, because we should not be prolonging this war. Paying more money for the war is just another way of keeping it going, and we should be ending it.
Let me ask you about the sort of that question of leadership, because it's been reported that you're part of a Fight Club. I know you're not supposed to talk about Fight Club, or I've seen the movie or whatnot, but this notion that there is a caucus, whether a specific caucus or just sort of like a group of people who are meeting, talking about supporting different candidates maybe in some of these Senate elections, and also encouraging. Is there a sense of like, what is your sense of Chuck Schumer's position as a Senate minority leader right now? Like how safe is that position in your mind?
Well, let me just say the Fight Club, and you're right, the first rule of Fight Club is supposed to be you don't talk about Fight Club, but here we are. There's a group of us who got together because we did not think that the Senate Democrats were fighting back hard enough and strongly enough. That was.
Let's be real, though. I think it was a terrible name for these guys from the beginning. I'm not sure these guys saw the movie. To be real, I'm not sure these guys watched the movie, because they're not doing anything nearly as extreme as the Fight Club guys, and I don't just mean the fighting. Not the best.
Especially true months ago, but these questions may come up, as you say, with respect to funding for the Iran war and other things. We were also unhappy with the fact that the DSCC seemed to be putting its foot on the scale, and in some cases was putting its foot on the scale with respect to certain Democratic primary Senate candidates who seem to be more like just old establishment candidates who were not meeting the moment we're in. And so that's why we got together. So, for example, a group of us, are strongly supporting Peggy Flanagan. She's the lieutenant governor out in Minnesota, against what we think are more sort of establishment corporate Democratic candidates running. And we're looking at some of the other races as well. But that was the origin of this. And I think many of us remain concerned with, especially with respect to, weighing in on these Senate races.
Hey, do you think that it's going to stick to the leadership? Because, as far as I can tell, obviously we're months out. And we don't know even what the primaries are going to do. But I'm looking in Maine. I'm looking in Michigan, like you say, Minnesota. There's at least in terms of what has been reported, the preferred candidate of the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee is not doing that well. And so, I'm happy about that, both from a sort of a ideological standpoint, but as just a sheer objective political measure. If we have a leadership that can't even assess who Democrats are interested in, that seems to me to be a big problem and a recipe for new people to be in those positions.
Absolutely. And we've been talking about the necessity for new people in those positions immediately, if not sooner. Thankfully, we're in a midterm, and everyone in the House is up for election, and many, many senators across the country, Democrats and Republicans alike, are also up for election. Some not whom I might like to be, but that's democracy. At least our democracy has those particular rules, so we must abide for now. But I've been planning out the election, and if you want to help out with that, be in the Discord. Because I have already been plotting out the next, 4 months, essentially. Between now and September, every single one I've now put into my planner calendar. And I'm trying to figure out who it is we all need to be voting for, where, putting our time and energy and whatever else behind. Most importantly, our votes. All right. What next? Let's stay with talking about the future of the leadership in the in the Senate.
I'm staying in the race.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the programs, as always, David Dayen.
I was about to ask, what the hell? Why do I see 2 retracted messages from Sasha on the vertical chat? It's very strange. Hi to you.
The executive editor of the American Prospect and also the co-host the Big Money podcast, which deals with
Big Money. It's called Organized Money.
Organized
Go to
Money.
organizedmoney.fm.
Well, change the name. And Organized Money.
I liked your work on Jim's Burgers, Sam.
Oh, all right, touche.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, listen.
Never been a better time for this sound shot.
People say the Minority Report all the time.
All the time.
And, yeah. Oh my God.
That was a great film.
Yeah.
I enjoyed your work in that as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was keeping that on the down low. David, let's start with, we saw a bipartisan bill passed the other day, which actually seems to be a positive bill, which I don't know how often, we see bipartisan things, but to the extent that we do, it's very rare that it's good. It's usually, it's usually like, oh, this has got to be one of the, I know why it's bipartisan, because we just added $400 million to our annual, $400 billion to our annual military budget or something like that. Right. But this was a good one.
Yeah, and not only bipartisan, but 89 votes in the Senate with this bill and support from the White House. So, I mean, this is a rare bird in Donald Trump's Washington, no doubt.
It's a housing bill that was put together by Elizabeth Warren and brought to the floor with Elizabeth Warren and Tim Scott.
Which is just interesting because it was like 2 months ago or so. Remember, Warren did this video calling out Trump because he had said he wanted to do something about housing and private equity. And she's like, let's have a conversation. And it looks like they did.
Yeah.
I just want to say really quickly, this is completely unrelated to the fucking video, but to the viewers right now, all you space fams, take a look at how many subscribers we're at. We just hit 1,750 YouTube subs. Not that we're making any more money yet.
That's on YouTube.
But we've been growing very quickly on YouTube last few months. Ever since getting back on here. I mean, we're approaching like double. Like, it's been 3 months and we're like approaching double where we were at this time in December.
Talk to us about the genesis of and what the bill is, and then we'll get to why there was a Democrat who had a real problem with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So for about a year now, Warren and Scott, Scott is the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Warren is the ranking member, have been trying to put something together on housing that kind of merges some YIMBY concerns with also some concerns about funding. It really is kind of a kumbaya, bring everybody together, give everybody a little something kind of bill. And that's been going on for actually quite a while. It almost got into, I believe it was the defense bill. This package almost got into the defense bill. And at the last minute, House Republicans said, no, we don't want that. They kicked it out. And so they brought it forward as a standalone. And among the things it does, it changes a certain definition that would promote manufactured housing, so prefabricated housing. We get a boost in this bill. It increases a number of funding opportunities, including through the Community Development Block Grant, to fund affordable housing. And then it also attempts to sort of challenge the states to do better on land use and zoning things by sweetening the pot with more money if they move forward with some different grants and things, or move forward with some different zoning changes. So that's the broad outline of the bill.
Is there anything in there that like you've seen that sort of like is a red flag for you?
I mean, I don't want to get completely over my skis on it. Like both things can be true. It is the biggest boost to housing in 35, 40 years. And it's also pretty modest, right? Because we haven't done anything on housing in 35, 40 years. So it's not, I don't think it's revolutionary necessarily, but it does some good things that I think at the margins are going to help increase supply and also increase the ability to finance some of these projects. And then, so that was sort of the bill that was happening on that track. And then separately, Donald Trump comes out of 2025 realizing he's in trouble on the economy. And he comes up with a bunch of ideas, mostly kind of, robbing some populist ideas to try to build an agenda or something. And one of these is an executive order that he files to say that private equity should have no place in the single family home market. And so he puts this executive order together. And this bill doesn't have anything on that at that time. And Trump basically says, well, if you're going to get my signature on this bill, and you're going to get my support for this bill, you're going to have to put in something on private equity and home buying. I think there's some controversy around this, whether this actually matters to the housing market or not. But it's certainly the case that in some concentrated areas of the country, private equity has bought up. Ever since the financial crisis, private equity firms have bought up single-family homes for cheap and then, turn them around as rentals. And there are many, many studies, including from those radicals at the Federal Reserve, who have said that, the impact of private equity being a landlord means higher rents, more vacancies, more evictions, and all kinds of junk fees, some of which was regulated by the Federal Trade Commission in 2024 under Lena Khan.
Oh, God, I miss Lena. Good God. We need more regulations right now. Things are falling apart. It's terrible. All the financial institutions just run around and do whatever the hell they want now. It's out of control. Omega Star. Wow. Subs. Yes, indeed. 12 months. Galactic contributorship. Wow. That's the second tier of galactic membership. 12 full months. Pretty incredible. I think that's the longest you could be a galactic contributor. Does that include individual? I don't know how that works. That's incredible. Great job. Wow to you. Wow to you, Omega.
Find Invitation Homes, which is the biggest of these single-family rental firms. It's owned by Blackstone, or it was owned by Blackstone. Maybe it got spun out. But it fined them a significant sum of money, hundreds of millions of dollars, for routinely adding junk fees on trash services, fees on security deposits, fees on how you can pay your rent, and also jacking up rents and doing illegal evictions and things like that. So clearly single-family rentals are a problem to a certain extent in the housing market. Trump's vision of it is that they're blocking people from buying homes because they're doing all cash deals and it's more attractive to the seller.
Oh my God, what is going on? David Dayen has turned into a robot. He's been taken over by the Borg. Oh, no, that's no good. David was one of the good ones. All right. Well, while we're talking about Congress, of course, Congress are the people. who are currently blocking funding to DHS over ICE's horrifying tactics that they have been using here at home in the United States. Now, of course, DHS isn't only ICE. It also includes things like FEMA and the TSA.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Feed to puppy.
Feed the puppy. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you for the bits, Omega. Somehow I didn't hear the barking. I don't know why that is. I don't know how. Now, of course, Republicans were given the opportunity to vote for things like FEMA funding and for TSA funding separately. But they didn't want to do that. That's too much for them. There's too many votes. It's horribly repressive to have to vote multiple times for multiple things. How could they possibly be bothered to do something like that? I'm slacking. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. Okay, you know, honestly, today was difficult. Let me just tell you all something, okay? Before we get too far. Let me tell you all a story. Today's Sunday Fun Day. Boy, oh boy, I was excited. I woke up. I was like, yay! Yeah! I was thrilled. Couldn't be more excited. I was like, yes, it's Sunday Fun Day. And then I remembered it's 2026.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
And we got a new forever war started now in the Middle East, and everything sucks. Okay. Started the day off momentarily thrilled, and then remembered that everything is terrible.
This is ridiculous.
And I remembered everybody who runs the planet.
They make me vomit.
This is outrageous.
It's outrageous.
It's unfair.
It's unfair. I'm trying my best to bring you all valuetainment right now, and so maybe there might be some times where I don't notice your notifications on things like Twitch. The alerts that you pay for, and I apologize. I apologize. It's unintentional. It is both unintentional and very rude, but please give me some slack, okay? Just a little bit of slack today. It's Sunday Fun Day, all right? And we got a lot of difficult things to talk about. And right now, we're trying to do the valuetaining parts. You might not have realized. May not be clear to you, but the early portions of this stream are going to be the most valuetaining parts. Once we get to Iran, everything's going to fall off a cliff. Okay? So, please, work with me. I love you. I love you, Space Sams. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. It's an important thing. Stay hydrated, outlive your enemies. Always remember that. All right, like I was saying, Republicans could vote to fund the TSA, but they refuse to do it. For some reason, they just want really long lines at airports. But Donald Trump has a solution. Send the people who've been murdering Americans on the streets to pick up the slack. Valuetainment. Thank you, Tamara.
President Trump posted on Truth
You're
Social,
about to be valuetained.
quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before. Now, in a subsequent post, he said that he instructed ICE agents to be ready by Monday. And now the president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Yes. Immediately, if
and,
not sooner.
I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and the administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today, and we'll execute tomorrow.
Okay, so there are a lot of questions.
So there's a lot of questions, says Dana. I think everybody here knows Dana's not my favorite person, but yo, for real, there's a lot of questions, she says. No kidding. It sounds like they haven't even come up with the concept of a plan yet. Listen to Tom Homan over here. When we get a plan, we'll implement it. We'll do that later today, and we'll implement it tomorrow. God. Clem68 with the sweet super chat. Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
How rude. That's too much, man.
Have some
WSNT
decorum.
_ gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. It was you, gifting 1 subscriptions to the Galactic community over on Twitch. Thank you very much, Dr. Koshal. Dr. Koshal, the recipient of that sweet, sweet gift. Thank you, wasn't me. Incredibly generous. Well, we're already making progress on the Galactic content goal. Just a reminder, everybody, you could contribute to 2 goals simultaneously, both the Galactic content goal and the financing of the Galactic deficit. Places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon.
Here. First of all, are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
ICE agents
Good
receive
question.
a high level of training. And, you know, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of investigation, criminal investigation on smuggling at airports. But, you know, there's...
They're doing criminal investigations. Wait, why is ICE doing criminal investigations? They don't do crimes. They're not, that's not their, that's, what? ICE is doing criminal investigation. That's not their job. Why is that like on their own time? They're like doing like PI work or something? What is this guy talking about? But you see that, ICE is very, very skilled. Anyways, between now and tomorrow, actually today is already Monday, so, I guess between the time of that interview and literally 2 minutes ago, ICE, I guess, Tom Homan and others there at DHS have put together, you would assume, a plan, at least a concept of a plan, for implementing ICE as a new TSA to tick up the slack. Now, 10% of TSA workers have been not showing up to the job. I think it's actually higher than that. I think it hit like 15% or something like that today. The numbers just keep going up. TSA workers not showing up to the job because they're not getting paid, because Republicans don't want to vote for funding them. Which is weird.
It's weird.
Massive lines at airports, people trying to do things, get places, travel places inside the country, outside of the country, perhaps entering the country. Now, some individuals enter the country in circuitous means. Perhaps in undocumented
Illegal
fashion, you might call it. I wouldn't go that far, but, you know, they may cross the invisible line that we all call the border. Sometimes those crossing the border are not people, as it turns out.
Would you jump up?
That's right.
This is Zero Avenue in South Surrey, and these picturesque homes sit smack on the border. This side is Canada, across the street, the United States. No fences or concrete blocks, just a little ditch and signs warning, don't even think about crossing.
Oh, it's very secure, yeah.
And people follow the rules, except for one resident, him. Unfazed by jurisdictional authority, he is the Canadian border-jumping kitty cat.
Illegal. What? I think it's because he's got 4 legs, not 2.
Decidedly confident, ignoring the watchful gaze of border agents and that machine in the sky that's as useful as the dog as far as he's concerned. Several times a day, almost every day, he shows little interest in international law and carries on his very important work of mousing.
He's a cool little cat, keeps coming back and forth and says hello to everybody.
His name?
Louis.
Officially, Louis Vuitton, like the designer, and his styling cross-border feline feats are now so famous.
I love it.
He's become a local legend and a social media star.
It's a bit mind-blowing. He kind of flaunts his recklessness for the law.
Now, Mr. Vuitton is particularly good at catching all sorts, and he has been known to smuggle the goods across the border and leave them on the doorstep.
I bet he did not declare them.
We're not sure whether U.S. agents have caught up with him for questioning. We do know he had no interest in a TV interview.
Doesn't go through customs.
Oh, Monsieur Vuitton, pourquoi? Pourquoi tu fais ça? This is ridiculous. Je ne comprends pas. Such a horrible disregard for the law. This feline bandit. Complete disregard. Unacceptable. Well, that's not the only crime that's been going on this Sunday Fun Day. This one has nothing to do with the border. This one has to do with the borders, personal borders, the personal boundaries of athletes everywhere, especially women athletes. ABC News 3 days ago with this troubling trend.
What's up, you guys? Welcome back to the channel. Let's just make a hole-in-one. Let's go make a birdie, baby. Dang. Whoops.
Haley Ostrom has been hitting the links since she was 9 years old. For the past few years, she's documented her golf career online, amassing nearly 2 million followers.
Oh, not that far left. That one didn't feel great.
I wanted people to follow the journey. I was posting the good, the bad, the ugly, you know, every round was out there for people to see.
For people who are not familiar with the world of golf, when they hear professional athlete, they think money bags.
Professional women's golf is tough to make a really great career because there's not a lot of money.
What did social media do for you from a financial and professional?
That is shocking. That is shocking that in a famously patriarchal sport, women would struggle to make a living. That is unbelievable.
It was the only reason that I was able to continue to pursue professional golf and the LPGA.
Are you still
for as
talking
long
about
as
Jeffrey
I did.
Epstein?
I was able to quit the other jobs.
But sharing her life publicly also opened the door, literally, to something she never expected.
I saw through the window, this guy walks up and he rang the doorbell and he's like waving at me. I knew like something was wrong.
Haley says she found herself face to face with a stranger who insisted they'd been talking online.
So I answered the door and he's like, "It's me." everything kind of goes through your mind so quickly because I don't know if I'm in danger now.
What's going on in your mind?
I was scared.
What happened to Haley that night was terrifying. And for many athletes, it's the kind of real-world encounter that can grow out of online fixation.
Athletes' lives are really visible, and that's part of the draw for the viewer or the watcher. We know where they're going to be, whether it's their tournament schedule or practice schedule.
Athletes across nearly every sport speaking out about this growing problem.
Emma Raducanu, the British star, breaking out into tears on the court after spotting a man in the stands who had allegedly exhibited disturbing behavior towards her.
With superstar gymnast and influencer Livy Dunn blasting autograph seekers who follow her at airports.
There's a group of at least 10 middle-aged men waiting for me, and they harass me.
Olympic gold medalist sprinter Gabby Thomas shared on her TikTok too, saying the same thing happened to her.
I'm afraid that these men, it's 3 to 6 of them, middle-aged, are going to show up and harass me.
Other superstar athletes commenting on her post, saying they've experienced similar incidents. And Dallas Wings basketball star Paige Beckers had a stalker who posted on social media with an engagement ring, saying he intended to marry her. He was arrested
Jesus
and pled guilty to a
Christ,
stalking
dude.
charge.
Female athletes and women in general are stalked at higher rates than that.
What is up with that? Like, men, like, creating these parasocial, like, romantic, like, delusions with women that they don't know at all, and then, like, and then having that become the catalyst to harassing those women.
Their male counterparts.
Carson Kessler has been reporting
Why?
on athletes.
Why, man? Can we talk about why? Why are we doing this? Why can't we? Why can't we find more healthy outlets? We got to work on that.
For The Athletic.
At the end of the day, it's a really hard issue to police.
She says it's hard to measure how frequent.
Maybe you clean your room, do some push-ups, watch some GNN. These are 3 great ideas. 3 great ideas. Write that down.
These incidents are happening because no law enforcement
Totally
agency
free advice.
tracks it.
Using news reports, court filings, and social media, we found around 52 since 2020. And this is a vast undercount because a lot of times stalking incidents are not reported to media and even times not reported to police.
The Department of Justice noted that in 2019, less than a third of stalking victims actually report their incident to police. And in moments like Haley's, it's not always clear how serious the threat may be.
If I shut the door and I just lock the door, lock him out, and call the police, if he gets mad, I don't know if he has a weapon. I don't know what his goal is here.
The man claimed they had been communicating online, showing her photos and videos he believed were proof. She says those videos were altered using AI, like...
Oh, I'm so glad we have... I'm so glad we have tools that these creeps can use. Help them fabricate evidence of their delusional, like, fantasies. Oh, God. Careful, GSL women do it too. Or is that, like, is that personally you saying that the women are coming for me? I'm not sure if that's, like, if you're directing that at me.
Women are throwing themselves at me.
But let's be real. This is mostly a male problem. I won't say 100%. You're right. Technically, women do also stalk. But it's... I don't know the statistics exactly, but dudes are doing it way more. Play the AI video? I can't keep doing this. Can't keep doing it. All right. Sunday fun day. All right, we gotta try and keep this somewhat positive for a little bit part of the stream. Let's talk about exercise. We're talking about athletes, women athletes being harassed online. Now, one way, I guess, to avoid, well, maybe not foolproof way to avoid harassment is to stay in groups. And you could do some athletics in groups. Where I guess you had the opportunity to do that today in Philadelphia, where thousands of athletes turned out for Philly's charity 5K. Or wait, did it happen? Actually, maybe whatever. Here we go. Also, I realized, did I feed Leica? I don't think I did feed Leica treat. Like a treat.
Just minutes ago, thousands of runners took off for the 16th annual Phillies Charities 5K. The sprint around Citizens Bank Park and the Navy Yard is a show of Philly spirit for a great cause. CBS News Philadelphia's Ray Strickland live for us along Phillies Drive this morning with a look. What a turnout. Good morning, Ray.
Yo, what a turnout, and the weather couldn't be better for the Phillies Charities 5K today. Just take a look again at this crowd size. I spoke to the race coordinator earlier today, Janet. She told me possibly a record number of people registered for the 5K today. Over 7,000. Typically they would get 6, now they got 7,000. And this is the crowd that you see now. A few thousand more people still need...
Oh my God, that's the perfect timing for this clip right here. Can you hear the sound in the background? There's like some cover band playing Eye of the Tiger. Hold on, I'm going back.
5K today, over 7,000. Typically they would get 6, now they got 7,000. And this is the crowd that you see now. A few thousand more people still need to start the race. But as you said, it already started maybe a few minutes ago. And again, the weather couldn't be better. We got a chance again to speak to the race coordinator who talked about how this race, of course, raises money for a great cause. They've been doing it for 16 years, and I'm not sure if this was the first year or not that they've done this, but Philly's Fanatic, he actually led the racers through the course here today. So what a scene here. You have families, kids cheering on their loved ones from the side here. They have signs saying, "Go by me."
There you go. Thousands. Record number. Over 7,000 participants in Philadelphia's annual charity 5K. 16th. With the clip. The most Philadelphia song possible.
And the polar plunge is officially back, all to benefit the Northern California Special Olympics, supporting programs for athletes and their families. Today, hundreds of people line up for a 5K in costume before dipping into the ice-cold bay. Crowd 4's Brady Brewster is at Crown Memorial State Beach in Alameda and joins us live with a look at the fun happening there. Hey, Brady.
It is beautiful out here. We just had that 5K kickoff just a few minutes ago. Our runners are somewhere out here on the course. We've got all of our Special Olympics medals here for that.
Megastar, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. To Wixiulite. I don't think I'm saying that right. Wow, followed 12 minutes ago, immediately receiving a sub. That's
immediately, if
impressive.
not sooner.
There you go, polar plunge here. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. This is in the Bay Area. Also a 5K, apparently. Everybody doing 5Ks. It is spring.
To listen to from some of the organizers, they can let you know what it means to them.
We love to say that the day is about being freezing for a reason, so we're here. It's a beautiful day, so excited to have the opportunity to do a walk and run on the beautiful course. But the reason that we're here is to support our cause. So we support almost 30,000 athletes with intellectual disabilities. So we're just here today to continue to support and provide free programming for our athletes.
Look at this guy in the polar bear outfit. That's what's up. All right. This looks pretty fun. Polar plunge and accompanying 5K. Also on the other coasts of the country, the Bay Area, California. Now down south in Florida, of course, with every spring comes a spring break, where people from across the country flock to the beaches. Chaos, however, erupting on one Florida beach this week. NBC News with a clip from Monday.
This is the moment chaos erupts in Daytona Beach, Florida. Hundreds of people running across the beach Saturday after what appeared to be gunshots ringing out.
There were 0 gunshots on the beach because what they were doing was crushing a water bottle to make it sound like a gunshot to stampede the crowd.
The Volusia County Sheriff says it happened even with dozens of law enforcement officers in the crowd, later adding at least one weekend shooting was also spring break related. And in Port Aransas, Texas, police say a 17-year-old shot and wounded 5 people on a beach late Saturday night.
America.
Yeah!
America. We try to have fun, and chaos is right around the corner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Specs Don just sent a thumbs up over on the vertical. 10 joules. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Speaking of crimes. Speaking of crimes, let's go back in time. 2024. To a man who was, well, not at the time, but at one time in the past, bringing sexy back.
So the reason for the stop is because you keep veering off to the left, and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah.
Sorry
Illegal.
about that. What are you doing?
I'm on a world tour.
A what?
A world tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain.
Hard to explain. Hard to explain, says Justin. Yeah, well, this was big news this week. Body cam of interaction with Justin Timberlake and police during an DWI arrest. Bringing intoxicated driving back, apparently. All right. I didn't want to watch that one because I get, honestly, like some... I can almost guarantee you that it's going to get bought up by, like, there's, like, groups of weird, like, copyright hounds that buy up viral videos that then just copyright claim channels that will just... I just don't feel like dealing with those guys. Walk a straight line, Timberlake. During the, I love is, I mean, Dustin's not, he's not an elderly man. He's middle-aged. He's older than me, but he's a middle-aged man, and he's fairly spry. He's done a lot of dancing and other sorts of physical activities in the past. I'd say he's a fairly coordinated individual, but he really struggled with those sobriety tests. All right. Now to the catwalk. Where models with Down syndrome brought sexy back in their own way. Associated Press. Yesterday.
Evenimentul chiar este deosebit. Se face în premieră.
This event is really special. It's a premiere. We had fashion shows before, but not like this. 50 seamstresses created 50 costumes for 50 youngsters that they'd never met. The costumes were created without anyone trying them on. But the most important thing is that the people gathered together again.
Asta mi se pare că este cea mai frumoasă chestie care se putea.
It's the most beautiful thing that could happen. The fact that us humans still come together.
Noi oamenii încă ne mai adunăm unii pentru alții.
Well, there we go. There we go. Honestly, when I first put that one in here, I didn't watch it, and I thought it was, for whatever reason, I read it wrong. I thought it was in America. This was totally European news, if you didn't pick up on that. It was not in English. That was in Romania. But regardless, we were on the topic of people bringing things, you know, specifically sexy back. I think those models did a fantastic job. While we're talking modeling, go to Hawaii news now. From 5 days ago.
To attend a chance to get some serious exposure this September at New York Fashion Week, Kona designer Jamiana Tan is looking for models for Hilia swimwear. You're asked to submit a full body picture, a headshot, and a video of you walking. The deadline is Friday.
There you go. You have an opportunity to be in local if you're a Hawaiian local designers fashion week expo. Very exciting. Keep it sexy, Hawaii. Now, one thing that's been sort of a weird trend that everybody's talking about, something called Looksmaxing, where you do all sorts of strange things to improve your physical attractiveness to whomever it is you're hoping to attract. Who better to give us an inside look into the minds of Looksmaxers than Dan Toomey over at Good Work?
And now, a dramatic reading of real questions from Looksmaxing forums. Staring at the sun makes your eyes lighter. What are the ideal skull face measurements? Does penis genetics come from mom or dad? Teeth whitening. Penis whitening? Infraglabular notch. How does sex feel like? Is roids only way to get crazy physique within a year? I'm 14. Should I take steroids at the age of 15? 3 days into HGH at 15 and my legs are hurting. Is it good or bad? Why is everyone in the UK subhuman? Maximizing my child's stats. Want to give this kid the absolute best shot at elite stats from day one. Height is priority number 1, hoping for 6'4 plus. Then frame width, jawline, bone density, etc. What's the full playbook from birth or even prenatal to puberty?
Okay, Gen Z, honestly, it's not just Gen Z. Millennials are in there too, I'm fairly certain. Maybe even some Gen Xers, I don't know. But honestly, America, we need help. Okay? We need help. What? We need help. Oh God. There's some real disturbing lack of what do you want to call it? I mean, honestly, people, there's more to life than being beautiful. Can I just say that to you? There's more. You can achieve fulfillment in other things. That one guy talking about his child Looksmaxing his child from prenatal to teenage. Seriously, pal, you need help. You have a mental health problem. Help. Like I'm all for people trying to optimize their life. Okay, don't get me wrong, but there is in fact a line where I think you cross from healthy, constructive life choices to detrimental what is the word? I'm struggling with the word right now. Like detrimental, self-defeating thoughts. Okay, like you need to rethink a lot of stuff. That's just me. Read a book. Read a book, please, for the love of God. Brain Max. Would you Brain Max, please? And read a fucking book. Read a book, watch some GNN. Now, why do people Looksmax? Well, people would probably give you all sorts of reasons, but I think when it really comes down to it, it does mostly boil down to a desire to attract a mate, a person who you can settle down with, or at the very least, smash.
Don't be creepy.
Well, while we're talking about Looksmaxing, we may as well talk about OnlyFans and what some weirdos want to do.
Tonight, a controversial Florida Republican running to replace Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is making headlines, denouncing aid to Israel, supporting a moratorium on immigration, and now proposing a 50% sin tax for Florida content creators on OnlyFans, a subscription-based site known for its explicit content. Donnie O'Sullivan is out front.
OnlyFans has made some women millionaires.
I have just hit 100 million.
$100 million.
Mm-hmm.
But in Florida, a Republican candidate for governor wants to bring in what he calls a 50% sin tax
on whatever you so-called earn via that online degeneracy platform.
Now a political target.
What a fucking loser. Online degeneracy platform. Oh, God. Oh, it's terrible.
Fans women are speaking out.
Before you want to tax thousands of women just because we actually took this into our own hands, start taxing the companies that are flooding into here.
A Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout.
So I'm driving across the Sunshine State to meet the OnlyFans creators and the candidate for governor, who are in the middle of a very public debate about the adult entertainment industry.
I don't want to catfish any of you, even though I was on Tinder last week. And I joined and I said, I want to meet young female voters where they are, I said.
James Fishback wants to be the next governor of Florida. He's running in the Republican primary against Trump-endorsed and heavy favorite Congressman Byron Donalds.
Do you think for the voters of Florida that OnlyFans is really a major issue?
We don't want our women in Florida to feel as if the only way they can make a living is by selling nude images or videos on the internet to complete strangers. And the men who spend their...
This is such, like, weak beta, like, behavior right here. Also, I get weird closeted
Every single
vibes
person
from
on
this
this
guy.
planet is gay. Yeah.
But this is ridiculous. This is some weak beta shit. This is like incel like jealous behavior that a woman can make a living. They don't. It's not the only way to make a living, right? They've made a choice. I bet this guy loves free markets too, until it comes to certain things like this. Also, what's up with this? What's up with this? Is this some Ash weird like Catholic shit, like Ash Wednesday type shit? These fucking losers need a new.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Nude images or videos on the internet to complete strangers. And the men who spend their money, their time, their resources, I'm not letting them off the hook either. I think they are just as complicit by handing over money to see these nude images. My view is really simple. If OnlyFans did not exist in Florida, we would be better off for it. I will not tolerate cultural filth and moral degeneracy in my state.
OnlyFans is an online subscription
Cultural
platform for creators, but it's
What is
especially
cultural
popular for
filth?
women who make pornographic.
What is cultural filth? It's different than regular filth. Like regular filth is like it's dirty. Like you touch it and you get dirty. But in cultural filth, you see it and you hear it and your soul gets dirty. Oh, it's cultural filth.
That's in the Bible.
What a bunch of weird, repressed fucking losers. Get a life.
Content like Anya Lacey.
You guys are gonna get a kick out of this one. Make America great again.
Anya is 20 years old and calls herself a red-blooded conservative.
When I hit this part, I was fucking laughing. I'm still laughing my ass off, I guess. It's fucking hilarious. Sharia law. Exactly. America is under Christian Sharia law. At least that's what some of these weirdos want. Carl Schmidt, thank you for the sweet super chat on YouTube. Being that obsesses that with masculinity without real introspection is very effeminate. Thank you, Carl. You are right. Much appreciated. That gets us a little closer. 1, 2, 3. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're like halfway through the goal. Making some serious progress on the goal. I did find it rather funny that this woman right here is an OnlyFans creator. This is, I mean, it's kind of incredible. Like the hypocrisy of it all is truly hilarious to me. Oh my god. I wonder if she's ever read the book. All these fucking all these flag perverts and like Bible perverts. They don't know the Constitution and they don't know the Bible. And then they want to tell us all how to live our lives. It's fascinating. Well, let's talk about traditional values. Let's talk about the trend of tradwifery. Tradwifes. What's up with that? More perfect union. Oh, by the way, we blasted through the galactic break, the galactic intermission. Do we deserve a break on this Sunday Funday? Screw it. No break. Just a reminder to follow the stream on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell and like button as well. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, and right now, we really need donos over on Cash App, PayPal, and for people to consider strongly becoming Galactic patrons. By the way, people, Galactic patronage brings along with it a great deal of space benefits for your Earth dollars. $3 a month, get you access to a whole bunch of them. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the show. Just remember that it is brought to you by viewers like you.
I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
Could you drum up?
Everybody wants to be us.
What if I don't want to live the way you live? I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
When I was a teenager, this was the image of being a feminist.
I definitely consider myself an entrepreneur. Not only am I an influencer, but I'm also a designer, a tech entrepreneur, an advisor, an investor.
Whenever there's a quote-unquote glass ceiling, there's an iron woman right behind it.
You're a couple years out of new school, which is the most...
Just a few months. It was being a girl boss, a powerful, career-focused woman who made it to the top of her field.
I don't exactly know what you do or how you do it, but when you walk through these gates, things start happening.
But for teenage girls these days, it's all about living a soft life. Not reaching the top of the corporate ladder, but instead quiet quitting, being a stay-at-home girlfriend, or even a tradwife.
We like cooking, we like running a home, we like supporting our husbands.
Trad content is wildly popular on social media. It's got this beautiful farmhouse aesthetic and dreamy images of plush domestic bliss. It's a relaxing reprieve from the chaos of modern life. But to me, a journalist who's been covering right-wing media for nearly a decade, a lot of the tradwife discourse online sounds suspiciously similar to the types of things I hear from dark money-funded think tanks in DC.
When you get married to somebody who does all the thinking for you, it is so nice.
You used to only hear that kind of talk coming from guys like this.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. That's a really good reason to go to college, actually. You will find a husband.
How did this suddenly go mainstream? So I went onto the homestead and...
I wish there was an easy way for me to know how many days it's been since Charlie Kirk has said something racist. Maybe like a Nightbot
to the kitchen and to a Turning Point USA conference to meet some real-life tradwives and find out who they really are and what they think.
I just don't want to get bullied by teenagers.
My husband gets up way before I do because I actually have a lot of trouble waking up for alarms. And he grabs Misha, that's our toddler son, sort of like steers him into my room. And it's like my favorite part of the day. We come downstairs, I make some breakfast, and then sit down and do our morning prayers together.
Esther is 24 years old and lives in Ohio. She's exactly what I picture when I think tradwife.
People would say that I live very traditionally because I have a toddler, I'm pregnant with another child, I got married young, my husband and I are devout Catholics.
She also seems to have nailed the soft life.
I really love having the space to unfold slowly and kind of center yourself in the morning.
And I do understand why this is appealing to some young women. While our grandmothers were told to look pretty so you can marry a man who will take care of you, millennial women like me got a more empowering feminist message in the 2010s.
Sorry I'm late, but I had some very important business to attend to.
#girlboss. We didn't need to rely on a man to have our own bejeweled American dream. We could be a she-EO. As a baby millennial, I was set on living the girl boss life. I wanted to work in politics. But when we tried to lean in, a lot of us just fell down.
How do you have time for everything? How do you balance it all?
I don't. I'm very tired all the time.
Finding a job is hard. All the fucking girl boss feminist bitches lied to me.
I don't have goals. I don't have ambition. I only want to be attractive.
Why am I not allowed to just vibe?
Some of those CEOs ended up creating the same toxic workplaces as their male counterparts, and certain types of women weren't allowed to girl boss even if they wanted to. The girl boss wasn't trying to change the way our economy works. She was just trying to succeed for herself in a broken system.
Girl boss feminism is so deeply rooted in capitalism.
In 2016, I became disillusioned with the whole girl boss thing. I became a journalist and traded in my pantsuit for a sweatsuit. Now Gen Z is coming of age, and surprise, surprise, being a worker in America still sucks. The gender pay gap has only narrowed by 4 cents since 2003, and their degrees feel worthless as entry-level jobs disappear. I totally get why some young women just want to escape to the prairie and bake sourdough, but I couldn't help but wonder, does wishing for a family necessarily mean young women are becoming more conservative? The right-wing movement certainly hopes so. They've gone all in on recruiting young women who want out of the corporate rat race. They're investing big in a new class of social media savvy pundits who push conservative messaging to young women.
The feminist movement is in large part to blame for the fracturing of the traditional home, where women were coerced outside of their natural roles as mothers into the workforce.
They're cashing in.
Their natural roles. They really are cashing in on people's dissatisfaction with capitalism. Because that really is what it is, right? People were sold, like, oh, CEO it up. Like, there's only so many CEOs, okay? That's the thing. Only so many people can, like, run their own business, right? Like a successful business. Like, you can't all be that. And our system is set up exactly that way. And honestly, it's not even a solution to inequity by just having a few women CEOs out there. Doesn't solve all the problems. Doesn't give people, like, what people need is options to do what they want to do, to work, to have a family, to do both if they want, or not, or one or the other, not, or honestly, neither. If in fact that's the life they want to live.
The girl boss backlash too, shaming women who don't want to have children or who want to have a career by calling them
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives. There are a lot of
Yeah, I love how Republicans claim that women with cats are all miserable while all Republican men seem to constantly be miserable. Have you ever watched Fox News or any of these other like Charlie? Have you ever listened to Charlie Kirk? All these people are constantly miserable about society. Oh, society is doing one thing that my values don't agree with. Things aren't Christian enough at my local public school. Trans people exist.
Successful 35-year-old orthopedic surgeons that have cats.
The right-wing youth group Turning Point USA is at the center of this messaging push. Last summer, I attended one of the youth conferences they host, Ground Zero for all things trad.
I wanted to do Air Force, I wanted to do FBI, was interested in police work, all of that. But then I really just came around to the perspective of what's more important in life. Is it going to be more important to me to have kids and a family and a future and that will last forever? Or a career that, yes, could help people, but also isn't going to be relevant in a few years? And Charlie really says to choose one. And I thought about it and I was like, oh my gosh, like I've not been choosing the right thing. I've changed from not wanting to have any kids so I could see myself with 4 or 5.
Right-wing activists have also launched a women's magazine they call the Conservative Cosmo. In between fashion tips and celebrity gossip, EV Magazine features articles fear-mongering about the dangers of birth control, focusing on your career, and delaying having children. EV's editor-in-chief, Brittany Hugo Boom, also created a period tracking app that encourages natural family planning instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel. This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalists.
Oh, women. Oh, God. Women. Check out this great new app. Check out this great new period tracker app made by the world's sweatiest billionaire. Oh, yes. Don't you want him to have access to when your period is? All that data. That's what you need. That's what you need to improve your life. Oh, God. A period tracker app to help you be more... what's the word? What's
App's
the word
funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel. This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. They've spent decades dismantling the social safety net established in the New Deal and chipping away at reproductive rights.
Don't you love the idea of the world's sweatiest billionaire tracking your period? Oh, God, that must give all women on that app such great, like a great sense of comfort, knowing that guy, this guy, just in case anybody's forgetting who Peter Thiel is. This fucking guy. You want this guy tracking your period. That somehow is, you feel that that's good for you. That's good for you. Okay, that's, yeah. Yeah, okay, if you say so.
Weird.
And their scheming paid off big in 2022 when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Even Tradwife influencers who aren't overtly political, their lives track well onto the 1950s inspired conservative vision of America. A Christian.
Well, also, thank you, Priscilla, for the super chat. I can't remember if I said thank you, but money for my hovering scooter. I don't have a hovering scooter. I don't know where you're getting that information. I'd love a hovering scooter. I don't even know where you'd buy one. I'd have to make it myself.
With a man at the head and a subservient wife. He goes out to work, she joyfully keeps the home and minds the children. Their efforts seem to be working. In 2024, the youth vote had its largest swing towards Republicans in 20 years, especially with young white women. Democrats were stuck in outdated girl boss messaging. Meanwhile, Republicans had someone on the ticket who understood trad mentality all too well.
You have women who think that truly the liberationist path is to spend 90 hours a week working in a cubicle at McKinsey instead of starting a family and having children.
If my choice was between...
Speaking of women and wives, of course, J.D. Vance's wife
a lot of quality time with my wife.
She spent a lot of quality time with Donald Trump, whatever that means.
Stay-at-home mother and doing Excel spreadsheets, I would definitely be a stay-at-home mother.
Right now, Esther does work. She's an adjunct professor of philosophy and classics at a university nearby, where her husband, JB, is a PhD student.
I don't think that having a career in general is important to me, but having this job is important to me. Teaching students, doing philosophy, reading these great books. This is so amazing and meaningful. It's not easy because it's just really hard to have sort of moved away from a one-income household paradigm. The standard of living is just adjusted for there being two people working.
Esther and JB don't have a lot of money. How do finances and income factor into your decision about having children?
They don't. I mean, if we were like homeless, we would be like, this is really scary. We need to like be very careful not have any more children right now. But the decision to have children was just not something that was influenced by like our state.
Oh my God, not to disrespect this woman, but I'm not sure she's fully thought that through. If we were homeless, we would think that we would be very careful not to have more children. I feel like you should probably, I mean, this is just me. This is just me. But I feel like you should probably think ahead slightly. just enough to avoid becoming homeless, right? Like, I think it's, at least for the currently existing and on the way children, you got clearly at least two of those. One here and one over here. you know, maybe, I think probably best. I get it. I get it. You want to start a family, you want to get it done while you're still young, but just priorities, I guess, really.
Have you had any unexpected costs with pregnancy?
Yeah, the big one for me is the midwife.
That's a happy baby.
I had a OBGYN, but I ended up switching to a midwife for what I consider safety reasons.
After a painful experience with a kidney infection during her first pregnancy, Esther needed more personalized care.
Whoa, that's super nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. That is so nice. Midwives are not paid for insurance, and it takes like half of my adjunct paycheck. There's other things too, like prenatal vitamins. I've got approximately 1 billion prenatals to take. When my midwife talked to me about what the recommended diet was for a pregnant woman, I'm like, there's no freaking way. Like, probiotic kefirs kind of expensive, yogurt's kind of expensive. We would look at like even like breakfast cereals and be like, oh my gosh, one day when we're fabulously wealthy, we will buy like Rice Krispies. And I remember just seeing like $50 worth of groceries, and it's like all we have for like this whole week. And then like the person next to us has like multiple gallons of milk at a time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like multiple gallons of milk at a
This is ridiculous.
Multiple gallons of milk? What are you, Jeff Bezos?
Zuckerbucks. I'm right, but it was just still kind of like psychologically hard for me to be like pregnant and like wanting to like make everything good in my like new little house, and then having to buy the like possibly spoiled chicken from Kroger, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Have a ton of kids. I mean, get married when you're too young, have more kids than you can afford.
Have as many kids as you
can. Oh, God, I was laughing for a second, and then it really does take a turn, though, when you think about it. You know, like, I mean, it's insane. And that's what I'm saying, like, I would slow it down on the kids if I were. You know, if you can't pay for the food, you know, of course there are resources, but I mean, my God, but the fact is we have to make a society where we don't have to make these choices. If you want kids, you should be able to have kids, in my opinion. But we're taking away all of the resources that those people
have more than
need.
have
Because of the guys like this. Because of guys like this, too. All these guys.
Babies.
Let's burn out more babies. I don't know who this woman is, but does she have children? Because babies cause burnout. I don't know if you know that. But having babies is actually tough work. Not just the physical act of having them, but then the raising of them is also difficult. I've heard... Have you met a mom before? Not all, but some of them get a little burned out from time to time, you know, as a result of their... Even ones who don't work, who are just taking care of the kids, can get burned out. It's ridiculous. And the fact is, like, if you're struggling because people from Turning Points and people in government who are put there by people from Turning Points are taking away your access to healthcare and food assistance and housing and whatever else, well, you're gonna get even more burnt out, most likely, while this weird woman covered in pearls smiles.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
A more helpful suggestion came from a family friend. Go on food stamps.
She was like, there's this thing called WIC, and there's this thing called CHIP, and there's this thing called SNAP, and like, it's really important that you not feel any shame about that, because it's for like poor pregnant young mothers. Like, this is who it's for.
They also got on Medicaid. Not sure that's part of the right's vision of the perfect 1950s trad life, but even some of the women at the Turning Point conference weren't buying that version.
They've just kind of been preaching like, always make a family, make a family, make a family, and it's just, I believe that women should have some sort of career field and stuff while also being able to have a family.
I would love to settle down. The issue is that...
Yeah, I mean, Republican solution is make a family, and if you get pregnant, you have to have that family. You can't make a choice at that point. Too late. No abortions. And then, hopefully, when your baby is born, you don't need healthcare or food assistance, and you've got some special boots that you can pull yourself up and your baby. Like, I guess it'd be like combination, like boots/booties, right? Like baby booties attached to human, normal adult-sized boots, right? Where you could like lift yourself up and your baby simultaneously by the bootstraps. That's basically the Republican vision for the future. Get more babies on the factory floor. Because of course, not all women have. Here's the other thing I would just want to remind everybody: all like the mouth breathing incels who want to make all women carry all babies to term, who claim they just love life and the nuclear family. Even women who start off with husbands sometimes wind up being single mothers. And not because they've divorced their husbands. No, because sometimes people die. Right? Sometimes people, that's just one of a number of scenarios here. But sometimes people die. Right? For instance, veterans. Sometimes, women who are married to veterans who go to war, soldiers die sometimes. Like the 13 soldiers who died in Iran over the last month. Some of them, I don't know very much about their family lives, but I'm assuming some of them had, wives at home, husbands at home. Sometimes people wind up as a result of a number of unforeseen circumstances alone. And with kids. All of a sudden, you don't have the resources to take care of these things. You shouldn't have to hit the lottery to just have a normal life. Or to have somebody make you bread. Now, you could solve these things without a wife, I would point out. Or a significant other, for that matter. Nope, if you're in Chicago, you could go to Lou Malnati's. Pick up a free deep dish.
And how about some free pizza? Lou Malnati's giving away slices this morning to celebrate the restaurant's 55th anniversary. 550 slices will be handed out starting at 11 a.m. at their restaurant at Michigan and Hubbard. Lou Malnati's first opened March 17th, 1971 out in Lincolnwood.
Now, I won't give my opinion on Chicago deep dish. But hey, if you're in Chicago and you're a fan of deep dish here, you had an opportunity to get yourself a free slice as a result of an anniversary. Now, that's not a solution, of course, to consistent source of foodstuffs, of course, but just saying. Just saying. All right, now, with spring here and the West Coast seeing a serious heat wave, people aren't hitting the pizza shop so much as they are the ice cream shop. Cron 4. Oh, whoopsies. Oopsies. Cron 4 Bay Area. With this frozen treat.
You are not funny.
All right, that's not
Cream shops in the South Bay seeing an uptick in business this week. The owner of Cauldron Ice Cream in San Jose says their shop's one of a few that injects liquid nitrogen into their ice cream when they make it fresh. He spoke about the challenges, though, of making ice cream during a heat wave.
We have to plan on making the batches more frequently and stretch the process a little bit and have slightly bigger batches than we would normally have on hand. So that way we can continue to make ice cream as the hot days go on and the customers come in. But we're always, to a certain extent, prepared because we can crank out the next batch for most flavors.
He says there's been a 30% increase in customers in the last few weeks.
Well, for the latest on the heat, the hot weather, To our website, cron4.com.
Oh yeah, some people are already seeing incredibly hot weather across the country. Ice cream is one of the tried and true solutions. Being too hot. Delicious and refreshing. Well, from pizza to ice cream businesses. Let's talk about the world of sales. Who other than Dan Toomey from Good Work on this Sunday Funday.
The gong. It is an ancient East Asian instrument that's used in meditation, religious ceremonies, but most importantly, salespeople celebrating a freshly closed dealio.
What now?
Holy Moses. But why has the gong taken such a place in modern sales dungeons? The gong dates back to the Han Dynasty in the 6th century, when the great emperor, aided from customer acquisition, demanded the creation of a big bangy thing to get the boys going. Soon after its creation, legend began to spread of this magical instrument that upon thwacking could immediately erect entire armies of khaki-legged sales boys. The gong has since been banged for many of the most consequential deals in history. At the Treaty of Tordesillas, a gong was bonged. At the Louisiana Purchase, a gong had been bunged. And at the sale of a 2004 Kia Sorento to the Hidalgo family in Deerfield Beach, Florida last week, there was gong. Anytime you buy anything anywhere, just know that somewhere, a gong was bonged. Similar to how anytime somebody is hired, HR must play an exhaustive sitar solo. Thus, the Golden Thwack Circle has traveled from the far reaches of East Asia to your open office plan in the greater Milwaukee area.
There you go, people. Little business update from Dan Toomey. Now you know why there are gongs all over your sales office. Imagine having a gong to flex on the internet. That's it's incredibly normal adult
You're
behavior.
a little
I don't
baby.
know what you're talking about. I don't know what
Adult
you're
baby.
talking about. Totally normal workplace behavior, okay? Okay. Now, honestly, I wasn't sure what to think about this next video. I put it in my watch later list for my Sunday Fun Day show, which you're all watching right now. I was thinking to myself, this is gonna be either hilarious or terrible. And I'm not sure what to think about this one. But while we're talking economics, people struggling to have normal life choices, weird sales creeps banging gongs on the internet. May as well talk about a man who's credited with much of modern economic thought. With Reuters from 3 days ago. Little Reuters podcast action. Talk about the perhaps the #1 economics man of history. The great, the one and only Adam Smith. That's right, the invisible hand guy. Perhaps it's his time to shine. Everybody's been complaining about late-stage economics. Oh, Reuters thinks maybe it's time for some Adam Smith.
Tax the rich, trash tariffs, end monopolies. These are the rallying cries of some of the most heated economic debates of the current day. But they could also come straight from the pen of Adam Smith. He's widely considered to be the father of economics, and his most famous work, The Wealth of Nations, celebrates its 250th birthday this month. So for this week's show, we thought we'd take you back, way back, to 1776, and take a look at Adam Smith and his work. How is it that he's hailed by some as the father of free market capitalism, and by others as an early progressive? And what can his criticism of income inequality and trade wars in the 18th century teach us about President Trump's trade tactics and the burgeoning billionaire class? Let's find out. I'm Carmel Crimmins, and this is Reuters Econ World. Every week we go deep on the economic principles and ideas driving the biggest news around the world. On this week's show, Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations. So to get into all things Adam Smith, I'm delighted today to be joined by Mark John, our European economics editor. Hey, Mark.
Hi, Carmel. How you doing?
I'm good. So, Mark, are you an Adam Smith fan? What's your take on him?
I'm quite intrigued by him, actually. I mean, I have to say that as a school child, I studied Adam a bit, as all UK school children that studied economics did. So I think going back to 16, 17 years old or so. Even then, I kind of vaguely remember stories about pin factories and how to make pins and so on, and his contributions on that. And before you ask, by the way, no, I haven't read cover to cover. You knew I was going to ask you that, wasn't I? I was going to say, as a 17-year-old, did you read The Wealth of Nations cover to cover? Yeah, I was going to ask you that. No, exactly. No, I didn't. So, I mean, subsequently, and of course, these days, there is a wealth of online resources that help us through to the most interesting bits, I guess, and help us to understand what he was talking about. So, am I a fan? We'll see. I think he has some ideas that still resonate today, but we're going to talk about what they are and in, I guess, the kind of context that we need to try and understand them. We sure will. I mean, I have to say, I was surprised to see that it's classified as the most read economics book, because, to try and read it cover to cover would be difficult. I have to confess, I tried. I bought myself a copy before this podcast, and I tried to give it a go. But man, some of those sentences, they're meandering. I mean, I don't think it would win any literary prizes. But now that I've panned him, let's get into Adam Smith, the man. So, who was he? Tell us a little bit about his backstory. Okay, so he was a Scottish thinker. He was part of the Scottish Enlightenment. So he was taking on board and helping to develop all of those ideas around progress. Certainly humanism comes into it. Certainly a sense that outcomes in life are not preordained. Very interested in the idea that things can be taken apart and analysed in a scientific way. He was a professor of moral philosophy. So I suppose there's even a debate as to whether he would have seen himself as an economist. But certainly moral philosophy and how this kind of study can be used for the betterment of society, for living better together.
You know, another way of saying that is he was a debate bro. A moral philosopher from from whatever it was, 1600 or something like that, 1700. He's just a debate bro, you know? He's a debate bro of old. They just didn't have that term back then. Moral philosopher.
Was, I think, one of the ways in which we can look at him and the way that he was approaching what he wanted to do with Wealth of Nations.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's kind of seen almost more as a sort of social psychologist, isn't he? Quite brilliant. I think went to university at the age of 14 and then went, that was in Glasgow, and then went down to Oxford, but he wasn't too impressed with the teaching in Oxford. I think he got an early taste of you know, the power of perverse incentives. I think his teachers were paid by endowment, not by student fees, so they didn't pay much attention to the student body. But however, The Wealth of Nations is his second major book. Interestingly, I was reading that he wrote it while living with his mum. But what were the main ideas from this book, from The Wealth of Nations?
Yeah, so it's basically an attack on the world that he was living in at that time and how it was run by the big colonial powers of the time, obviously among them Britain, but also the continental colonial powers, and how they were essentially vying with each other to hoard wealth, to restrict imports, to maximize their own exports, and essentially looking at the world in a kind of a zero-sum way. You know, my gain is your loss.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that this resulted in the kind of accumulation of power held by a small group of elite individuals, obviously, to the detriment of society as a whole. So for him, this was very much about attacking those things and looking to how, should we say, you know, resources, wealth could be better directed to the benefit of more people. So that's the kind of the guiding, so the motivation behind it. And within that, obviously, this is where we get to the idea of free trade, to make trade as free and fair and, should we say, as free of restrictions as possible.
There was also the division of labour and productivity. You mentioned right at the start about the pin factory, Mark, but Smith gave us this image of different workers and their different roles in creating different parts of these pins.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So if you look at division of labour, so that's the idea that if you break up a task into smaller tasks, then you get specialisation. People get better at what they're doing. And of course, it also creates a kind of an interdependence between them, which means that they are more likely to trade with each other. So that's...
Oh my God, I can't do it. I can't keep going through this totally fucking boring discussion. But as it turns out, I listened to this whole thing and I've not read The fucking Wealth of Nations. I have other sort of things to do, but it was fascinating because this guy basically suggested that in The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith says a bunch of stuff that's completely contradictory to what modern sort of like neo-cons and neoliberals claim that he said. Effectively, I think I might have to read it now, but basically this guy has gotten me on the path to reading Wealth of Nations because now I need to check. No, I feel like I need to check. Has it been a lie this whole time? Like, I've heard different Adam Smith quotes over the years, but I've never like sat there and read a fucking Wealth of Nations. Are you shitting me? But yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's possible that Republicans have just been lying this whole time. All these Keynesians have been sort of misinterpreting all this shit. Lovely Pariah, welcome, becoming a galactic member. New member, really. I feel like you've seen you with a membership before. Also gifting a membership as well to a Aztec Priest. Aztec Priest 6311. Thank you, lovely. Lovely of you, lovely Pariah. Well, while we're talking economics and all this other stuff, let's talk about the economics of streaming. News streaming.
What the hell does CNN think it's doing? So in this video, I'm going to go over their new Hello Fellow Kids streamer aesthetic that they have just introduced with at least a couple anchors, and how embarrassing this whole thing is, how they completely missed the point. I'll get into all of that. First, I came across this in my social feed, I thought it was a joke. I thought this person had done some AI mock-ups
Give me
of
a
what it would look
joke.
like to have Jake Tapper and Anderson Cooper in a streamer setup. But no, this is real. We'll get to the videos. This is real. You have Jake Tapper here now with the mic in front of his face. The posters in the background here sitting in his office. You have the wide shot with the two guests on the couch. This, like, his cables all back there. Like, you have $1 billion for a reason. It's so that you can utilize that. Like, if I think most people that do this kind of work on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, if we could afford and had the resources to have a staff and had a real broadcast setup, then we would do that. Here, you have all the money in the world, all the resources in the world, and you are regressing to an office setup where it just looks like a complete mess. I mean, he's got his shirts here, the cables there. This is just completely awkward. It looks like they're almost trying to do like a late night talk show setup out of his office. Very embarrassing stuff. Anderson Cooper here.
You should
Again,
be
the mic
ashamed
in
of
front of
yourself
his
for having
face.
that
This
thought.
is more of a normal background there, though, in terms of the broadcast setup in the background. But we'll get to. I got some comments to make about his whole thing because there's another layer to this. But it really gives off the "Hello, fellow kids" meme here because it's just it's
So
trying.
true. How do you do, fellow kids? Having fun on your wheelie boards?
They're trying to be something that they are not. So here is Jake Tapper introducing this, and even he seems a little bit non-committal to the whole thing.
So you're probably wondering what's going on, why we're in my office for the first hour of the lead today. So
Who the fuck designed this set? What is happening here? What is going on?
experiment. This is my actual desk where I do my actual work, not the desk in the studio. And we thought we would bring you into the space where me and my team do our actual journalism
This
and
is
plan the show
actual
every day. So here we are giving it a shot. You might.
This is Jake's actual office desk, and this is what it looks like at CNN. Are you kidding me? What a fucking weirdo. He has way too many bobbleheads. There's something wrong with somebody who has that many bobbleheads.
Also be wondering about the decor, the posters and the kerchiefs and such on my wall. Well, the theme is these are all losing presidential campaigns. And this hobby started 26 years ago after I covered my very first presidential campaign in the year 2000. Campaigning and hopping from bus to plane to bus to plane, I collected the lawn signs and posters of all the candidates I covered. And by the end of the election, I had a really great collection of, well, losers.
Being surrounded by a bunch of losers is probably a little too on the nose for this new setup, because I can't imagine this is going to continue. All of the reactions online so far are just laughing at how ridiculous.
No, seriously, it's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. Nobody asked for this, and they're getting, like, they don't understand. They genuinely don't understand why streamers are streaming from their living rooms and their their bedrooms. It's not because they want to, you know. If they had $1 billion, they had millions of dollars, they'd probably not do it from home. I mean, maybe some people would, you know, or maybe, you know, for instance, you'd build a compound like like a Tim Pool. But nobody asks for CNN to become Twitch or whatever it is. They're a boomer ass approximation of that. Nobody asked for that. Nobody wants that. I'm sorry. Well, I'm going to let David keep talking. I don't know why.
You have here a billion-dollar company regressing their tech to shoot into a office where it looks like a mess. There's cables everywhere. His shirts are hanging up. It's just a complete joke. And I'll get to Anderson Cooper in a second here, but it completely misses the whole point of setups like that. Like, I'm not doing this out of choice. I'm doing it because I'm not brought to you by Humera, BMW, and Liberty Mutual. Like, these people have actual advertisers. So you have all this money. You have a massive actual broadcast crew. You have studios. And what? They're just going to sit empty now for at least the first hour of your show because you want to try out this new setup to appeal to younger kids, as if what? Gen Z going to tune in to Jake Tapper on CNN? Like, I don't know what they're trying to do here. I should say, I know what they're trying to do, but I can't imagine they actually think this is going to bring in a younger audience, because it's not. That is not going to happen. If anything, you may just lose the audience you have, because now that they're viewing you as a...
Yeah, because let's be real. Like, what people want from things like from CNN is for them to do actual journalism, right? Is like for them to actually use all that money. Like, stop sitting around and having like chortling sessions or like these fucking round tables, garbage. Like nobody's asking for that. Like, I'm constantly, like, everybody knows how much I'm constantly complaining about like the Abby Phillips round tables and all these other, like, honestly, it's all the same. Like, I'm sick of it. Do actual journalism. Go on the ground. Talk to people. Get your fucking cameras out and get rolling. Like, what are you doing? Like, stop giving us all this editorial bullshit. Stop trying to give us entertainment nonsense, right? Like, it's annoying. You're not the Daily Show. Like honestly, the new, like, for instance, like that new CNN comedy, if you can call it that, thing with oh shit, what's his fucking name? Why can't I think of it right now? My brain just broke. You know what I'm talking about right now. Like, they're trying to like do this like weird panel show, like which is devoid of laughs and humor. It's maybe one of the most unbearable things I've ever seen, rather than doing regular journalism. Roy Wood Jr., I think? Is that his name? I can't think right now. This is Roy Wood, right? Prisla, thank you for the super chat. Oh, Space Lord, my Space Lord, how far are we on the goal? We're making fairly good progress on the galactic content goal. We're still woefully short on the financing of the galactic deficit. And in like 9 days, the galactic space station is going to fucking shut down.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So everybody, please consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Those all count towards the content goal. 2 goals, 1 dono. Make your money go further.
These silly people on CNN trying to play as news anchors. But I'll get to Anderson Cooper in a second here. But this is just, it's forced authenticity, which comes off as being even less authentic as the actual CNN setup. At least in that case, you are who you are. Like, you're a big company with lots of money. You're not hiding that. The appeal that streamers and podcasters and whatever YouTubers have is that we are actually ourselves. We tell you how we really feel. We tell you who we vote for. Like, there's layers to the authenticity that is more than just the CRT in the background and the shelf back there.
That's true. That's true. Independent content creators do provide a certain level of authenticity, different their CNNs. What do I provide, people? Awesomeness? Check. Well, while we're talking about the world of content creation and content creators, one woman has some advice for all of us right now. Because, of course, you know, with the internet and with all of this comes, to some degree, sometimes, people getting too involved, if you will. Perhaps, you know, putting it all on your sleeve when you should maybe leave something to be desired, I guess. You know, keep a few things private
I think
in life.
so much of what we do is about reflecting, like, our lives, and I find so many parallels often in my characters, and I think that's the beautiful thing, is at the end of the day, emotions are universal. Sadness, grief, loss, love, hope, these are all things that we all experience in our own way, sometimes just in different circumstances. So yeah, that's the beautiful part about what we get to do. I don't know. I think there's a balance between hiding and then also just like living your life and enjoying your life, and protecting things that are special to yourself. And I think everyone kind of has to do that in some way. You know, whether it's like whatever kind of job that you have, whatever kind of field that you're in, or if you're dealing with, you know, social media, whatever have you. Like, we all in some ways have to learn how to keep things for ourselves and pour into ourselves just as much as we pour into the world or our.
Yes, Zendaya. Some fantastic life advice. Life advice that I feel like I already to some degree live by. I'm heavily on social media, but I try and keep some things close to the vest. Wise words. All right, people, we are exactly 3 hours into the stream. Doing some math here. It looks like we are approximately 60% of the way through the goal. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that like button too. It all really helps out. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And right now we are in the, you know, final stretch here of the month. Galactic's deficit still only halfway completed. Gotta raise $250 on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Make sure we can pay the bills when the first of the month comes around here in April. Still got a hell of a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Hell of a lot. However, I'm afraid as a result of the war in Iran, I'm not going to be able to do as much content here as I might, or you might like, in terms of variety. Because I really do feel like we got to get to that here soon. I've been holding you all off, or holding off the internet, whatever, whoever, holding people off on this situation. But Iran, that situation just continues to balloon. What's blossom? Those are all the wrong words. Continues to just get worse and worse, devolve minute by minute. But it's Sunday Funday, so I'm trying my very best to at least give you all a little bit of non-Iran talk, a little bit of valuetainment in here, a little non-stressful news, a little, at least, slightly less terrible news than normal, I guess. You know how we normally try and do on Sunday Fundays. However, tonight, honestly, we're doing better than last Sunday Funday. Last Sunday Funday, we didn't have a Sunday Funday. Or did we? Or was it the week before? Well, it was like 2 weeks in a row we didn't do Sunday Funday, at least. We've been having very little fun lately. Frizla. Gifting memberships. Glutton for puns. WYCD Wicked. Ryan. I haven't seen Jake streaming much lately. Is it just me? Ryan with like 7 N's. The real Robert G, one of the Galactic mods. And Willie Wally Grace. No, wait. Willie Wallace Guy. Willie Wallace Guy. All getting Galactic membies from Frizla. Taking us from 6 of 10 to 9 of 10 on the Galactic content goal. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, that's weird. The letter hack hasn't been streaming either. What's up with that? Where'd these guys go? Okay. Couple quick environmental stories. And this next one's really just about one animal. One mammal. The great bison. The great American bison. It's getting a tribute for America's 250th birthday. Apparently, it's the national mammal. I don't know why humans aren't the national. Why aren't humans the national mammal? We do a lot of great stuff. What do bisons do exactly?
Bison are a specific North American story, right? It's a wonderful story of conservation working. It's a story of people seeing a need and getting behind that to conserve an animal that is specific to North America. These bison will have pride of placement. They are literally on the outside of the steps of the National Museum of Natural History. And they were commissioned by a client who wanted to donate them. It also happens to be our 250th anniversary birthday for our country. So it seems very appropriate that the museum and the client chose that we have our national mammal, the bison, to represent your first view of that museum as you.
There we go, people. The national mammal honored at the Earth Center here in Cali? Actually, I don't know where this is. I have no idea where. I don't think this is California. I think this is East Coast. This actually might be in DC. Sorry, Space Fams. I'm not perfect. I try my best. It is Washington. I was right. Cha-ching. I was right. Look at that. Washington, D.C. All right. Now to another display at the an Australian airport gift shop.
A what now?
Well, there you go. A possum making headlines, going viral for showing up at a gift shop next to a bunch of plushies of itself, essentially. Very strange. I just thought it was a cute story. I thought it was a cute story for a Sunday Funday. All right, let's go to space. Actually, yeah, screw it. It's space time. It's space time.
It's a long.
Let's go.
For 12 hours a day, Liu Xiaolu.
Please shut it. I'm in charge. I'm not doing that story. Gotta keep this thing moving. I was gonna talk Project Hail Mary, which is the new Ryan Gosling space feature. We'll skip that. We're gonna skip that. I think it's, I don't know if it's out yet, but maybe we'll talk about it after it comes out. I don't really care. Let's go to Ohio. Talk about space, where meteorite hunters are on the search for pieces of a massive 7-ton space rock.
What? I just found these two.
Oh wow, that's real pretty.
Oh,
man.
you can't mistake the flash. I was hunting a meteorite in Germany, the same exact as this, a Eucrite that hit a house. Didn't find anything, a couple of little crumbs. And so I saw this in London, and I about had a heart attack. I got home at midnight, and at 10 in the morning, I bought a ticket to come here and got on a plane at 3 p.m. There will be thousands and thousands of this size. And this is a fragile meteorite, it's a Eucrite, a chondrite. It tends to blow up into millions of pieces.
It's really cool when like even the meteorite people will get kind of excited. Mike Farmer was one of my kind of heroes when I first started. We spend billions, hundreds of millions of dollars sending spacecrafts out into outer space and astronauts to like return samples. This stuff just fell here 3 days ago, and as like a normal citizen, I can contribute to science. I've donated to institutions like the Arizona State University and a bunch of other institutions. And these things are time capsules that just give us so much valuable information. Their value to science is just unbelievable. And I like being a part of that. It's got crust that's microns thin.
There you go, Space Fams. A little bit of galactic news here for you on Earth. Great state of Ohio. Tiny fragments of a massive meteorite. All over the place, people looking for them. Find themselves a piece of piece of space for themselves. All right. Hold on. Let me see how I'm doing on time. I'm making a decision right now. Just gonna see how much we have here. So maybe I'm over or underestimating. I don't know. 20, 40. It's actually not bad. All right. Well, let's check this out real quick. Forbes breaking news from earlier on Sunday of a launch from Kazakhstan. Joint NASA Kazakh space mission.
Ignition.
This spacecraft is going to be resupplying the International Space Station.
And liftoff of the 94th Progress resupply vehicle en route with 2.7 tons of cargo to the International Space Station. Confirmation that all parameters are normal and the flight has begun as expected.
All right, people. Oh, we did U.S. news. We did a little bit of space news. Oh, unfortunately, before we leave space, we're going to have to go here to Novara Media from yesterday to talk about how Elon Musk...
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Space. That's right. That guy is already trying to colonize space. Let's talk about it.
Effectively be exclusive claim to. So already on its face, this is like, it's a big move, right? But what he's doing it for is also ostensibly orbital AI. And one thing that, Ben alluded to that we've noted in something we're working on as part of the rollout of the book is a kind of a classic Musk bait and switch, right? He kind of bundles this into a kind of nerdy engineering question, makes an allusion to mid-century science fiction, and then sends off all the financial press on a kind of wild goose chase trying to figure out if he can do what he's saying he's going to do. And meanwhile, the real story is maybe just something more direct and brutal in political economic terms, which is just claiming this orbital space and promising now more and more that Starlink satellites will be able to provide direct-to-consumer cellular connectivity and internet connectivity, possibly on something that was just debuted at the World Mobile Congress in Barcelona last week, the idea of what's called Starlink Mobile. So until now, Musk has always said that he has no interest in competing with the big telecommunications firms. He's made partnerships with the big cell providers rather than trying to displace them. But now it seems like more and more he's tiptoeing towards displacing them. Why does that matter? Well, it matters because if he, becomes something like the new T-Mobile, for example, or even develops something like a Grok phone or an X phone, then what he can do then is basically deliver content straight to users and consumers at what is called a zero rate. So, for example, T-Mobile allows people
Immediately,
to
if
access
not
YouTube
sooner.
without it increasing or hitting their data caps. You can easily imagine him doing something similar to what Facebook did with so-called Facebook Basics programs by saying, if you sign up for Starlink Mobile, you are able to use Grok, you're able to use X, you're able to use Grokopedia without affecting your data limits. And thus he's now created kind of a pipeline for his, warped ideological content straight to users and starts to crowd out the perspectives that would otherwise contest, his often wildly diluted claims. So this is the way we look at this push for orbital AI. It is maybe only superficially about this engineering question. That is obviously the necessary condition, but the end game is probably more about locking in, as he sees it, kind of legitimacy and consent through opening up channels of dispersing his message here on planet Earth.
Just before we go on with the rest of the episode, there's something I wanted to say again about the Jason Moore episode. In that, having 4 computers that were all doing the same thing, and then they would sort of take a majority vote on the outcome of a given process, because it was unlikely that 3 of them simultaneously would be flipped the same bits. But it's bad for computers to be in low Earth orbit, right? And so on the face of it, it seems sort of absurd. But I think you're probably right about this kind of broader land grab, maybe not the right word, but something like space grab, right? Like kind of I'm not sure exactly how to talk about it. But the picture you kind of painted there, that includes a telecommunications company, that includes the ability to launch satellites at significantly lower costs than the government, points to a kind of deep integration of Muskism. And I want to get onto your kind of characterization of Muskism in general, right? Because it is supposed to be not just the business ventures of Elon Musk, right? It's supposed to be something sort of more substantial than that in a way, right? It's supposed to be a sort of integrated production system. There's this amazing quote. I think it's by Brian Cantrell, I think it's his name. He's a programmer. It's about Larry Ellison. And the quote is something like, do not make the mistake of anthropomorphizing Larry Ellison, right? Like you don't think, you put your hand in your lawnmower and your lawnmower cuts your hand off, and you don't think, oh, the lawnmower hates me. No, the lawnmower is just going to cut your hand off, right? And then you should think about Larry Ellison basically the same way you think about your lawnmower, right? As a kind of like an automated system or a function. And so
don't think of Larry Ellison as a human being. Honestly, that checks out. That guy seems like a lizard person. All right, let's move on from all the space billionaires. Let's move on from the space billionaires to the Earth news. And at this point, just for time's sake, for my own personal sanity, we're gonna switch over. We are gonna switch over to Iran. I had a few other things I was gonna try and cover in Europe, and I'm sorry, Europe, for completely disregarding you tonight. But World War III is kind of important, kind of pressing. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of
US President Donald Trump, well, he's expressing frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, when Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries, and then do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
Well, joining us here in the studio in Doha is Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Good to have you with us. So what kind of message, Mohammed, does it send when we see Donald Trump there complaining that his allies don't want to help him on this point of the war, compared to the statements of...
Yes, what kind of message does it send? It sends a message of infantilism, I guess.
Of how great American power is that we were hearing on the first days of the war.
Yeah, I think someone's going to write a really interesting book about the Donald Trump war discourse. It's been a series of contradictions. I mean, just yesterday, he made multiple statements that contradicted themselves. At one point, he also said that maybe we shouldn't even be there, which is a remark that has gotten a lot of negative reaction, particularly online, on social media sites, even people sympathetic to the U.S. service people who died, who were killed, 13 of them. They're saying, well, if we didn't need to be there, then why are our people dead? What is the purpose of this war? And this comes in the context, Sammy, of 2 weeks now of contradictions and really a kind of a series of, you could say, miscommunication on the part of not just Donald Trump, but also Pete Hegseth and other officials. So it's really becoming a crisis now for the Trump administration.
A messaging crisis. On the other hand, Rasul, the messaging coming from the Iranian side is looking more confident, would you say? They're even mocking Donald Trump's statements and calls for help.
Look, for the Iranians, so now they believe that the time is on their side, and they believe that when the war is over, Iran is not going to be taken out of the regional security order, but rather it's going to be a dominant factor in the regional security order when it comes to the Gulf, when it comes to Strait of Hormuz, but even they are now talking about beyond that. So Iran's proxies or allies are also going to be at the table, and Americans and Israelis are going to come to the Iranian terms and accept not only to attack Iran again, but also to make sure that Iran's allies are also not being attacked, particularly Hezbollah, in the future. So the level of the confidence is that, but they're extremely cautious as well. A couple of reasons. First, they know that their military capacity have been significantly degraded, and also the internal strife is still possible. Just yesterday, Sami, in Sistan, Balochistan area, there has been a group attacking a police center and killing several police officers. And then in Khuzestan, in the Arab region, they have been a group of people arrested, being accused of preparing for armed attacks. And then days and nights, we know that IRGC is conducting the military operation in Western Iran, where the where Kurds mostly live. So Iran is having its own vulnerabilities
Issues
and definitely the internal fragility here.
One interesting point was, Professor Al-Masri, when Donald Trump was talking about the response from allies, he said some are on the way, they're on the way. Do we know who he's talking about? And on the way to do what?
Yeah, I mean, overwhelmingly, there's been rejection from the international community, and there isn't clear information to your question, or to answer your question. There isn't clear evidence that anyone is on the way. There are some reports that there are perhaps a handful of countries that may be willing to assist kind of indirectly by providing drones or
He mentioned
weapons.
minesweepers. Do we know if there's been widespread Iranian mining of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we've heard about Spanish and Chinese ships coming and going, right?
Yeah, I mean, the experts that I've been following are saying that it's unlikely that Iran has mined the strait. But I think the takeaway here is that Donald Trump did not calculate this endeavor very carefully. He expected one set of outcomes, and a different set of outcomes has actually greeted him. Yeah.
Donald Trump expected one set of outcomes, and a different set of outcomes has greeted him. Yeah. Story of the last 4 weeks. All right. Now, before we start trying to catch up on what's been happening, we're going to do a couple of discussions about surrounding the economics of all of this. Because there's a lot to consider when it comes to this situation. The oil crisis, as well, it's more than that. This Operation Epstein Fury is going to be causing problems for all sorts of different supply chains. Before we get to that, let's go to Zateo, where Mehdi Hassan had on Chris Van Hollen. That's weird. What? Did we just hear from Chris? Oh, that's right. He was on the Majority Report talking to Sam Cedar. I like Chris. I think he's one of the better senators. There's not a lot of great choices in the Senate, but he's
Benjamin Netanyahu's come out and said, I've dreamed of this war for 40 years.
In Donald Trump, he finally found somebody stupid enough and reckless enough to actually do it.
Israelis think it's fine to kill Americans in the West Bank, and they get away with it.
The government of Israel doesn't do a damn thing about it. What's even worse is that our own government is not doing a damn thing about it.
What happened to America First from this administration?
Huckabee, Ambassador Huckabee, should stop talking about how he's okay or fine with a greater Israel and start defending American citizens. And so should Rubio. They should do their goddamn jobs. They're not doing them.
Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, he says that when you attack AIPAC for lobbying on behalf of Israel, you are perpetuating anti-Semitism.
All he's doing is cheapening the effort to fight real anti-Semitism.
Is Benjamin Netanyahu dead? Since striking Iran in late February, the Trump administration has been lying to the American people about the rationale that drove them to the now all-out war in this region. Members of Congress have been complaining that they weren't briefed, they weren't given advice, they weren't given guidance. Senator Chris Van Hollen sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. He's been at a briefing today to hear more about the administration's ever-changing justifications and intel. And he joins me now to talk about Iran, and we'll talk about Palestine as well, Senator. But let's start with Iran. Thank you for joining me on the show.
Mehdi, great to be with you.
What is going on with the administration's ever-shifting rationales, the moving goalposts on why we are at war with Iran without a congressional resolution, without a debate in Congress, without a debate in public?
Well, they've been caught lying from the beginning. Of course, the big lie was when, candidate Donald Trump told the American people he would not drag us into another war in the Middle East. And of course, that's exactly what he's done. And then they've had these constantly shifting rationales. And the reason they have to keep shifting them is because when they say that one thing was their goal, like getting rid of Iran's nuclear capacity, they claimed, that turns out to be just not true, because we know that Iran did not have the capacity to have a nuclear weapon. And in fact, Donald Trump told the country last year that he'd wipe that out. And so you go down the line,
immediately, if
and
not sooner.
Each of their rationales, turns out to be empty. And then we're left with the idea that they want regime change. And we know from public reporting that the professional analysts in the American intelligence community concluded, if you get rid of the really top tier, you may just end up with even more radical individuals running Iran. And
yes, and it wouldn't seem that is absolutely the direction that it's heading in. It's not clear that the Trump administration thought any of this through. I'm not sure who was in charge of creating the concept of a plan that got us to where we are today, but it doesn't feel like it's going the way everybody thought it was going to go. That's just me, an outside observer. Just some guy. Been paying close attention to all of this as it unfolds. Oh boy, we're 3.5 hours into the stream, everybody. Just a reminder, people, we still got to complete the galactic content goal. Half an hour left to do it. I believe in us. Easiest way to do it, perhaps, would be Cash App or PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars would be Patreon. $3 a month gets you access to a whole lot of space benefits. All right, let's talk about the economy. Economy really, I mean, it basically includes everything. The global economic system, including food. And you may not know this, but a lot of fertilizers used in commercial agriculture are byproducts of oil production. And as a result of this crisis, fertilizer costs are going up dramatically, as well as access to fertilizer being dramatically curtailed for some farmers, which is almost certainly going to lead to problems for all of us in the future.
Hello everybody, I'm Rishad Salamat. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your weekly look at the world of business and economics. This week, it's not just oil. The Iran war is disrupting global supply chains. The effects are spreading far beyond the Middle East, threatening the flow of goods worldwide. Could the conflict reshape global trade, and at what cost? And the impact could be felt on dinner tables around the world. Disruptions to fuel and fertilizer supplies could push up farming and food prices. Could this conflict trigger the next global food shock? First came the energy shock. Now the Iran war is hitting something even more basic.
Just what we
food
need.
On your plate. With the Strait of Hormuz effectively blocked, shipping lines are
Food wasn't already expensive enough, right? Like, Donald Trump wasn't literally talking about egg prices during his fucking campaign in 2024.
Bookings, vessels are being rerouted and supply chains are under strain. The disruption is pushing up the costs of almost everything from factories to supermarket shelves thousands of miles away. The longer the Iran conflict continues, the greater the pressure on businesses and consumers worldwide. The United Nations warns rising food, oil and shipping costs could push an additional 45 million people into acute hunger, taking the global total above its record of 319 million. Could the Middle East conflict trigger the next global food shock, and who ultimately pays the price? Fintan Monahan reports.
Iran has been threatening shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping lane. And
yeah, news alert. You guess who pays the price when there's a food shortage? It's the poor. It starts with the poor and it goes upwards. The rich, the ultra rich, the Epstein class, the tech oligarchs, they're the last ones to notice.
disruption to global supply chains is being felt around the world. Some cargo from the Gulf is being rerouted by land. Hundreds of trucks have been backed up at many Middle East border crossings. But redrawing trade routes will cost time and money, and that expense will be passed on to the global economy and ultimately the consumer. Many sectors will face disruptions, but everywhere won't be affected equally.
The spike in global food and fuel costs could leave millions of families priced out of stable foods, particularly in import-dependent countries like Sub-Saharan Africa and Asia.
One of the biggest impacts may be on global food production. 1/3 of the seaborne fertilizer trade passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Gulf nations make several vital ingredients. The cost of two key inputs, urea and sulfur, are up more than 35% since the war began. Even the US, which is largely insulated from many of the trade disruptions, is preparing to subsidize its agricultural sector.
I have been in conversation with the Hill on that as they're looking at additional funds for our farmers. So at this point, everything is on the table. This president is convicted. He is resolute. He will stand with our farmers. He knows that his national security.
What is up with all these cowboy hat weirdos? If you're not on a farm, I feel like you shouldn't be wearing a cowboy hat. Like, if you're not actively on a farm, like, right now. Like, just stop. Just stop. Okay? You're at the White House. I don't know why you look like you're about to do a rodeo. It's like... To me, this is just dress up, right? Like, this is like dress up for like homophobes, you know? That's basically what it is. What costumes? Ballet? I don't do that. I wear stirrups. I wear stirrups and boots and a hat. Okay, I'm a man. This is what real men do. It's not a costume, okay? This is not a manhood costume.
And we're on it.
Right now, farmers are making long-term decisions on what to grow, based on the cost and availability of fertilizer. So, even if the crisis ends soon, the impact on food supplies will last much longer. African countries are among the most reliant on fertilizer imports by sea, and will likely be hit the hardest. Kenya, Somalia, and Tanzania all get more than a quarter of their supply from the Gulf. Sudan gets half. And in places like Gaza, where humanitarian emergencies have already pushed the population to its limits, disruptions to vital supplies of food...
Oh, Megastar with a sweet gifted sub over on Twitch. Thank you, Megastar. Clyde Drex, enjoy that sub. Megastar really can't allow people to not have subscriptions in the... She refuses to let people watch ads on the channel. It's a valiant cause. You also get access to a sweet 36 galactic emotes over there. It's quite a deal.
And medicine could mean the difference between life and death.
On the Straits of Hormuz, I'm really worried about food costs, energy costs, as you say, fertilizer costs. I'm worried that actually further escalation will damage other supply routes. All of this has a direct impact on our humanitarian supplies, including going to areas of key need in sub-Saharan Africa. But more broadly, it drives up the prices, and so it drives more people into greater need.
Transport is also going to be hit in regions reliant on Gulf crude oil. Europe, Africa, and Oceania may run short on jet fuel as reserves run dry. Some Southeast Asian nations could run critically short of petrol in less than 2 weeks. Manufacturing is also in jeopardy. Smelters in the Gulf produce millions of tons of aluminium each year, and helium is vital to the production of semiconductors. Gulf petrochemicals are also a key input for pharmaceutical factories in India and China. No one knows how long the Strait of Hormuz will be closed, or when trade flows will return to normal.
Yeah, Operation Epstein Fury is going to make everybody's everything more expensive.
Immediately, if not sooner.
By the way, you know what? I think... Honestly, screw it. It's close enough. It's close enough. I'm going to say that's it on the Galactic content. All right, confetti party time. Thank you to each and every one of you who contributed to the Galactic content goal tonight. Your contributions have helped ensure that we get all of stuff that I've got planned for us. Or at least to make sure that this show goes 8 hours. Could have ended. Could have ended in like 15 minutes from now. It didn't, thanks to all of you, Space Vamps, who contributed. Your super chats, your super stickers, your memberships and gifted memberships, your bits and your subs on Twitch, all of that helped us out. Unfortunately for me and the galactic bills, we still are making very slow progress in the galactic deficit. I think it's because everybody loves the sweet benefits on YouTube and Twitch, and I get that. If you're a lover of benefits, you could become a galactic patron, of course. Still gotta raise $25 a day to finance that galactic deficit, but regardless, we have, in fact, we've done it. Once again here tonight to ensure that we get another full show into the early morning hours. By my calculations, it'll be sometime around 6:15 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. Or possibly later. Now that we've completed the galactic content. That's right, I'm now bound to do an 8-hour stream. By law. All the glory and the epicness brought to you by space fans like you. And hey, if you didn't contribute, that's fine. I get it. You're watching the stream, you're hearing my voice right now. That also helps us out. You may not know it, but I do, and I appreciate you. Every time you watch an ad. Or even if you're on premium. Every time you like a stream, every time you engage with the chat, all that stuff, it's much appreciated. I know times is tough. Not everybody can contribute financially. I get that. All right, people, let's keep talking about the economy and how much this war is costing us, the United States, and the rest of the planet. That's right, confetti party coming to an end.
Here's my take. Beneath the daily headline of strikes and counterstrikes in the Middle East, we're witnessing something seismic. War is being utterly transformed. In the first week of Tehran's retaliation campaign, drones accounted for about 71% of recorded strikes on Gulf states, according to a CSIS analysis. The UAE alone reportedly faced 1,422 detected drones and 246 missiles in just 8 days. We could already glimpse many of these trends in Ukraine, but in Iran, the future of war has definitively come into view. Michael Horowitz of the Council on Foreign Relations says, "We are now in the era of precise mass in war." For decades, precision warfare meant a handful of Tomahawk missiles, stealth bombers, or fighter jets. Now it can mean a one-way drone built from commercial parts and launched in swarms. What used to require a great industrial nation's capacity can increasingly be assembled, adapted, and scaled by much smaller states. The economics of war are being turned upside down. A Shaheed-type drone often costs around $35,000. A Patriot interceptor costs about $4 million, which would buy over 100 drones. This is the new arithmetic of conflict. The attacker spends thousands, the defender spends millions. But the revolution is bigger than drones. It's really about a new military architecture.
It's a good one, Fareed. The defender, says Fareed. Who's the defender in this? Who's the defender in this particular? I mean, the way that he's framing it, the defender is the United States and Israel. Even though we're the aggressors, the ones who started the war. We're the defenders. Don't you see? Just defending ourselves. This war of aggression.
Autonomous systems, AI-assisted targeting, commercial satellite imagery, resilient communications, integrated sensors, and cyber tools all operating together. The aim is not merely to strike, it is to compress time, to find, decide, and hit faster than the enemy can move, hide, or recover. In an experiment last year, the Air Force said that machines generated recommendations in under 10 seconds and produced 30 times more options than human-only teams. The old model of military supremacy relied on exquisite systems, magnificent, costly, slow to produce, painful to lose. But they are no longer enough.
He's such a pervert.
The side that wins tomorrow's
Jesus
wars may not be the one
Christ.
with the...
I can't listen to this anymore. Ugh. Reed is such a military pervert. He talks about it in such a... it's the creepiest possible way. Dude needs help. Dude needs fucking help.
Don't be creepy.
Exquisite military technology, he says.
Oil prices
Jesus
looked set to rise
Christ.
further on Monday, having closed before the weekend at their highest levels in nearly 4 years. The climb comes after U.S. and Iranian threats to target energy facilities. The conflict has nearly paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, a conduit for nearly 1/5 of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas.
It's probably the most significant crisis since the Arab oil embargo in the 70s.
Dmitry Zhdanikov is an energy and commodities editor for Reuters in London.
The main problem for the markets is that Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of global oil is transiting. But it's more than this. On top of that, there have been extensive damage to oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Kuwait, in the UAE, and even if the Strait of Hormuz reopens tomorrow, it will take much longer to resume normal supplies. We had an interview with the head of Qatar Energy boss this week, and he said that...
Yeah, and here's the other thing. The food costs, to some degree, are already baked in. Not the transportation costs, but the food cost increases as it relates to the shortages on urea and sulfur, like they just said, two major fertilizers used by growers, farmers across the planet. Like, that's already baked in. It's I don't know if you've noticed, it's spring. It is spring right now. They're already buying fertilizer. They've already bought it. Or it's being sprayed on crops as we speak. And the prices went up as a result of all this.
Essentially, he may not be able to supply gas to his customers in Europe and Asia, to some of his customers in Europe and Asia, for 3 to 5 years. That tells you a little bit what's happening on a grand scheme of things.
On Friday, Brent futures for May settled up more than 3% at $112.19 a barrel, the highest since July 2022.
All right, now let's talk about some of the United States' allies. United Kingdom, the rest of Europe. Oh, yes. Will they be dragged into this war? Have they already, to some degree? Let's talk about it.
As the US-Israeli war with Iran continues, Britain faces a familiar question. How far should it go in supporting US military action in the Middle East? The country's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, says UK bases could be used if needed, but critics warn it would risk dragging Britain into another war. So what role should Britain be playing, and where should it draw the line with the United States? Well, joining me to discuss this is the former leader of the Labour Party and now a UK Member of Parliament for the recently created Your Party. Jeremy Corbyn, thank you for joining us on Upfront. Welcome.
It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you.
So Donald Trump has criticized Britain's refusal to join the US-Israel war on Iran. And he said, I quote, "I'm not happy about it." He went as far as criticizing the Prime Minister, saying, "We are not dealing with a Winston Churchill here." Trump wants the UK to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. What do you make of his demand and the UK's response?
I think that President Trump is being very demanding of Britain and not explaining what the strategy of the US is and not explaining what he wants Britain to do in this. By contrast, the Prime Minister has actually been quite confusing as well, because he at one time appeared to give some support to the US strategy in Iran, then said Britain would not be involved in offensive strikes against Iran, and then a few days later authorized the use of Royal Air Force bases in Britain for American Air Force planes to take off from to bomb Iran, and claiming this is only a defensive action. My view, and that of a lot of people in Britain, is that because of
Yes, that's a lot of flip-flopping. U-turning is, I believe, the Britishism. It's a lot of U-turns. Full circle. Multiple circles. So many U-turns.
Confusion, Keir Starmer has actually dragged us very close to the American position. By contrast, Spain has done the very opposite and said absolutely no use of any facilities in Spain to bomb Iran. And other European countries have said they're not prepared to join in this. So I do think there is a bit of a difference between most of the European countries and Britain. But this is awful. Thousands of people are being killed. Millions or billions of dollars is being spent on these weapons. And at the end of it, there will be devastation, there will be grief, and there will have to be some kind of settlement. Trump knows that. Everybody knows that. So why not get on with it?
Let's talk a little bit about the Prime Minister's concession that they...
I hate to say it, but I think some of it has to do with pride. Because Donald Trump wants to come out of this victorious in some way that he can conceive of, that he can sell to the base and his own ego. But Iran, I mean, the UK is back to letting the United States use bases for strikes, which makes the United Kingdom, at least according to Iran, involved in all of this. I think potentially according to international. Although I'm not an international legal expert. I try my best. Now, you know what war or what conflict the United Kingdom has played a role in militarily? The genocide in Gaza.
Illegal.
You know the one.
In England, we say that this country abides by international law, and yet we forget that there's a twist there.
The UK government claims that trainer aircraft components can still be exported to Israel because they cannot be for use in the current war on Gaza.
Britain's relationship with Israel is under increasing scrutiny.
The majority of people would like to see our country take a moral position and move forward.
I wasn't expecting assistance from the British government. They'd been very clear throughout the journey. No support vessels were sent.
We hear from those making the case that the UK government is complicit in alleged Israeli war crimes against the Palestinian people.
Illegal.
I stand in front of you today in the heaviest of hearts, after having stood witness to the genocide of my people for almost 700 days.
In the heart of London, a few steps from the Houses of Parliament, witnesses to the horror of Israel's war on Gaza are giving testimony.
Today, our mission is to bring an inevitable reckoning with the truth a step closer. To bring the public closer to collectively perceiving and conceiving of the reality of this genocide and the role of the British state in perpetrating it.
It is our job.
They're addressing the Gaza tribunal created by Jeremy Corbyn, a British member of Parliament, to examine the UK's role in alleged war crimes committed against the Palestinian people.
Words cannot begin to describe how all of us feel when we witness what is going on in Gaza. It is our job as members of Parliament, it's our job as citizens to hold our governments to account.
Over 2 days, more than 30 people, including human rights lawyers, aid workers, journalists, and doctors, will bear witness.
I've just recently returned from my third trip to Gaza since October the 7th, 2023. I've been to Gaza many times over 15 years. I am going to talk about some of my experiences and daily witnessing of what seems clear to me to be genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Dr. Shad Hamouri, a Palestinian lawyer, and Israeli professor Neve Gordon are sitting on the panel alongside Jeremy Corbyn.
I was diagnosed with severe malnutrition, and then my health deteriorated. Then I had to make a choice. I had to take a very agonizing decision, which was to leave the Gaza Strip.
I think everybody here knows just how complicit the United Kingdom has been in Israel's genocide of Palestinians, helping with aerial support last 2.5 years. Now, let's talk about Europe. Wait. I almost forgot. I have one more bonus vid for the United Kingdom. We talk about broader Europe. Here's a question for the Brits.
Iran is being
Can
accused of attempting
Iran strike the United Kingdom?
So overnight, Donald Trump has taken to Truth Social with ultimatum to Iran.
And there's a second big story this morning too that will have been staring out at you on the front of some of your newspaper headlines that's been reported across the internet as well. The Israeli military has said on the record that the Diego Garcia attempted missile strikes by Iran shows that Iranian missiles could strike Europe, London, Paris, or Berlin. Is that true? We will try to have a calm conversation about that on this episode of Newscast. Hello, it's Laura in the studio.
Hello, it's Paddy in the studio.
And hello, it's Henry at home.
So happy that you said Henry at home, not Henry Z, because I heard you say yesterday on the radio Henry Z, and I thought that was cool too, Paddy OC.
Yes, because Henry was hosting the Today programme. That's the sort of company we're mixing.
I know, and I was clucking like a proud auntie as I listened to it. Anyway, we digress.
Well, we don't really. Henry, were you pleased to host breakfast radio?
It was a great privilege, and the highlight, of course, was talking to you, Paddy. Although Z rather than Z is an Americanism.
Yes, I bet I probably
I didn't feel like I should upbraid you on air yesterday, but we can do it now.
Yes.
Oh, the humor over here in Britain. Oh, God. BBC.
interesting weekend.
It's out of
Henry,
control.
it's another dilemma for the UK government now because
It's hilarious because he said Z instead of Z. Oh, God.
You are not funny.
That's funny.
Because of this claim that by the IDF that missiles can target Europe, including London.
Yeah, and Laura got the government's response in her programme, came from Steve Reed, the community secretary, housing secretary. He said, I am not aware of any assessment at all that they are even trying to target Europe, let alone that they could if they tried. Now, that is him essentially saying, no, we don't agree with what Israel has said. But I do think it's quite a careful formulation. He says he's not aware of any assessment that. So they're not saying there's absolutely no chance Iran could strike Europe. There's absolutely no chance Iran could strike the UK. They're saying they don't have evidence that Iran could. But given that a lot of people seem to have been quite taken aback by Iran's capability to target Diego Garcia in the past few days, you do wonder whether some of those assessments might have to be revised.
And the point here is that Diego Garcia is just shy of 4,000 kilometres away from Iran. London and the UK is just shy of 5,000 kilometres away from Iran. The attacks, which we now understand were on Thursday, give the implication that the Iranians might be able to fire missiles much further than most of the world previously thought. So as you say, Henry, maybe those assessments inside government will be shifting now. But it was interesting with Steve Reed. I felt he was really reluctant, actually, to give a clear answer on this, which kind of implies that maybe there's quite a lot of uncertainty around this, because if a UK minister was absolutely sure that this could never happen, in order to reassure the public, you might imagine, from a, use the nauseating phrase, a comms point of view, that he might have come out straight away and said that very, very clearly. I'm not saying that to alarm people at all. I'm just trying to highlight the sort of fog of all of this. You know, the government is also trying to grapple with a complicated, fast-moving picture where they don't have all the facts either.
Are you saying that it is not true that Iran could hit European capitals, Paris, Berlin, London?
I'm not aware of any assessment at all that they are even trying to target Europe, let alone that they could if they tried.
I think it's just worth us reflecting that the UK government does not really know what Donald Trump is going to do next. When we talk...
But yeah, I mean, that's actually, from everything I understand about this, everything I understand about Iran's capabilities, UK is outside of their striking capabilities. However, there are other countries, say in the European Union, not as lucky as the United Kingdom. Geographically speaking.
Iran is being accused of attempting to carry out its longest-range missile attack to date, targeting Diego Garcia, a joint US-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Iran has denied responsibility, and it's still unclear where the strikes originated. The island is located about 4,000 kilometers from Iran. The UK says the attack was unsuccessful, but it's raising questions of how far Iran's missiles can reach. If Iran is trying to strike targets so far away, could it also have the capability to hit sites as far away as Western Europe and beyond? The US has several military assets that could fall within...
Well, that's quite a circle right there. Good God. Yeah, Spain, France, Italy, Greece, all the Baltic, basically all of Europe. All of Europe, Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, China, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. I mean, obviously the whole Middle East. And parts of East Africa. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Is that 4,000 kilometers? Is that exact?
It's science.
And beyond. The US has several military assets that could fall within that potential range, including arguably the most crucial, the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, a key NATO installation. Iran has several weapons within its arsenal with a longer range. That includes the Khorramshahr and Sejil ballistic missiles, along with the Sumo cruise missile with an estimated range of between 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Destroying Iran's ballistic missile capabilities is a shared goal between the US and Israel. But it's difficult to determine how much of its capacity has been degraded since the war began.
Ruben Clips does a great service to this program by, making it possible for us to just flagging when Dave Rubin says something stupid. Now, and also being judicious in it, because they could just, show the whole show.
Yeah. Have a random clip just uploaded.
I just want to make it clear. This was in the past. We'll get more specific in a minute, but Dave Rubin tried his hand at predicting where this war with Iran was going to go. And let's see if he gets it right, because according to Dave Rubin, he's pretty good at predicting things.
After Iranian small boats. So allow me to make a prediction here, and my prediction stuff, I'm not polymarket, I'm not Kalshi, but I'm pretty good at predictions. And my prediction here is that everything that the media is now going to say about Iran's going to close the Strait of Hormuz and energy prices are going to go crazy and all these, none of this is going to come to pass. That isn't to say there won't be a little bumps here and there in the market, and it's not to say one random thing, bad thing might happen to a ship or something like that. But Iran has basically, their military has basically been decimated. So they can keep doing PR stunts and having the second general of the 4th Command of the 3rd Wing of the Iranian Army show up on MSNBC. They can
Hold on for a second. Wait, I want to see what the what? The first of the wing of the Iranian Army? Okay.
What the fuck is going on? The 3rd Wing of the Iranian Army show up on MSNBC. They can do that and make his threats and say, we're going to let things through if we like you and not if we don't. But it just is utterly irrelevant. We are the sheriff. And I know a certain amount of people don't like that. They don't really like America. They don't like American power. They don't like when we exert American power. And tough, I would say. By the way, they're giving me some numbers right now. So in terms of missiles that have been going out of Iran, in the opening days of the war, there were about 300 to 400 missiles going out, mostly going to Israel, but going to all over there are these 13 nations, as I've mentioned. Then a few days after the original salvo, it went down to 50 to 100. By week 2, it was 30 to 50. Now it's 5 to 20. And they, as I said earlier, they have no more ballistic missiles. So they can shoot all sorts of different things, but it's the ballistic missiles that are the problem. It's a 95% decline in 2 weeks. So again, for all of the yapping people that are screaming about Donald Trump got us into war, Donald Trump said he was going to stop the forever wars, and that's what he's doing right now. We're 2 weeks into a war.
We're stopping the forever wars by starting a shorter war. I just want to make something clear. Dave Rubin made that prediction 3 days ago, as far as we can tell. Is that right?
March 17th.
March 17th.
This was streamed 3 days ago, so unless he recorded this earlier and then uploaded it like weeks later.
Is he not aware of where oil prices are? He says he doesn't think that oil prices are going to go up or they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They have. Yeah. They had then.
It had already happened.
More. He must mean more. They're not going to go up more from nearly, not quite historic levels, but basically the highest, second highest prices in the 21st century. He's like, but they won't go higher than that. Oh, what a great, wow. Yeah, what a bold call.
I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction.
This is like, did you ever see The Sting? It's it's like, yes. And the way they front ran the horse race by getting, or the horse race happened, and then they it's like a second before they knew what the outcome was, so that people could go and bet. I've never seen anybody make a prediction after the fact. That's right. And get it wrong.
Dave's a special kind of stupid. Goes back in time to get it wrong. Space is fake 000. over on the vertical chat. How dare you? Space is fake. Incredibly rude. I'm offended by your name. Alright, let's go from talking about Dave to some of the other right-wing weirdos on the internet and how they're handling all of this stuff.
Brian Kilmeade on Fox News talking about the Iran war. NATO is all of a sudden consolidating and saying we're on board. We have Japan saying, how can I help? Viewers might misunderstand and think Takaichi has agreed to send Japanese naval forces.
So, Brian, good to see you. Lying
as a point, journalist empty.
Yes.
I'm hoping to fill it up today.
But I have a question for you. The approval rating, 100% among MAGA, Trump.
Bro, JD Pandan gonna unite the Koreas, brother. One Korea. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I never thought I would see the day, bro. I swear to God. JD Pon, mother Dom, baby. Put some respect on it. He is the great Maoist hero, accelerating America's collapse, allowing American imperialism to take blow after blow. Unbelievable, dude.
This war is not Donald Trump. He lied to us. He betrayed us. And then you look at the polls, it's between 86, and I've never seen this, Harold. We just have 100% polls. So you have an NBC poll with CNN's reporting, and still people are saying, I don't believe it. Okay, let's say it's 85%. So he's pretty secure in what he's doing.
Let's not say it's 85%. Let's say it's 100%. Because here's what I think is going on with this poll. All right? We talked about this poll earlier. Like, here's what I think it is. I think everybody in MAGA approves of everything Donald Trump does because it's a cult. And it's a cult that continues to lose members, right? But those members don't appear in the statistic. Because you're only asking cult members. You're only asking people who still continue after everything they've seen over the last year to identify as MAGA. So you're asking a smaller and smaller group of people as Donald Trump's approval rating goes further and further into the fucking toilet. You're selecting. You're self-selecting.
You know, we can't have a country with these motherfuckers. Man, it's just like, I don't know. Do we have an America to send them to? Is there a place that we can do the same thing to them? You know how the Cubans that were like, I hate equality.
Hey, bro, you know Peanut? The Mr. Peanut? I just realized Mr. Peanut sells peanuts. That's horrifying. Mr. Peanut is a peanut who sells peanuts, dooming billions of peanuts over the years to their deaths. That's horrifying. That's the only peanut that
I'm out. I can't participate in slave-like conditions. Like, I can't have ownership over sugar plantations. I'm out of here. I'm going to America. Like, where do we send these motherfuckers to? Because America is the place we send them to, right? Historically. Argentina, maybe? Yeah, Nazi style. Just ship MAGA to Argentina, bro. Let Javier Milei sort it out. Yeah, banish them to Argentina. Obviously, Australia. I don't want to do that to Australia. I mean, they're cucks, but they don't deserve that. Literally, alternative reality. They're saying most Trump supporters don't think Trump lied, even though he literally objectively lied. There's just a cult poll at that point. Who gives a what they think? Excuse me, Trump would never lie. And if he did lie, it was for good reason. And he's incapable of lying because everything he says turns into truth. I love him. I was thinking about this. It's like, there is obviously a very clear cult that's taken shape in American politics, right? And I've been thinking about this quite a bit, where I'm like, this kind of cultish attitude is necessary if you're going to build a popular base as well. You need loyal soldiers. Why can't they be a cult for communism? Just
China. China. The communists have to have my China.
Okay, let's keep this stream going. Burnt Peanut. No, I don't know who Burnt Peanut is. Just the regular peanut. Peanut butter. Peanut brittle.
All right, y'all. Happy Saturday, guys.
think the only one who knows what this peanut is, or can anybody else here identify this peanut we're talking about? Burnt peanut. Is this somebody I should know? Is that the guy who shocked his dog with a shock collar? Oh, good. We've got one of those. We've got one of you here. Good, Cap for life. Glad to have you. Hassan didn't shock his dog with a shock collar. You've been lied to. It's not clear whether you're just gullible or prone, sort of primed, because you hate Hassan. Kyle Kalinske next up. Secular talk from yesterday with some updates.
All right, y'all. Happy Saturday. Got a whole bunch of breaking news here for you that I wanted to get through. So, yesterday, Trump kept going back and forth on the war. So at 5:30 a.m., he said he's considering invading Karg Island. Now, from what we know, there are plans in motion to do exactly that. We have troops on the way there right now, okay? But then at 2:30 in the afternoon, he said more detailed plans to invade Iran, more troops and ships are on the way. So it seems like, okay, we're going to do the war, we're going to double down, we're going to do boots on the ground, all illegally, by the way. Then at 3:43, he says, I don't want to do a ceasefire with Iran. And then at 5:13, he says, I'm considering winding down, and we've, like, met most of our goals. So this is, like, classic Trump. What I think is going on here is an attempt to manipulate the market. And we've seen this at least 5 or 6 times from him, where he'll say something knowing it'll move the market in a certain way, and then behind the scenes, him and all of his regime thugs will have bets to basically, to do puts and calls and all sorts of, financial moves to profit based off the reaction of the market, which of course is very predictable given what he's saying. Right? So I have no doubt that that's what's going on there. It also appears to be a classic, one of those Trump head fake things where he goes, well, what if I tell them I'm going to be done with the war and then I do the opposite? Like, he thinks somehow people haven't caught on to this when he's literally done it like at least 7 different times, where he promises like negotiations and diplomacy and then murder somebody. That's what he did with Qasem Soleimani in particular, among others. So you have that going on. That, of course, is horrendous. We also have Trump was interviewed, I believe, on his way into the White House. And he said, and I quote, CNN came out with a poll today. I'm at 100% right now. I'm at 100%.
100%. It's perfect. America loves it.
Fuck yeah!
You're fucking deranged lunatic running the country. It's not great. It's not great. All right, people. Let's get to the update from the last 24 hours. It's been a full 24 hours-ish. Slightly less since we last talked about Iran. Now it's time for us to truly get into it. Last 24. Starting here. With Defense Minister Katz of Israel saying this.
השבוע עוצמת התקיפות שיבצעו
This week, the intensity of the attacks of the IDF and the U.S. military will carry out against the Iranian terrorist regime and against the infrastructures on which it relies will increase significantly, and the campaign led by U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will continue. There we go. They're going to step up attacks. Oh my god, we got a full MAGA cultist in the chat. At least it ain't Biden, bro. At least it ain't Biden, bro. Oh my god, you have no scruples at all. You need help. You need help, sir. You truly do. So if Biden does it, it's bad, but if Trump does it, it's good. Like, you have no ideology or moral fiber. You need help. Just think about it for a second. Like, were you the sort of person who was complaining about the laptop from hell? Burisma? Hunter Biden? Was any of that, was that something that you've talked about in the past? Or had any interest in? And now you're fine with Trump doing it. As long as it's not Biden doing the corruption, I'm fine. Biden, a couple $1,000. Trump, billions of dollars. As long as it's not Biden, you are a cultist. You need literal mental help. Like, seek professional help. I'm the help. Oh, fantastic. Great. There's no way I'm getting paid enough for that. All right, Al Jazeera English next. Here from yesterday. More from the president.
Intelligent person running the United States of America.
It's a busy day in the Middle East, as it always is, and we have Donald Trump in the last hour posting on his Truth social media platform saying that he is ahead of schedule. And this comes just 24 hours or so after he said that he was well ahead of schedule and could possibly end the war, but he wasn't going to offer a deal just yet. Well, joining me live now here in Washington is Sina Azori, who's the Director of Middle East Studies at George Washington University here in Washington. Sina, has the US government managed to achieve its goals? Do we know what its goals are?
We don't know what those...
Nah, you're just the guy who complained about the fictitious programs that didn't exist. Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's rough. It's a rough time for you. And for all of us. Corruption's fine. As long as things that aren't happening don't happen. As long as we don't not give illegals $10,000. Human beings... As long as we don't help them. I love this guy. $10,000. We're just handing people. We're just saying, here, come over the border, and here's $10,000. Everybody is getting it. Just handing it out. Joe Biden just dancing at the border with money guns. 10 grand for you and for you. He's like Oprah. You get a car, and you get a car.
According to what the government administration has been saying, and look at the objectives, I don't believe that the U.S. has been able to achieve them.
I'm cool with Gavin Newsom, huh? No, I think Gavin Newsom is fucking trash. I think he's a neo-centrist piece of garbage. Okay? That's what I think. I'm to the left of Gavin Newsom. If it's not clear to you, I'm to the left of. I think he is trash, because he's basically a diet Republican. Okay, that's where I'm at.
Let us go back to what Donald Trump was saying, that he demanded unconditional surrender from Iranians, but we've seen the opposite happening, and Iranians have steadily escalated. We just saw what happened. The missile that Iranians launched against the city where the nuclear reactor is, Dimona. So Iranians have clearly not surrendered. They've been escalating. And I believe that the president is losing the control of this war.
First of all, let me ask you about what Donald Trump has said, because he says we've destroyed their Air Force and they have aerial superiority over Iran. They've attacked the places where they were building ballistic missiles, and that seems to be the case as well.
Thanks for the resub, Soul Life.
Navy is
Appreciate
largely at the bottom of the sea. These are pretty big goals in such a short period of time. He seems to be, as he says, ahead of schedule.
He is ahead of schedule in terms of destroying Iranian Air Force, Iranian Navy, but Iran is not fighting with those. The ballistic missile program has been quite active. It's been well dispersed around the country. And the administration claims that 77% of Iran's ballistic missile arsenal has been destroyed. But there is 23% that is still launching, and it's launching quite effectively against the Israelis, against the region. Qatar, UAE, everybody in the region, unfortunately, has been suffering. This is why I'm saying that the U.S. is not winning the war. For Iran, as long as they don't lose or do not give a decisive victory to the Americans, they can claim victory. But the
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This guy is unhinged in vertical chat. I'm glad we agree on not being in this war, though. I'm glad we can agree on something. That's exciting. What was World War I about? Wow. Really? Really want to Archduke Ferdinand this fucking thing right now? We are not rehashing fucking all of history to talk about the Iranian war right now. Okay, pal? That's not what we're here for. That is not what we're here for. Trying to keep up on current events.
As the conflict enters its fourth week, attacks have continued around the region, including in Iran.
What do you mean you can't see the vertical, Soul? What does that mean? Everyone else can see it. Literally everyone else can. Literally everyone else can see it. Already thousands of people have already seen it. I don't know
as
what
the conflict
your problem
enters
is.
its fourth week, attacks have continued around the region, including in Iran and Israel. Our world news correspondent Joe Inwood has our first report.
This does not feel like a war that's de-escalating.
Whoa!
This afternoon, the Israeli town believed to host their nuclear arsenal was hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. Retaliation, Tehran said.
Right, you keep asking me what the hell I am. I'm not a burrito. I'm not a banana. I'm not a joint. Okay? I'm a man. I'm a spaceman. I'm a space knight. Okay? Take off the tinfoil hat. Take off the glasses. Space knight. Okay, pal? Write that down for later. So you
A
don't
strike
forget.
on one of their nuclear facilities. It was not the only attack that expanded the scope of this war.
Oh, right, you're on the vertical. You can't even fucking see me right now. Here. Here. See? Look. You motherfucker.
Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles at the UK-US base on Diego Garcia, around 2,400 miles from the Iranian coast. Although neither hit their target, it is far further than their missiles were thought to be able to reach.
We've seen the latest in Iran's reckless strikes aiming at Gulf partners, at international shipping, at allies and British interests as well. And that is why we have continued to support defensive action.
There had been some speculation as to whether the missiles could have reached that far.
Defensive action.
The Israelis say
We're supporting
the threat
defensive action. Nothing about what the United States and Israel is doing is defensive. So how can because in that, I mean, based upon that, what can you actually? So you can support nothing of any of these because it's all offensive. Because we started it. Iran was just sitting there minding their own fucking business, not killing American troops, not bombing the Gulf. That was 3.5 weeks ago now, I guess.
Iran launched a 2-stage intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 2,500 miles towards an American target on the island of Diego Garcia. These missiles were not intended to hit Israel. Their range reaches the capitals of Europe.
The full scale and capacity of Iran's ballistic missile program has long been the subject of debate. Today, some of those questions have been answered.
It shows that the radius of action Iran has is much bigger than people thought. It brings potentially European cities into target range, unlikely as I think that is at the moment. And it certainly complicates the job of missile defense across that area and focuses the thinking of European capitals. It also shows that Iran is able still to surprise the US and Israel, I think, 3 weeks into this conflict.
While the missile threat may cause the most alarm, it is the war's economic cost that is more significant. That comes primarily from the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Today, the US said they destroyed a key Iranian base.
We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements.
Yeah. This whole thing is just developing into a fucking clusterfuck of epic proportions. It's costing us $1 billion a day here in the United States. It's been like what, like one American soldier every couple of days or something like that. At least that's what we know about. Whatever the U.S. military has deemed acceptable to tell us about so far. There's already been reports that they may be obfuscating the actual numbers. Now, last night around this time, Iran launched an attack on Israel's top secret nuclear facility. They've always denied having
Hello, I'm Lucy Gray. It's day 23 of the US-Israel war with Iran, and over the next 10 or so minutes, we're bringing you our special program. Let's start with some of the day's main developments. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu calls on world leaders to join the war during a visit to an Israeli town struck by an Iranian missile. Israel's military claims that Iran's long-range missiles pose a threat to Europe. President Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's energy sites if Tehran doesn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. But Iran says it will irreversibly destroy US-linked energy sites across the Middle East if its power plants are targeted. Right, let's bring you up to date with what we know. Israel is still reeling after missile strikes from Iran. Emergency services say more than 160 people have been injured in the southern Israeli towns of Dimona and Arad. It appears that the target of the Iranian attack was a nuclear facility 13 kilometers away from Dimona. Our correspondent Sebastian Usher has been to the site of the strike.
Beneath me here is the crater that was left by the direct hit that the Iranian missile made. It had a 200-meter blast range, so you can see the buildings, one brought down there, there's a kindergarten over there. These apartment buildings here stripped bare the facades by the force of the impact. Over here, you'll see another building that's been brought down. Essentially, this is major devastation near the nuclear facility of Dimona. That is why this area is being targeted, but it's civilians who are bearing the brunt of this. A number of casualties, huge damage, and a major physical, visible reminder of what the Iranian threat still means.
And what this really is in a way, it's a mirror. It's something of a reciprocal situation that we've all been witnessing for the last 2.5 years. Israel's been ignoring international law, murdering civilians, collective punishment, war crimes, civilian sites, all these other things over and over and over again. And now we're seeing what it means when you get in a war with somebody who can actually fight back, and they too don't give a shit about international law. I believe it's referred to as consequences.
Leaders have been brought into this conflict, with the Israeli military claiming Iran has missiles that can reach London, Paris or Berlin. You've been asking online, how far is the UK from Iran, and can Iran's missiles reach the UK? Let's look at some of that now. Iran has the most diverse arsenal of missiles in the Middle East. They're mostly short and medium range, designed to target other parts of the region, but they also have longer range ballistic missiles. Before the war started, the furthest they were believed to reach was just over 1,200 miles. That's about 2,000 kilometers. But after the attempt on Diego Garcia, Israel claimed that they can travel twice that far, potentially threatening parts of Europe. But the risk to London and the rest of the UK was all but dismissed by the British government.
Are you saying that it is not true that Iran could hit European capitals, Paris, Berlin, London?
I'm not aware of any assessment at all that they are even trying to target Europe, let alone that they could if they tried.
Is here with me, and the UK is being drawn more and more into this war, isn't it?
Certainly that is the danger, Lucy, that UK government ministers are nervous about, and I think they're trying hard to guard against. And certainly those 2 missiles fired from Iran towards Diego Garcia, the UK-US military base in the Indian Ocean, is evidence that even though Keir Starmer argues that the UK's role is purely defensive, Iran has not interpreted it in that way. One interesting development in the last hour or so was the reposting by Donald Trump of a video, a comedy sketch from the Saturday Night Live UK programme last night, in which Keir Starmer is depicted as being scared of having a call with Donald Trump. I've asked Downing Street about that, and they have not commented, though I'm sure they would argue, Lucy, that Donald Trump is not, Keir Starmer is not scared of Donald Trump because, of course, he said no to UK bases.
He's not scared of Donald Trump. Prove it. Prove Keir Starmer is not scared. He's been running around sniffing Donald Trump's farts for the last year. Are you kidding me? Prove it. Prove it. That guy's been acting so fucking obsequious around Donald Trump like every goddamn time. He's so scared of saying anything. Anything that would cause Donald Trump to lash out and scuttle the one and only thing he can point to that he's achieved with Donald Trump, which was to get the lowest tariff rate of all the countries during the trade war. Of course, the trade war that is probably coming to an end and is going to be completely meaningless
immediately,
in the near
if
future.
not sooner.
Let's keep going. Talking about this particular situation, that being the nuclear site. Wait, this is the wrong one. Did we just watch? Hold on. We just watched this
Israel
one?
and the United States.
Or is this the one that we just watched?
48 hours,
I meant to
but
skip to
Iran
this.
says
That's
the
what
Strait of Hormuz will
There
be
we go.
completely closed if the US targets the country's energy infrastructure. The waterway is vital for global oil shipping, but boats passing through it have been targeted by the Iranian regime, causing global oil prices to rise. Well, let's go live to Washington now and speak to our North America correspondent, Simi Jola Osho. So, Simi, just
Did Iran deny this attack? Which attack? The one on the nuclear site or the one on Diego Garcia?
explain why President Trump has been making this ultimatum.
Well, the Strait of Hormuz is a central pressure point for President Trump. It's made it difficult for him to end this conflict on his own terms. It's exposed fractures between him and his allies. And it's a strategic choke point because the reality is a spike in Hormuz affects a fuel station here in Washington as much as it does one in Tokyo. So if Iran doesn't fully open the strait by the end of Monday, President Trump could, one, do nothing. Two, he could end this conflict. He could declare a victory.
So
He's already said the US is close to meeting its latest objectives in this war, basically.
Really, anything's on the table. Trump could do nothing. He could do literally anything. That's the world we live in, where we have a completely unhinged, sundowning, lunatic, idiot, billionaire who has access to the nuclear football and command of the entire American military, making completely irrational and erratic decisions on a whim, which nobody seemingly has any say on, right? Like, Congress is completely abdicated. At least Republicans have. If it's fine, Trump, no, do whatever, wage war. We don't need to, we got nothing to say about that.
Degrading Iran's...
So brave, Congress. Doing their jobs.
And nuclear capabilities. He didn't mention regime change. He didn't mention loosening Iran's grip over the strait. Or he could choose to escalate the war, so continue aerial attacks on Iran's shoreline, follow through on his threat by targeting Iran's energy infrastructure and introducing potentially ground forces to maybe seize Hague Island. We've heard reports that there are up to...
You heard ICE is helping TSA. Yes, that's right, because Republicans refuse to fund it. It's so weird. I thought Republicans loved the TSA. Now they refuse to fund it. They also refuse to fund FEMA. It's really weird. Democrats keep bringing bills to the floor to fund these things with the temporary partial shutdown right now. Republicans refuse to vote for it. I don't
5,000
get it.
American
What's up with
Marines
that?
and several American warships currently on their way.
It's like they want Americans to wait in long lines at the airport and to be unprepared for a natural disaster as we head into hurricane season. Seems incredibly
To the Middle East. And we've also heard reports that the Department of Defense has detailed preparations for potential...
Not what you heard? Well, you heard wrong. You must be listening to propagandists, because Democrats have literally brought bills to fund both of those agencies that I just named. You're being lied to, and you're buying it. Hook and sinker, like a fucking rube. Like a sheep.
Troop deployment. Now, President Trump on Thursday said he wouldn't deploy ground troops, but this wouldn't be the first time that we're hearing one thing from him and seeing a different reality on the ground.
Thanks, Simi. Sima Jalosha at Washington there for us. Well, other countries across the Gulf have been brought into this conflict. Iran has said it would destroy US-linked energy sites in the Gulf if its plants are targeted, as we've been mentioning. Let's go to Dubai now. Our correspondent Azadeh Mashiri is there. How are Gulf countries reacting to this, Azadeh?
Well, right now, Iran has said the strait is open to ships that aren't linked to their enemies and that coordinate with Tehran.
Here we go. Oh, God. Leftist publication, The Hill. Of course, I'm joking. The Hill is not a leftist publication. The Hill! Oh, no. The Republicans reject Democrats' effort to pay TSA by suspending Senate rules. Oh, no. Senate Republicans on Saturday voted against an unusual procedural gambit by Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer to suspend the Senate rules and advance a bill through the Rules Committee to fund a Transportation Security Administration. That's really weird. It's almost like you're living in an alternate reality.
They have,
now.
as you've mentioned, threatened Gulf countries, threatened U.S. energy sites in the Gulf, but also desalination facilities here. So water security at threat. So naturally, this has infuriated leaders here who are already angry, and they're worried about what the next few days will bring and how Iran will react. Now, Iran has shown that this grip it has on the Strait of Hormuz is its main card to play. Even when I spoke to one Iranian who wants the regime overthrown inside Iran, he said, well, this is the only leverage they have. I'm not surprised that they're reacting this way, and he was doubtful they would let that card go. And as far as Iran is concerned, by Donald Trump's threats, they've shown they have a very high pain tolerance. They, for decades, have allowed their economy as well as their people to suffer if it means the regime and what they call revolutionary values survive. We saw that as recently as January when they unleashed a brutal crackdown, killing thousands of protesters.
They have no evidence for that. I love how they continue to say that ad nauseum without having ever shown any real actual evidence of that. Like I spend a lot of time going through the news. It's kind of my job. I've seen the existing clips of the protests and of the supposed aftermath of the protests, of the body bags. And at most, I could say I've seen a few dozen body bags in the videos that I've seen. Not thousands, not even hundreds. And this is fucking propaganda. They continue to try and feed us about these protests is kind of fucked, honestly. I'm not saying that people aren't repressed in Iran, but there's just no evidence for this, you know, however many thousands people keep claiming. Oh my God. Why are you talking about the... I actually can guarantee I know why you're doing this. So you're talking about gas prices in 2022. Are you trying to blame Joe Biden for that? Is that essentially what you're doing? Like, I don't love Joe Biden. Like, I have some serious problems with Joe Biden, actually. But is that what you're trying to do? Like, that's all Joe Biden's fault? Did Joe Biden invade Ukraine and cause a fucking oil crisis? Like, what are you talking about? Like, is that what you're trying to say, or you're just randomly rattling off facts about oil prices? Now, we just got done talking about the United Kingdom and the other European countries, some of which are already being drawn into this war. However, Benjamin Netanyahu wants to turn this into World War III immediately,
if not sooner.
Saying this earlier on Sunday.
Israel and the United States are working together for the entire world. And it's time to see the leaders of the rest of the countries join up. I'm happy to say that I can see some of them beginning to move in that direction, but more is needed. President Trump's call to have the international community confront this terrorist fanatic regime of zealots, that is a call not only for the security of America and the security of Israel, it's for the security of the entire world. And it's time for them to act.
There we go. Benjamin Netanyahu literally calling for World War III. Telling the entire world to get involved in this conflict.
This is ridiculous!
Bro, what are you talking about? Question mark, question. Bro, what are you talking about? Explain what you're talking about. Propaganda is believing fraud don't exist. Who said... Bro, who are you even talking to? When did I say I don't believe fraud doesn't exist? You sound like a fucking... Like, you sound lobotomized. What is wrong with you, dude? You need help. All right. From Benjamin Netanyahu asking for the entire world to get involved, to the entire world getting involved. All right, I'm just kidding. However, Saudi Arabia ordered a number of Iranian officials out of its country.
Saudi Arabia has given an Iranian military attaché and 4 other diplomats 24 hours to leave the country as Iran keeps up attacks on its Gulf neighbors. A series of drone and missile strikes have targeted Saudi Arabia. Air defenses in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates have also carried out several interceptions. Well, let's cross now to Zain Basravi, who's live for us in Dubai. Zain, just walk us through all the latest from where you are in the UAE.
Absolutely. Looking at the incidents throughout the course of yesterday into today across the GCC, seeing it in context of this conflict in a wider sense, it really does illustrate how this conflict is different from previous conflicts in the region. The flashpoints are numerous, and they are simply getting broader. The UAE this morning once again saying that it was responding to missile and drone threats from Iran. Air defenses were underway, and it's been going on since yesterday evening. Shortly before midnight yesterday, the alerts started coming up on people's phones and missile interceptions began, and it's been intermittent in the UAE throughout the course of the day. Another incident reported off the coast of Sharjah, the UK Maritime Trade Operations Agency saying it had received a report of an explosion near a bulk carrier 28 kilometers north of Sharjah in the UAE from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. All crew was reported safe. There's been multiple incidents like this for the ships in and around the waters of the UAE, of Oman, close to the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple incidents like this. We haven't had one of these in a few days, but this incident is certainly concerning once again. Yesterday, air defenses were underway in the UAE, and there's a bit of an information lag. We're getting information from multiple sources, but the Iranians confirming, the Revolutionary Guard confirming that incidents that happened in the last 24 hours were likely targeting air bases in Al-Minhad here in the UAE and Ali Al-Salim, an air base in Kuwait, which the Iranians continue to say these sites, these U.S. bases in these regions in the GCC countries are being used to launch attacks on Iran. But these countries have all said, since before the war started, that they would not allow their bases to be used as state.
Yeah, they say that, but then the United States does whatever the fuck it wants. And what are they going to do? Go, oh, you must leave now, United States. None of them have the balls to do that. We've been watching it. not a single one of these countries. All these glorious principalities and kingdoms refuse to kick the United States out of their countries, tell them, you're out of here. Or you're done. You're causing us too many problems. Nope, I haven't heard that one yet. I've been waiting. Just crickets. Can you drink salt water? No. That is not recommended. However, people in the Gulf maybe are going to be strapped for solutions on that one if, in fact, desalination plants wind up getting targeted. Something that's been floated around here recently. Disturbing escalation. Now, let's go to Lebanon for a moment. Talk about what's been going on there over the last 24 hours as Israel continues to step up its assault on the country.
A professor of Middle East Studies at the American University of Paris. Professor, thank you for speaking to Paris Direct. First of all, from the official side, what is the Lebanese government to do? It's supposed to be disarming Hezbollah, already a very difficult task. Its country is being bombed by Israel, who does not want to negotiate, at least not yet. So what should the Lebanese government be doing?
As you just said, the Lebanese government situation today or political condition is extremely difficult. There is a dilemma. On the one hand, the question of the monopoly of weapon, the decision of making peace or taking the necessary consequences of any war should be always the one of the state. But at the same time, under Israeli airstrikes, the continuous bombing of Lebanon, 1 million people displaced, it's extremely difficult to transform that into a real policy. Since the ceasefire in November 2024, the agreement that was related to the 1701 UN resolution with an annex, the agreement stipulated that while the Lebanese...
Make me a mod, bro. Mo is about to block me. No shot. No shot. You wish. You wish. We've been doing this for 2 years. I've got 5 mods. 6. Actually, 6 if you count Twitch mods. 1, 2. Whatever. It's a very low number. You just showed up here tonight. You're dreaming
disarming Hezbollah, especially in southern Litani, before generalizing this policy. Israel should, at the same time, stop bombing Lebanon, and a question of gradual withdrawal from occupied Lebanese territories should take place. But as the UN confirmed, and as the peacekeeping force in Lebanon mentioned, more than 10,000 Israeli strikes happened during that period of time, making it extremely difficult for the Lebanese government to disarm Hezbollah, knowing that in Lebanon today there is a clear political division regarding the role of the party and its alliance with Iran. Also, there is a terrible economic crisis with the devaluation of the Lebanese pound, with the whole banking sector decline and collapse. And all of that is adding to the crisis, another one that will keep having its repercussions in the coming months, especially with an Israeli rejection of any ceasefire and with alarming declarations by Israel.
Yeah, of course, Israel. I mean, what would even matter with Israel? Israel violated the existing ceasefire with Hezbollah 10,000 times between last year and now. Before, to be clear, before 4 weeks ago, according to the UN, I'm not just making numbers up, it's them who said it. You know, the authorities on the fucking subject. Dark Sparkle, trying to keep the puppy fed, very thoughtful of you. I know she appreciates the treats. Look at her go. Look at her munch on that little puppy donut. She thinks she's people. Yeah, I mean, there's no chance on Israel accepting a ceasefire. They already weren't. They already weren't going along with the original ceasefire. They don't follow any of the rules. Let's be real. Let's be real. They don't follow any of the fucking rules. They've been violating all the ceasefires. Lebanon, Gaza, right? Like Hezbollah, Hamas, Syria. I mean, they invaded Syria recently. We don't talk about that. But they seized more territory in the Golan Heights. Well, actually, on multiple occasions in the last year. Ever since the fall of Assad, they took that as they took that as permission to just, you know, do a bunch of completely illegal things to their neighbor. Filma Rygar on a 10 streak over on Twitch. Great job. Great job, pal. Keep it up. All right, staying with Lebanon. Let's continue down this path.
We're driving through
France
Nabatea
24.
with a team of paramedics. The city has been hit hard by Israeli airstrikes. We're in the red zone, the stretch of southern Lebanon under Israeli evacuation orders. Hezbollah has a strong presence here. This is one of the heartlands of Lebanon's Shia community. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah fighters who are launching rockets into northern Israel.
There's always movement in the skies. There are drones, fighter aircraft. We've got used to it. They're always in the skies. It never lets up.
The team tours the city, searching for anyone injured, before heading back to their base at the hospital.
That's artillery fire. It's on the edges of the city in the hills.
This is where volunteer paramedics in Nabatea are staying 24 hours a day. When they hear a strike, an Israeli strike, they go to the scene of the strike as fast as they can and try to help anyone who's been injured. They work in shifts so that a team is always on standby while the others rest. The men are locals. They grew up here. Are you checking for news?
News? I'm my son. There's my family.
Since the war broke out on March 2nd, the hospital has recorded 97 deaths and treated 260 wounded. The director also sleeps at the hospital. Her home was damaged in an Israeli airstrike. She can't forget those who couldn't be saved.
Her grandfather was killed, her uncle too. Another little girl was brought in. She was operated on, but died. She was still speaking, but she had lost so much blood. There have been others, entire families, decimated.
Just fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting how Israel just continues to commit war crimes, just at will, no consequences. Now they've got the United States actively, militarily involved as well. Thousands of civilians have died as a result of this war already, in less than a month. Millions that are now displaced. And impending... what do you call it? I just said this term 2 seconds ago. I'm always forgetting it. Collective punishment is seemingly on its way. Your drunk ass was slipping through shorts because drunk. Nice. Nice. That's good. I mean, this is a good sign, right? That space fams are finding us on shorts, like that we're getting at least recommended to you. That's a good sign. That is kind of why I do this, you know? I'm in no danger of becoming rich from this anytime soon. It's all quite very much about the message. Getting it out there to places and stuff. The time of law and order is over. Yeah, we weren't really living in a robust time of law and order before this, but I get what you're saying. Share the same sentiment. Lost my place on my list. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, for Reuters next. Another clip from 7 hours ago showing an Israeli strike on a Lebanese bridge. Something which Lebanon is claiming is a prelude to a ground
Video shows
invasion.
the moment the Israeli military struck a bridge in southern Lebanon on Sunday. Israel's defense minister said he'd ordered the army to destroy all bridges over the Litani River as they trade fire with Iranian-backed Hezbollah fighters as part of the widening war between Israel, Washington, and Tehran. Defense Minister Israel Katz said the military would also raze Lebanese villages near the border, in line with its practice in parts of the Gaza Strip. The cross-border conflict erupted anew when Hezbollah fired into Israel after the joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. Israel issued sweeping evacuation orders to civilians in southern Lebanon and parts of the capital, Beirut. More than 1,000 people in Lebanon have been killed so far, and hundreds of thousands have been displaced.
That number's up to 1 million, from my understanding, at least in Lebanon. I don't know what numbers Reuters is going off of. Do you get free space bucks for sharing your streaks? I didn't realize that. I just learned something. Oh, that's very exciting. I love learning things. I'm a lover of knowledge. All right, one more Lebanon-related clip. Al Jazeera.
Israel is waging a war on another front in Lebanon. Israeli airstrikes in the south of the country have killed at least 4 people on Sunday. It's also trying to destroy transportation links between the north and the south. The Israeli army's been ordered to target bridges crossing the Litani River. It says they're being used by Hezbollah and that they need to be destroyed to prevent attacks on northern Israel. Bernard Smith is in Beirut for us. A second attack on the bridge there. Tell us about it.
Well, that's essentially completely destroyed that bridge, Rishad, cutting Tyre off from the rest of Lebanon. There are some other bridges much further across the Litani, but in no way really is there an effective way of linking now, an efficient and quick way of linking Tyre to the rest of Lebanon. Significantly, it's worth remarking that in 2024, the last time Israel and Hezbollah fought, Israel did not target major infrastructure like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that this really does seem to be an escalation within the, I don't know what to call it, sub-conflict between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah. Although it really is between Israel and Lebanon. It's not just Hezbollah who is, you know, affected by these strikes. It's everyone in Lebanon. Everyone in Lebanon of all ethnicities and religions, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and everybody else. And these sorts of strikes could be considered collective punishment. Bridges, those are the sorts of things that civilians use fairly frequently, and without them, people will be trapped, unable to get to who knows what. I mean, I have no idea what that, I mean, you would assume that's a fairly important bridge if Israel took the time to blow it up. And it's exactly what you would do if you're planning to do a fucking ground invasion. And let's just remind everybody real quick that ground invasions in Lebanon for Israel have never really gone out that well. Sure. Has Hezbollah and Lebanon seen great consequences as a result of the past invasions by Israel? Absolutely. But it's a literal uphill battle. It's a literal uphill battle geographically from the second that Israel crosses the border. As a result, it is incredibly difficult militarily to do, and Hezbollah has actual tunnels. Unlike the tunnels we've seen almost zero evidence of in Gaza, there's plenty of evidence for the massive and extensive network of tunnels that Hezbollah has. So as they go uphill, literally, you got fucking massive tunnel networks interspersed throughout the entire territory. It's insane. It's a stupid plan from the beginning. It's going to cause massive civilian suffering. All right. So what we're going to do is take a quick galactic intermission here. I know we haven't been taking a lot of galactic intermissions lately, but because it's Sunday Fun Day, we're going to take at least one. Probably do an extended after-hours stream as well, just because I feel bad that we're not doing them. But lately, I've just been more focused on making sure that we talk about as much as we possibly can, rather than that. Although, I feel, like I said, I feel bad, because to some degree, that means that the patrons aren't seeing their avatars. Things like that make me sad. So, quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and like the stream while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on YouTube. Bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal. For your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We got Throne if you'd like to donate in a different way by contributing to physical items that you could have sent to my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits, a cornucopia, goddamn plethora, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get your butts back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. We are back. We've been going 5.5 hours. Still got a hell of a lot to get into here tonight. Gonna get at least an 8-hour stream. Perhaps slightly longer. We'll see. It's Sunday Fun Day. I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling generous. Just a reminder, Space Fams. Even though the break is now over, our breaks are a perfect opportunity for you to move around, get your, if you haven't been, maybe get a couple of push-ups in or something like that, do some yoga stretches, I don't know, drink some water, hydrate, outlive your enemies. There's a galactic recommendation. Space breaks are a good time to catch up on things you're perhaps not doing while being laser focused on what's happening in the stream. Although, really, you don't, even though I say get back in your seats, you don't actually have to be back in your seats. If I'm being real, this is not an activity that you need to be seated for. You could be standing. You could be running at the gym. You could be doing dishes. You could be... I'm trying to think of things you could be doing while listening to the stream. I mean, you could be driving somewhere that you need to be. You know, whatever it could be. Am I calling you all fat? No. No, I'm not calling everyone fat. Not at all. Just trying to say that we could be multitasking, people. Using our time wisely. Alright, let's go to Israel now, where Iranian strikes shocked locals, residents. In the last 24 hours. This is Al Jazeera from.
Now let's bring in Samah Watad. She's a journalist, and she joins us from Jat in Israel's Haifa district. Samah, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you first, what other details have emerged about these?
Bro, clean my desk. What's wrong with my desk? My desk is beautiful. My desk is beautiful. Coco Bolo wood. Okay, it's gorgeous. It's got like 2 things on it. It's got a mug for coffee. Caffeine, necessary. And tea. Mostly tea, actually. Books, for reference. A lava lamp, for both light and awesomeness. So multifunctional. And then, of course, Space Puppy. What objection do you have to the desk exactly? Incredibly rude. I don't appreciate your criticisms. I'm starting to think you're a bad faith actor.
Strikes on southern Israel, especially the ones that happened in the cities of Arad and Dimona.
Thanks for having me, Mohammed. First of all, let's start with the sirens that is going on now in wide areas across central Israel and Tel Aviv and other areas around Tel Aviv. And it seems that Iran really is escalating its attacks since last night. As you already mentioned, over 1,000 injured people by the Iranian missile attack on Arad and Dimona. So people are horrified about what happened. Israelis are not really expecting this much of destruction, but there are some, speculations about the Iron Dome and questioning why the Iron Dome did not work at the time when the missile came from Iran. And it seems like all the missiles hit the city were not, backed by the Iron Dome in that area. So,
yeah, the memes have been flying around the internet. The Iron Dome is no longer. It's now been replaced by the Paper Dome. It has been completely ineffective at preventing basically any of the Iranian strikes, it would seem. I mean, all right, that's not quite true. But, I mean, considering what's been said about the Iron Dome, completely impenetrable defense force, billions of dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars a year go into it, and yet it's unable to prevent destruction on the ground. Some sort of a strange calculus
following the strikes, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli Defense Forces Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir also said that they will continue fighting the Israel enemies on all fronts, which is seems that we are going to continue this war, and this attack that left unordinary, unordinary destruction in Israel, that Israel really are not normalizing. Israelis are not normalized with this such destruction. They are still want to continue this war.
Yeah, but people are, in fact, being faced with a destruction that they have not seen in the past. Although, like she said, that seemingly hasn't played out in terms of people's
was in the shelter
calculus on supporting
and
this war.
we heard like a very big boom, like it was very unusual. I never heard something like this before, really. And really, I just think this whole thing has to stop. I feel very bad for my people.
הייתי 40 מטר, קו אווירי מפה, בבניינים אחרי. בשנייה האחרונה הצלחתי להיכנס למקלט. חבר שלי שהיה אחריי מהעדף עף לתוך המקלט. היה נשמע כמו פיצוץ אטומי, כל הפתחי עיבור של המקלט.
This is right in people's faces, this destruction. This is footage of people in Tel Aviv taking refuge at a shelter, something people have been doing repeatedly. Supposedly air sirens are now a multi-times a day situation for many Israelis. Okay, keeping the show moving and not yet leaving Israel, now to Iran. For more Iranian strikes, made it through the Paper Dome. Honestly, even for me, like, I mean, this is all quite shocking. Maybe not even for me. I mean, I think it's probably shocking for most people to see this level of damage in Israel, who is in many ways, not entirely. I mean, the 12 Days War, I think, is when they probably saw the most damage. But that is all now in the rearview mirror, and from what I can tell, dwarfed by what we're seeing now. Damage that the United States, damage that Israel and the rest of the world has not seen here in the last 2.5 years. However, Israel's military sure tell everybody, actually, everything's fine.
To Israel, because this is Elfi Defrin. He is the spokesman for the Israeli military.
Terrorist regime and its proxies. This is an inevitable war. We have made great achievements. However, this war is costing us prices. I would like to explain to you what happened yesterday. The Iranian terroristic regime launched missiles on Dimona and Arat, and the missiles landed in its targets in different times. We have used our air defenses, but we couldn't intercept all of them. What happened has no relationship between intercepting the missiles in Dimona nor the ones in Iraq. Our forces scanned the area and we have rescued the people who have been trapped. What we have witnessed is not new to us. These missiles are known to us, and we have intercepted some of these missiles in this war. However, in case of failure, we conduct investigations, we learn lessons, and then we make amendments. In the defense systems, over 90% of missiles launched against Israel have been intercepted, and this is unprecedented success. We have the best crew in the world and the best air defenses in the world. However, we have seen over...
This is actually just a great success. Israel's air defenses are working super good. And so we're all just confused. Don't you see? We're all just confused. Israel's military, they got their own ministry of truth. You're to tell us that actually everything's fine. Well, this is another Iranian airstrike in another Israeli city, the city of Dimona. Wow, do you know what just keeps coming to mind? The only thing I can think of is Gaza. Every time I look at one of these videos in Israel, I'm like, geez, this looks a lot like Gaza. I'm not trying to be funny. This is literally what is coming to mind every fucking time. I'm like, holy shit. This is completely fucking destroyed. The fact is Israel's been trying to keep all this kind of stuff out of the media now for the last month, and I think it's getting too big. Too big to rig. Can't Hasbara your way out of destruction like this. You would think at some point that the toll would be too great. I don't know where that line is for Israelis. Or for Americans, to be honest. I mean, right now, to be real, the war is actually much less popular in the United States than it is in Israel. It's actually net unpopular in the United States, whereas in Israel, it's cult-like popularity polls for this war right now, 90%. At least of the Israelis that they poll. Probably didn't poll a lot of Arab Israelis, would be my guess. In the wake of these latest strikes, Benjamin Netanyahu vowed revenge. Here's Al Jazeera English from 11 hours ago.
Significant damage can be seen across residential areas in Arad in southern Israel after an overnight Iranian ballistic missile strike that devastated an entire neighborhood. Rescue teams had to pull people from under the rubble, with the injured being taken to nearby hospitals. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the scene on Sunday with a defiant message. He said Israel will, quote, do everything to destroy Iran.
What we are doing is paving the way for the Iranian people to rid themselves of this tyrant regime. We are hitting the foundations of the regime. This is what we have to do. We hope you will create the atmosphere that will lead to the fall of the regime. We will ruin their nuclear and missile programs and their capability to manufacture ballistic missiles.
Israel's president and foreign minister also visited the scene and accused Iran of targeting civilians.
The Iranians do not differentiate between Muslims and Jews and Christians, or between elderly and young. All civilians are there to be killed and destroyed.
Yeah, Israel's much more discerning about which civilians they kill. They only kill Arab and Muslim ones. Palestinian ones. No, that's not true. They actually kill Christians too. And now I think about it, Israel's really not at all discerning about which civilians they kill. They kill all sorts of civilians, so long as they're anywhere nearby. It's fucking hilarious to hear Israeli representatives come out and complain about civilian deaths. I mean, it's horrific, don't get me wrong, I find it fucking detestable. But the irony is so thick that it's the only thing that I can see. It's like I'm looking through a genocidal fog, and I'm struggling. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like as everybody knows here, I think everybody have been very adamant about this, and this is not the only conflict that we talk about, right? We talk about everything all over the fucking planet. Although lately, this is all we've been able to muster. Completely taken over by this shit. I mean, I'm adamantly against the death and suffering of civilians and everyone on the fucking planet. I don't care who you are. And it's just, it's like Israel has been doing some of the most objectionable shit. Israel is number one human rights ignorer on the planet right now. And they want to come to the media and to whomever else and be like, look at Iran doing war crimes. It's like, dude, are you shitting me right now? You want to talk about war crimes? Let's talk about it at The Hague. Follow me. Meanwhile, Iran is continuing to up its attacks. Not just on Israel, but on other targets in the Gulf. And in fact, upping its threats against infrastructure. Desalinization plants. Among others.
As violence continues to escalate between the United States and Iran, oil tankers sit waiting in the Strait of Hormuz. And with an international spike in fuel prices felt in the U.S., U.S. President Donald Trump has given an ultimatum to the Islamic Republic.
If Iran doesn't fully open without trade,
Like, seriously, if Benjamin Netanyahu and any of these other motherfuckers from Israel want to complain about war crimes from Iran, they should literally go to The Hague and make their case in open court. You know, go to the ICJ. Tell them about it, right? In person. If that's a concern of yours.
Strait of Hormuz, within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first.
Since the outbreak of the war 3 weeks ago, Iran has attacked ships passing through the crucial choke point. Some 3,000 ships and 20,000 crew remain stuck in the waterway. The halt in traffic has pushed countries around the world to put in place fuel rationing measures. Tehran has threatened to target U.S. and Israeli energy assets in the region, as well as infrastructure, including information technology facilities and desalination plants, if Trump makes good on his threat. Iran's representative to the International Maritime Organization said that the country was ready to cooperate with international authorities, saying all shipping vessels were safe, except for those linked to Iran's enemies.
Diplomacy remains Iran's priority. However, a complete cessation of aggression as well as mutual trust and confidence are more important.
Iran has already approved the passage of certain ships, including to India, China, and a limited number of other destinations.
China!
Nearly 20 countries, including France, say they are ready to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, but none have committed to sending their militaries to do so.
Certainly, behind closed doors,
because everybody in Europe very smartly has come to the conclusion that Donald Trump has a very short attention span, and if they tell him that they're going to help but don't actually mobilize their militaries, that maybe he'll forget. He's got to he like changes his opinion on things like on a fucking dime. Of course they're gonna say what Donald Trump wants and then sort of just wait now. Everybody's figured that out. Everybody's figured out how to deal with Trump. And now he's lost his number one and only real diplomatic tool that he's been using. The only weapon he's had diplomatically, which is tariffs. That's gone now. And all he's got is war. But nobody was even consulted on this. None of these European countries were brought in ahead of time. We just invaded it and said, hey, where are you guys? And I think it's because Donald Trump doesn't understand how Article 5 works. It's only for when you're invaded. It's not that all of your allies come to your aid when you start an illegal war, or any war for that matter, legal or illegal, really there's no provision for that. That's really up to you. It's really up to you and your allies to negotiate. Article 5 really only covers invasions of Article 5 NATO members, to be clear.
Certainly, behind closed doors, they must be hoping that that would not happen, because we've seen that as a pattern. Threats with Iran, against Iran, I mean, Iran doesn't bode well with threats. It remains defiant, and the pattern has been that if you attack an installation in Iran, be it an energy installation or an oil installation, well, repercussions will come. So for the Gulf countries, that would be a disaster, especially if Iran hits water sanitation plants, because there is no fresh water other than the sea around here. So that is really vital for the survival, really, of countries like Qatar, the UAE, and others. So certainly that would be a great concern for the countries of the Gulf.
And Hoda, another development: Saudi Arabia ordering the military attaché from Iran to leave the country. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, Saudi Arabia said that over the last 24 hours, it has intercepted 60 drones. That's a lot. And the pressure is on Saudi Arabia now. Maybe it has shifted from the UAE to Saudi Arabia when it comes to the intensity of Iranian attacks, maybe as a consequence of the harsh words that the foreign minister of Saudi Arabia had in Riyadh on Wednesday. But Saudi Arabia, in retaliation, then has asked the military attaché and 4 other members, staff rather, of the embassy to evacuate the country within 24 hours. This comes at the back of a similar move here in Qatar, when the Ras Laffan gas complex was attacked and badly damaged. Well, immediately a couple of hours later, Qatar had asked both the security and military attaché and their staff to leave as well. So there seems to be some repercussions now, steps also of retaliation taken by the Gulf countries, who so far have not engaged in any kind of offensive attacks against Iran.
All right, Hoda, thank you very much. Hoda Abdelhamid reporting from Doha.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody. I was like, this isn't about that video.
Escalating threats between Iran and the
feed and listening to that clip, and noticed this story. Jesus Christ, a fucking Air Canada, an airplane just crashed in LaGuardia. 2 people just fucking died. Oh, God. That's too sad for an O Canada soundbite. Boy. That's unfortunate. Do we need any more tragedies? Did we? I mean, like, really? Come on, just sticking the knife in at this point. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera. 14 hours ago. Keep talking about that goddamn Strait of Hormuz, which the IRGC vowed to close completely, which you would assume would also mean for its allies and those who have at least parlayed their way into being allowed through up to this point as well.
Escalating threats between Iran and the United States are raising fears of an even wider war in the Middle East. Tehran says any attack on its power plants will trigger immediate retaliation, including the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz, strikes on energy facilities and U.S.-linked interests across the region.
You need to get an EV? If only we were Mexico. If you lived in Mexico, you could buy a Canadian EV for like 10 grand. But that's illegal in the United States.
China.
It's illegal because Ford shareholders. Tesla and Ford shareholders need to make more money. Tesla and Ford need to be able to charge $50,000 for a new car. And that's why you can't get a Chinese-made car for 10 grand.
I have to have my China.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
It comes after President Donald Trump warned that he would destroy Iran's energy facilities if it does not open the Strait.
Right, like we all know this, right? Like under Joe Biden, we made it illegal for China to sell EVs in the United States. Right? That was a bipartisan effort. It wasn't just Joe Biden. All of Congress was on board with that one. At least most, I think it was like the vast majority of Congress. Yep. They didn't want you to have a cheap car. Okay, they were like, look, Ford's shareholder profits are more important than affordable cars.
Hormuz within 48 hours. The waterway is a critical choke point for ships transporting oil and gas out of the Gulf. Well, we are live in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., in Ramallah, Tyre, that's in southern Lebanon, and in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, also in the Iranian capital. And that's where we start in Tehran with Ali Hashem. So, Ali, we now have this standoff. The U.S. president telling Iranians, you have 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or I will blow up your power plants, starting with the biggest and most important one. Iran has responded, and it seems that they have
the biggest one. It is so Trumpian. Starting with the big one. You know which one I'm talking about, the big one. Everybody knows. People are saying it.
Of doing what the U.S. president is asking of them. Can you walk us through the response that you have seen from Iran over the last few hours?
Well, Cyril, in the middle of this war, it seems that another war is going on, which is the war of rhetorics and narratives. And with President Trump raising the stake, the Iranians are responding with more confrontational rhetoric. And it's clear now that there is a unified position here, because we're hearing, after we heard from the armed forces, we heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, and now the Vice President, they're all on the same point. The moment the power plants in Iran are going to be hit, the whole region will go for a blackout. And more than that, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, and it won't be open except these plants were.
Being in Tyre with a journalist outfit seems like a very bad idea right now. Yeah. It is sort of like wearing a target on your back if you're in a country where Israel's doing
according to the armed forces. Now, with respect to the other authorities here in the country, like the Vice President, he tried to defend Iran's position, saying that this is self-defense and that Iran is under the...
Honestly, to my understanding, at least 24 journalists have been killed in Lebanon since Israel's war in Lebanon restarted this year. Although it never really ended, because of course, during the fake ceasefire, Israel violated the terms of the agreement over 10,000 times, according to the UN. Everybody write that down so I don't have to say it anymore. I feel like a broken record over here.
Aggression, and that's why it will be self-defending itself by launching attacks against regional power plants and, of course, Israel. So this is the picture in general with respect to this point precisely. But what's clear here is that this whole conflict is going towards a dead end. There's no possibility for the moment to get down the ladder, at least from what we're hearing from both sides. each side is taking, or at least is escalating their own rhetoric. And this could lead to what's really worse than the situation we are in currently.
And Ali, something that perhaps is noteworthy that happened today. We heard from the Iranian representative at the International Maritime Organization. His message was actually the Strait of Hormuz is not completely closed, and if foreign countries collaborate or work with us, we can get some of those ships through the strait.
Yeah, for now. For now. But if this escalates further in the ways Donald Trump has been saying, it could close completely. That'd be very bad for the global economy. And just to remind everybody, we've talked about this on a number of occasions, but let's all remember that oil and gasoline is basically like a global situation, right? Like when it comes to prices of these things, while this is happening in the Middle East, it's affecting oil prices everywhere, right? Bought and sold on the market, on the fucking stock market, on this Chicago Board of Exchange, and on markets across the globe. And bought and sold. And then eventually gets to you. It doesn't matter where it is pumped out of the ground. You know, it's not, unless you happen to live in a country where the oil supply is nationalized, like, I don't know, Venezuela or something. You know, but here in the United States, for instance, regardless of how much we pump out of the ground here, doesn't actually, it's not like it goes to you. It's not your oil, unless you happen to own Chevron or something. And if you do, have you seen the donate button lately? All right, next clip here. France 24.
Now bring in our international affairs
More
commentator,
obvious
Douglas
threats.
Herbert. So, Douglas, this ultimatum by President Trump, does he realize what he's threatening to do? And with this, has he backed himself into a corner?
Well, he knows what he's saying, but it's unlikely that he's really done a deep dive on the strategic thinking about what it really means, the implications, what Iran's energy infrastructure actually looks like when he says he'll obliterate it. Look, the context here is a couple of days ago, March 20th, Trump was facing reporters and he said, quote, of Iran, "I think we've won." We've heard him having talked about obliterating Iran's Navy, its Air Force. The fact that he is now given this 48-hour ultimatum to destroy its energy infrastructure seems that he needs to destroy more, even though it's already destroyed. He's flailing out because the strategy, the total obliteration strategy, the we've destroyed everything, we have degraded and decimated everything they could throw at us strategy, clearly isn't working because Iran keeps throwing stuff back right back at them in their face. What I don't think, or at least it doesn't seem that he has given too much thought to, is the fact that among the hundreds of power plants and critical infrastructure, the fossil fuel, the waste energy plants, the hydroelectric plants in Iran, dotted throughout the country, over 400 of these types of sort of power stations. You also have the Mideast's first real civilian nuclear power plant, the Bushehr power plant. Development on it started way back in the 70s, originally with German companies. It was cut off during the Islamic Revolution in 79. Later on, it was built with Russian technical assistance, and it's been online basically since 2011. Does he realize that this threat could potentially encompass a nuclear facility on Iranian territory? Does he know the potential consequences of that? Does he know how to avoid jeopardizing in any way, making sure projectiles do not hit a nuclear plant?
We could fill volumes of books with what Donald Trump and Pete Kygryzstan don't know. Let's be real. I love France 24 trying to go through the possibilities of the things that Donald Trump doesn't know. It'd be much quicker to try and figure out what he does know. He definitely doesn't know that, though. Fairly certain. I could be wrong. Hey, I hope to be proven wrong on that one. Wind farm's looking pretty good right now. Killing all the birds. Can't do that. It's true. It's true, though. And places like China are benefiting. Oh, they are benefiting from their decision to get off of fossil fuels and go on renewables. Because while they're getting, they're struggling, and, they still need oil for manufacturing when it comes to things like their energy grid right now, like the electric grid, like they're kind of set. They're kind of set. Unlike the United States, where we're still using mostly fossil fuels to power our energy grids here. Totally fine. We'll just drill our way out of it in a purely supply and demand way, right? Like, we're just going to drill so much that we add so much oil to the market that the price drops. That's like literally what we're talking about when we say it, right? Because like, I wish we were talking about like our nationalized oil sector. Not real. Not a thing. Certainly not. I lost my place. I'm stalling. Where are we? Oil is finite. What?
What you talking about?
Oil finite. Sacre bleu. Impossible. Very true. It is a finite resource. Talk about this. We've talked about this on a number of occasions. Sounds like you sound like a genius to me, Sean. Are you a genius, sir? Screw it. I'm just going to the next video. I don't know what I have nothing to lead up because I don't know which one this is. Oh, it's this Channel 4. Channel 4 news 14 hours ago. Good God. I suck at my job. Let's talk more about these Trump threats. These threats regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
To de-escalate. That's according to senior Trump administration official Scott Bessent. While Iran
So Orwellian. It is so Orwellian. Sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate. Oh my God. Ignorance is freedom. War is peace. Escalation is de-escalation.
Of missile attacks on Israel, including cluster munitions. Again, in the last hour, the Ministry of Defense has said that RAF Typhoon and F-35 jets have continued their defensive missions, while a UK counter-drone unit managed to shoot down an Iranian drone during the night. Last night, 2 ballistic missiles evaded Israeli air defenses in the south of the country, injuring more than 150 people, and a reminder of the threat still posed by Iran. Dimona last night. Whoa. Same strike, different angle, just a few miles from Israel's nuclear weapons facility. A tit for tat, the Iranians said. Soon after, Arad, also southern Israel, first no sound, then with sound. No one was badly injured in this flat. This is just a small taste of what civilians have endured in Iran and Lebanon, where thousands have been killed in airstrikes. But by Israel's standards, last night was bad. Lives brutally interrupted by a war their government had told them was unavoidable, but that until last night, here at least, scarred only their imagination. Dozens of people who didn't make it into their shelters were injured here last night. No deaths, though, recorded, and frankly, that is a bit of a miracle. But psychologically, for a country that thought it had the upper hand...
Who's writing Channel 4's scripts? I think it's the Israeli propaganda department. Something like that. Maybe Benjamin Netanyahu himself.
This is deeply damaging and troubling because clearly some of the ballistic missiles from Iran are getting through. And now the Israeli government wants you to think that what Iran has done here could also happen in Europe, thanks to the Iranian missiles fired at the US-UK base in Diego Garcia yesterday.
The range of the ballistic missile can cover entire Europe.
Like, honestly, Channel 4's coverage of this conflict has been kind of trash. I'm not going to lie. Like, I felt like they were doing halfway, like they were doing slightly better than BBC. If I had to pick, I feel like it was slightly better than BBC, like when it came to Palestine. But ever since this Iran situation fucking broke out, like, I feel like they're like taking their directives straight from Israel or something. It's out of control. It's out of fucking control over here. I'm skipping ahead. I can't listen to all this shit.
We're all getting a geography lesson these days about this narrow waterway and shipping death trap. And Trump has weighed in overnight as only he can or must. In this post, he threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened within 48 hours. From what we know about the regime's resistance so far, it is hard to see them caving in. They've already put up with daily and nightly bombardments and could escalate the conflict by hitting desalination plants in the Gulf. This reaction to Trump's threat was sent to us from Tehran by an opponent of the Iranian regime.
The only thing this does is punish and weaken the people. It doesn't harm the regime. For them, water, electricity, food, security, and welfare are not important. For them, what's important is their pride, their weapons, and their borders. Even if the
I'm just gonna keep this moving because I want to keep this till like 8 hours tonight, or maybe. Oh, actually, that's not true. What am I talking about? It's Sunday Fun Day. Sunday Fun Day. I honestly thought this discussion was gonna be more about Donald Trump and the fucking Strait of Hormuz, but they're talking about anything but that. It's literally the title of and the thumbnail of this video. But Channel 4 spent like 18 of 20 minutes talking about literally anything else but with Donald Trump's fucking threats over the Strait of Hormuz. It's weird.
It's weird.
Let's see if Reuters can manage to talk about the thing that's in their title. U.S. and Iran threaten energy and weather. See if I can manage to read.
precision of language, please.
Take two on a sentence. U.S. and Iran threaten energy and water facilities as investors brace for Monday shock. Yeah, and speaking of that Monday shock, things are not going great on stock markets across the planet right now. Earth markets down quite a bit. China, Japan, down 3.5% to nearly 4%. India down 2%, still trading. Germany, France, and England all down between 1.5% and 2% right now. What that means for America, the markets open here, is yet to be seen.
I'm your weekend host, Sharon Reich Garson in New Jersey. It's Sunday, March 22nd. Today, Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power plants if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened within 48 hours. Kevin Durant passes Michael Jordan on the NBA's all-time scoring.
God! What did I just get done saying? What did I just get done saying, Reuters? I said, please try and stick to your title. Why are we talking about KD right now? This is ridiculous. This is what we're calling journalism now. I'm highly offended. I'm highly offended. Is you
How rude.
how?
War between the U.S., Israel, and Iran is moving into a new and more dangerous phase. Now the United States and Iran are openly threatening to hit each other's energy and power infrastructure. President Trump is dialing up the pressure, warning in a social media post that Iran has 48 hours to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls obliteration of its power plants. It's a sharp reversal from the day before, when he was talking.
Full obliteration. Everybody is saying it. If Iran doesn't fully open, all caps, without threat, the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, all caps as well, from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, all caps also, starting with the biggest one first, also all caps. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Great job, everyone, for paying attention. Really good job.
Reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face what he calls obliteration of its power plants. It's a sharp reversal from the day before, when he was talking about, quote, winding down the war, which is now in its fourth week. Iran isn't backing off. Officials there are saying if the U.S. strikes, they'll target American energy, IT, and desalination sites across the Gulf. This is all happening as Iran's attacks have effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz, choking off the route for a fifth of the world's oil and gas. Iran's threats to hit desalination plants are especially acute in water-scarce states along the Gulf, where entire populations and economies depend on water from the facilities. Analysts call this next 48 hours a ticking time bomb for global markets. Oil's already at a 4-year high, and energy and commodities editor Dmitry Zhdanikov says fears of a Black Monday are spreading.
Based on previous Mondays, when there were a lot of bullish headlines, we've seen oil jumping between 5 and 10% instantly. It's probably the most significant crisis since the Arab oil embargo in the
I didn't even look at the oil prices just now. Where are they? Hold on. Where are oil prices? Nah, I'm back to $100 a barrel. Back to 100. It hit 102 a second ago. 335. So an hour ago, it hit $102 a barrel. Great. That's good. That's good. You drink salt water? Really, Azazel? That sounds bad. Sounds dangerous, actually. That's what that sounds like. You want to see all the oil company profits? Oh, I'm sure they'll come rolling in. Let's see, what's today? We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait until June. You have to wait till June for those profits to those statements. Let's talk a little bit about governance in Iran.
Lots of developments. We can speak to Alan Salah here, who is a senior lecturer of Iranian studies at the Australian National University, and also in Tel Aviv we have Ori Goldberg, who's an Israeli political commentator. Gentlemen, welcome to you both. Ori, I'd like to start with you first of all, if I may. So the Israeli leadership, as we've just been hearing, defiant in the face of this latest strike from Iran. But I'm wondering just how resilient the nation as a whole is to this kind of attack, despite the overall support for the war in Iran?
Well, it is and it isn't. By the way, if you hear sirens as I speak, we've been given an advance warning, so they might be operating. The general Israeli population, again, supports the war en masse at a collective level. Privately, I think cracks are most definitely showing. But once again, the most effective Israeli repressive machine in terms of repressing negative thoughts like, why are we fighting this war, is turning it into a domestic dispute. I think that's what Prime Minister Netanyahu is also trying to do. He's trying to suggest that anyone who doesn't support this war is, well, a fifth columnist and so on and so forth. I understand President Trump is doing the same. Because I heard he said that following the death of Iran, America's greatest enemy is the Democratic Party. That's exactly what's going on here. People don't really understand where this war is going, but the discourse is already steamrolling towards a direction where if you don't support the war, then you're a traitor to the nation.
Alam, same sort of...
Yeah. But that's because Benjamin Netanyahu needs this war to keep going. He's avoiding criminal trial, corruption charges, by waging war, by waging endless war right now. Now he's got the United States exactly where he wants them, taking casualties and engaging more and more with their biggest enemy.
Question to you. What about the resilience within Iran itself? It's under this continuing barrage right across the country. What is the degree to which the support for the leadership in their ongoing response against the incoming? What is the feedback?
And just to be clear, in case anybody's not understanding what I'm saying here, like, the United States is taking casualties, and Israel wants that because, to some degree, I think they're making the calculus that the more casualties the United States takes, the more that we're going to be drawn into this, right? The more that Donald Trump is going to feel the need to respond.
Well, it seems that the Iranians are under such attack, which is illegal, which was unnecessary, which was the war of choice, are rallying around the flag because they have a very, very bitter experience of what happened in the Middle East in the past 2 decades or so. They've seen what happened to Afghanistan, to Iraq, to Syria. So they are deeply concerned about Syrianization of Iran. This is particularly since we hear the same actual rhetoric from Washington and Tel Aviv to fragment, to separate Iran into different pieces, to undermine and to destroy the whole entire infrastructure in Iran, and also by targeting civilian and sometimes historical sites, such as schools have been targeted, hospitals, museums, and the historical sites, and that is deeply concerning Iranians and their sense of nationalism.
Of course. What is your sense of this latest ultimatum from Donald Trump?
Sunk cost fallacy. Exactly, what Wizard. That's I think the psychology that they're hoping will play a factor in all of this. You know, the more money we spend, the more we gotta have some sort of tangible victory. The more soldiers that die, the more that we have to show that we responded in kind to Iran, if not more so.
Giving 48 hours for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened to everybody, or he'll start attacking power plants within the country.
The fact is, if we want to use gambling analogies like I've already engaged us in, I mean, if anything, the United States is a well-known... shit, I just lost it just now. Well, the United States is well known for chasing, right? Chasing cards at the table here, right? Sinking cost all the time in the Middle East over and over again. And eventually we lose and we leave. But we'll entrench ourselves and spend trillions of dollars until we do. And in this analogy, does that mean Iran's going to walk away from the table with all of the chips?
That has lots of discrepancies we hear from President Trump himself, not to mention Tel Aviv at the same time. He said that the war is finishing soon, and it doesn't. He said that we will the regime change, the regime collapses soon. It didn't happen. They said they should kind of surrender completely, and it didn't happen. They said that the regime is weakening. It didn't happen. We see that still they have their missile capabilities. However, it's just this way of thinking, relying entirely on military force, is something that President Trump should change, and that means the issues in the Middle East are much more complicated. We should consider ideological, social, societal, economic, and see political, geopolitical, geoeconomic kind of factors of such wars. And these issues cannot be resolved within 48 hours. And he just boxing himself, he pushes himself into the corner and tries to deal with these crises with creating or adding more crises.
Okay, Ori, from your point of view, what's your sense of what Trump is doing here and what it could mean for the conflict as a whole if he goes ahead with it, and then Iran responds in the way that it says it will and attack infrastructure across the Gulf?
Again, just anecdotally, the sirens are operating now. My sense is I agree completely. I think that Trump is a known waffler. He's not necessarily going to go through with what he's saying, but also I think that Trump has absolutely no vision for this war other than pummeling Iran. I don't even
Donald Trump, no vision for this war. Yeah, no kidding. Ay. Oh, I didn't even notice another follower on Twitch show up earlier. GalacticStreamLord. Oh, actually, I did notice you. I take it back. And actually, that's a great name, by the way. That's a great name. GalacticStreamLord. That's a fantastic name. By the way, it's nice to see Twitch keeping up with us now that we're still back. Now that we're back on YouTube, I mean, after we lost the channel on YouTube for 3 months and we're forced onto Twitch, we built up a fairly sizable audience over there, and you all have stayed to some degree, and we've grown to some degree. Although I know a lot of space fams who were originally YouTubers went back to watching on YouTube, which I understand. I don't blame anybody for watching in their preferred place. It's just interesting that Twitch continues to have similar-ish numbers to YouTube streams. Trump just posted on Truth Social again that he should be rewarded for, he should be given a third term for a stolen election. He did not. Shut up. Did he really? He's a fucking psychopath. I knew it was going to come. I knew it was coming. This is a little earlier than I thought. But this is... this is that dictatorship we've been talking about. I'll have to look into that one. I want to pretend for a little bit longer that that's not real. Let me focus on one thing at a time. Give me like an hour or so.
Who's left running Iran? Much.
By the way, everybody, it's been an hour and a half since our last break. However, just for my own sanity, I'm going to skip this break so we can get as much in content-wise as we can tonight. It's really for both of us. Like, the content stuff is for you guys. I've already seen all of this stuff, at least most of it. But time-wise, it's just easier for me if we don't take a break right now. However, if you haven't yet, hit the follow button on Twitch. Subscribe, please, also on YouTube. Talking to everybody. And do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Your super chats, super stickers, memberships, get to memberships over on YouTube. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, secret, what did I say? Subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal donos, Throne donos, Patreon memberships, they all keep the Galactic News Network alive. Every dollar helps out, really, truly. No donation is too small. Keep the Galactic News on the airwaves, you know? If you like it, if it's a thing that you appreciate. We really don't make much money on ads. Twitch, I mean, even though we probably see like 15 lately, we've been seeing like 1,500 views. I see $0. $0 from that over on Twitch. I'm lucky to make, like, I don't know, even on like a massive stream on YouTube, like $5. Partly because a lot of our views are horizontal, and the ad rev on I'm sorry, did I say horizontal? Vertical. Like, a lot of our views are vertical lately. And the ad revenue there is just trash. Horizontal's great, but short stream ad revenue is practically non-existent. Not as bad as Twitch, but certainly nothing you can pay the bills with. He did. HuffPost reported it. Great. Great, thanks. Thanks, Columbia Regan.
The top leadership has been assassinated, but the country's still fighting. How's it been able to withstand such blows, and can the Iranian government survive this war? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. Many of Tehran's top leaders have been killed, from the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to senior security figures assassinated by the US and Israel. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have framed the killings as victories in their war on Iran, but Iran says its governance structure is built to withstand such blows, and that means the loss of any individual shouldn't cause the downfall of the whole system. But how does this unique leadership structure work? Who's keeping the government running, and how And what's it mean for the ongoing war? We'll put those questions to our guests when they join us in a moment. That's after this report from Imogen Kimber.
3 senior Iranian officials killed in Israeli airstrikes in 1 week. Security Chief Ali Larijani, Basij Internal Security Unit Commander Gholam Reza Soleimani, and Intelligence Minister Ismail Khattab. Those killings come after the US and Israel assassinated Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, on the first day of the war. Khamenei's close advisor, Ali Shamkhani, and Defense Minister Aziz Nasir-Zadeh were also killed on February 28th. There's no one left to negotiate, says the US president.
Their leaders are all gone. The next set of leaders are all gone.
All gone.
And the next set of leaders are mostly gone. And now nobody wants to be a leader over there anymore. We're having a hard time. We want to talk to them, and there's nobody to talk to. We have nobody to talk to.
I'm having a hard time.
And you know what? We like it that way.
But Tehran says it can and will fight on. Iran's leadership and government structure is complex. Each key position reportedly has several replacements ready. But most importantly, the structure of governance and Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps uses what's called a mosaic defense structure. It's decentralized. Not all leaders and commanders are based in Tehran, but spread across Iran and able to function independently. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says this is why bombing Tehran does not impact the country's ability to fight, and neither do the assassinations.
I do not know why the Americans and the Israelis still have not understood this point. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a strong political structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure.
Yep, they keep saying it. We've been saying it over and over again, but this idea that, you know, you kill one guy and say, do a revolution now to Iran, doesn't even come close to being a real situation. So it's an actual government. Might be a government that we don't like, but it's a government.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been replaced by his son, Mojtaba Khamenei. People have not come out to protest against the government in large numbers, as the US had hoped. Many have been...
Like, theoretically, what happens if the president dies, right? The vice president becomes the president. And if that guy dies, and or gal, although we've never had a situation where that... Well, I guess actually in Joe Biden's term it could have happened. But, you know, most likely a dude, at least in America here, the vice president dies, then is the, was it the Speaker of the House? I'm trying to remember who's the third person in line. I think it's the Speaker of the House.
Against the US and Israel, although it is reported that government crackdowns on dissent is strong. So Iran says it will not surrender, and that it remains strong enough to fight on. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's bring in our panel of guests who are going to discuss all of this on today's Inside Story.
All right, honestly, I hate panels. I think everybody knows that. I'm not a fan. All right. Let's skip the panel. Next up, France 24. 13 hours ago.
Let's go to London. We can bring
Interesting
in the
question
former
here.
advisor to the Saudi government, Nawaf Obaid, senior political scientist.
Yes, France 24. The discussion around whether or not a Gulf coalition, NATO-style Gulf coalition, will it emerge from this conflict?
Bring in the former advisor to the Saudi government. Nawaf Obaid, senior political scientist, security analyst, known for his work on the Middle East strategic affairs, and currently visiting senior research fellow at the Department of War Studies.
Ivan Van Veen. Yes, you've identified the situation. Without you guys, this stream wouldn't exist. You are America. I'm Israel. Without the space fams, what would the point of me be exactly? I would just be yelling into the abyss with no purpose and no ability to make a living.
Help! Help! I'm being
That'd be no
repressed!
good. That's not what we're here for.
College London. Welcome to France 24. It's great to have you on the programme tonight. First of all,
thank you for having me, Gavin.
I know the last couple of days there's been the GCC meeting, the 6 countries, calibrating a response. What are you making of what's come out of that? Is it purely on how to better defend, or is there a sense of actually the Saudi view here, which is not, and perhaps you can explain it better, the idea of reserving the right to strike back?
So it's
Before this guy gets going, I just want to finish that thought because, unlike Israel, I will not take your Earth dollars and do war crimes or ethnic cleansing with them. So really, if anything, I'm better. If anything, it's a much better situation.
Having the right to strike back.
So it's been, as you correctly asserted, it's been more of being caught between what's happening and what you didn't preempt, and in that way, it's I would better characterize it as strategic patience. Saudi Arabia finds itself in a very different position than the other Gulf states because of its scale, because of its weight, and so forth. And recently, as you correctly alluded, the former Qatari Prime Minister alluded to a NATO-style union or military union headed by Saudi Arabia. But then again, you got to get the buy-ins from all the other Gulf states that recently, as I'm sure you're aware, have had different opinions on different other regional issues. On the issue of Iran, is as your correspondent in Jerusalem very accurately portrayed it, it is a problem of what the Iranians can still muster and what they can respond with. And I have to correct back to what was originally said. What hasn't been carefully alluded to is the fact that if the Iranians decide to use their end of their high-end missile, which are in this case an intermediate ballistic missile, they are of a technology and of a variant that will prove very hard for the existing air defense systems, as extensive and as sophisticated as they are, for example, in the case of Israel or of Saudi Arabia, to be able to apprehend. And you've seen that very well yesterday, for example. It wasn't an issue of not being able to apprehend it, but it is the fact that they are of a very high quality, and they're using new technologies that the air defense systems, as we know it, will find very hard to stop.
So one thing that interests, I think, a lot of people listening to you, and we think about the Ras Laffan gas facility for liquid natural gas in Qatar struck, the critical sense of that on a world level, the consequences. I think, 17% of that could have been stopped potentially for 5 years. Right. But we can talk about this being kind of a wild response from Iran and its kind of mosaic defence with 30 or so regions doing their own thing. But it's not. It's probably worth pointing out that right now the Saudi oil fields have been left intact, and that is a big critical factor that must be on the minds of the Saudi government. What's your summation of that? That really comes into the calibration of how Saudi responds, doesn't it?
Well, correct. I mean, in that way, it's there has been. Iran and Saudi Arabia have had this entente, as you call it, this understanding, for the last few years about how they interact with one another. Very different from how the other Gulf states have. But in this way, it's again, the Iranians are very realistic, and they clearly had planned this war in terms of how they were going to respond. Now, they know very well that in terms of scale, for example, the Saudi Air Force or the Saudi Strategic Missile Force.
How many windows is too many windows? I don't know. I couldn't quantify that. Which guy? Which guy has too many windows? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my God! I see what you're talking about. Holy shit! That might be too many windows. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be that number. However many that window, however many that is, that's too many windows. Whatever that number is. Now, a NATO-style Gulf alliance would be a very interesting thing to come out of all this. How they would be aligned outwardly would be interesting as well. Will we get a multilateral world out of this war? It's been said past the U.S. Military adventures. Now, the United States military released video showing supposed strikes on Iranian targets about 12 hours ago or so. Okay. What would this coalition matter? Will they attack Iran or Israel when they strike one of them? I mean, I feel like if they were to create something like that, I feel like it would be outwardly sort of... It would be out of, in my opinion, if they were to do that, it would be somewhat of a rejection of America's protection. Right, suggesting that they no longer can rely on it and they need to rely on each other, which I think would change the power dynamics of the region drastically if it were to come about. None of them have done that because they've all been under the like sort of implicit and or explicit protection of the United States, but now that protection seems to be rather worthless. And this would signal, in my opinion, a shift. Not that I think they would immediately rush to kick the United States out of their countries necessarily. I'm not saying that. I think that's probably moving a little fast, but I think that if this were to happen, I think that might almost be inevitable, perhaps. Unless they were to, you know, come to new agreements with the United States, right? Because if you come up with like a new security arrangement, I feel like that changes things. All right, let's keep going through these things. We got basically just going chronologically through these now. This one's another Forbes breaking news clip from 11 hours ago. Smoke rising from explosions in Tehran overnight.
Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson was Chief of Staff for former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. For 16 years, he was a distinguished visiting professor of government and public policy at the...
I'll be right back, chat.
Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson was Chief of Staff for former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. For 16 years, he was a distinguished visiting professor of government and public policy at the College of William and Mary, and he joins us now live from just outside of Washington, D.C. Colonel, it did seem at the beginning that Donald Trump expected a quick win here. Well, coming off the high of what happened in Venezuela, well, it's certainly not got that. Is the U.S. and Israeli strategy in danger of unraveling?
I think very much so. Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper that I read, the only one that Bibi doesn't own, had a headline the other day that was very, very accurate. It said, Iran needs to not lose to win. Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu need a spectacular victory to win. They will not achieve that spectacular victory. And in fact, now Hezbollah is showing a resilience and a resoluteness that Bibi underestimated also. So he's got at least a two-front war, and arguably an even bigger war than that, because he's got an appetite for other places like Syria, as well as Lebanon, Gaza, and the West Bank.
But what about the strategy employed during this conflict? Okay, but has that strategy been conflated with its objective, which is, well, ephemeral at best? I mean, we've had 9 reasons from Donald Trump for starting this war.
Tell me what the objective is, and if you give me a good one, I might assume it is the objective, because I have heard nothing from my military, nothing from the State Department, and certainly nothing from the White House that even resembles a coherent objective, let alone a achievable objective. What I've heard is everything from this will be a short war, this will be a long war, this will be a ground force war, this will be an air war, this will be a missile war. I don't think they know what they're doing, frankly, and that is very disturbing for a man like me who's spent 31 years in the American military and most of the time knew what we were doing. I don't see anyone in this group that looks like they know what they're doing, certainly not the Secretary of Defense, War, Hegseth, and certainly not the President. And I might as well throw the National Security Advisor / Secretary of State in there, Marco Rubio, too. They don't seem to know what they're doing, and they're not using the statutory decision-making process, as Tulsi Gabbard indicated vividly to Congress, even though she also indicated a total ignorance of that process.
And Colonel, we don't actually even know what's actually happening within Israel, whether the ballistic missiles that Iran has fired, and they're getting better in terms of the quality of them as ordnance is depleted in Iron Dome and other defense systems.
Well, they're putting Karam Shahs in there now, Mach 3, Mach 4 missiles, many of which have, I don't call them cluster warheads, I call them MIRVed warheads, like our nuclear missiles. That is to say, they're much better than cluster bombs or cluster warheads. And I've seen video, I've seen live video smuggled out, to be sure, because Israel has cracked down on it majorly. And I have seen the damage done to Haifa and the oil facilities there and the port there. I've seen the damage done to Ben Gurion. I've seen the damage done internally to Tel Aviv. I've seen people die on the street running between bomb shelters. So the devastation being wreaked on Israel, despite their blockade of any information getting out, is leaking out.
How do you think that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is viewing all this now?
I think he's probably getting somewhat desperate. And I recall to my mind, sadly enough, gravely enough, what he said in Hebrew to his entourage of like-minded people about 4 or 5 days ago in a bunker, which was, they will get a big surprise if this keeps up. Words to that effect in Hebrew. They essentially were translated for me as they cannot imagine what I'm going to do to them. Well, there's only one way as a military professional I interpret that. I interpret that as he's going to use a nuclear weapon.
Well, that would be one thing which they had countenanced before in the
Aw, son of a bitch, I'm muted. How did I... Why? I hate this. This is why I need a solution to this. We need to finish crowdfunding the bed on Throne. We need to finish crowdfunding my bed on Throne. Because we need to start a new crowdfunding, which is much cheaper, actually. And that is a solution that I've come up with for my problems with being muted. I actually did come up with a solution, everybody. A physical item, which I think would be perfect. Which I'm going to add to Throne once we're done crowdfunding that other thing. Right now, we're still crowdfunding the financing of the galactic deficit, which is only barely halfway complete with less than 10 days left of the month. You're not sure why the audience is clapping. Yeah, I was saying we're all living through World War III right now. So, great job, everybody, for being part of history. AI use case? No. No, I have a physical item I'd much prefer to use than AI. I'd rather not integrate AI into all of this. People, yes, I was muted. Yes, thank you, everyone, for trying to make sure I'm not going through life and the stream, not knowing what the hell I'm doing. You know, it's tough to produce the entire stream. You know how, like, the Majority Report has Matt Leck and Brian producing the stream, while Sam and Emma are sort of like the personalities? Well, I gotta be the personality and the producer and the editing team and everything. I make all the thumbnails. Gotta make sure that we're paying the bills. All of those things every goddamn month, every stream. It's tough. That's why I need you people. If I had CNN money, believe me, you'd be all hired. You'd all be hired now. All right, not everybody, but a lot of you would be hired at this point. But we don't even have paying the bills money right now. Still short by $254 if I'm doing the math right in my head. All right, staying with Al Jazeera, we're now up to the video, at least on the Iran conflict, where I have not yet watched any of it. Totally in the dark. Look, there comes a point where we get to the videos that were impossible for me to watch because I had to start the stream. And we started hella late tonight, I would point out. So, you know, I do my best, but sometimes I wind up being an actual react streamer. It's something I try to avoid. You know, I feel like there's too many of those on the internet, which is why I try and put together a cohesive show every night with an actual plan. Of course, Iran has completely screwed me on that recently. We just talk about one thing, but as most of you all know. And actually, tonight we still have we're not even going to end it with Iran. We actually have other things we're going to end it with. Seeing it as it's Sunday Fun Day. Yes, exactly, Wedge Wizard. You're living through historic times. That's great. It's great. Silver lining. By the way, somebody earlier asked about the bird. It's a bird. We have wildlife living on the space station in their own ariums, vivariums, aquariums, what have you. Very fancy. That's what I'm talking about. We got expenses over here.
War in the Middle East. Tehran says any attack on its power plants would trigger immediate retaliation, including the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Strikes on energy facilities and also US-linked interests across the region. And it all comes after President Donald Trump warned that he would destroy Iran's energy facilities if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. Now, Tehran has been restricting ships that's transporting oil and gas out of the Gulf through the waterway, and it's also warning of retaliation if Trump goes ahead with this threat. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the Strait of Hormuz is not closed, but ships hesitate because insurers fear the war of choice the United States initiated, not Iran. He insists that freedom of navigation can't exist without freedom of trade. Respect both, or, he says, expect neither. Ali Hashim reports from Tehran.
It's clear that the tone is confrontational and it's multi.
You'll try to donate later this week, but you haven't been paid and you're moving to a new apartment. No big deal, Columbia Reagan. No big deal. Look, it's a crowdfunding effort keeping the Galactic News Network alive, keeping this programming on the air. And the fact is as we've grown, I mean, really, the burden of each Space Fams has decreased. When you think about it, you know, we got nearly 1,800 subs on YouTube, nearly 1,200 on Twitch. With numbers like that, I mean, a deficit, like, what is that? 10 cents a Space Fam? 10 cents a Space Fam. You know, you got a few extra pennies on Cash App or PayPal. Anybody listening to this right now, links are in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. No donation is too small. More true than ever.
When it comes to the different authorities and sectors within the state, military, diplomacy, politicians, so they're all within one frame, which is a framework, which is retaliating to American interests in the region and Israel when it comes to the targeting of Iran's power plants. This is what we heard from the military and their spokesperson, who actually posted a map showing several power plants and facilities across the Gulf and in Israel. Also, we heard from them saying that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed till these power plants are repaired. The Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammed Bakr Qalibaf, a very influential politician and someone who is believed to be in the war room right now, also said that this is going to lead to retaliation, and later on he tweeted once again saying that this is going to also lead to retaliation towards.
That man's got to stop tweeting and truthing. Since our numbers have grown, do you think we can finally wage war against the Klingons? I think you're getting ahead of yourself. I love you, Columbia Rican. I love the idea. I think that you're overestimating our galactic capabilities, okay? We're really limited to this solar system. Waging wars outside of it is really... It's like doing an Iran war type situation, but even more costly. Really, we're just not able to do that sort of. We're really not there yet.
Financial companies and whoever works with them. The foreign ministry, as you just read, Abbas Araghchi spoke about that the strait isn't closed actually, but it's the insurance companies who are hesitating because they fear the war of choice, as he said, and this strait is open to the friends of Iran.
Yeah, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we did have the budget to wage war against the Klingons, I would rather I think it would be a better use of our space funds to think about things like universal health care. Things like that. You know what I mean? At least, the very least, Earth healthcare. Let alone the whole universe.
and Washington, D.C. And that's where we start with Teresa. Teresa, we're almost halfway through this deadline, this sort of self-imposed deadline that Trump has put on Iran. It seems his original plan was to escort the ships through the Hormuz. Well, that seems to have gone away, at least for now. Now he says he'll obliterate Iran's energy or else, basically.
Well, yes, and we're going to have to see what the response is going to be. And certainly the Strait of Hormuz has become a priority for the Trump administration right now. And this war that started initially to attack the nuclear installations in Iran, then it changed towards a regime change. And now what we're seeing is that opening the Strait of Hormuz is a priority. And what we're seeing is there's been a change in the discourse of the president. On Friday, he started speaking about winding down the situation. And now on Saturday, we saw that he threatened to obliterate the power plants in Iran if they did not open the Strait of Hormuz. So suddenly, we've seen that during the past week, the Trump administration have been pushing the European Union to get involved in opening the Strait of Hormuz. They have been reluctant until now to involve military assets, mostly because this is a war that, according to them, they did not start and they did not support in the first place. So on last Thursday, we heard that there was a declaration where they said that de-escalation is a priority right now, but at the same time, they want to start looking into options about what to do with the Strait of Hormuz. But what we're seeing right now is that more Marines, more troops are being sent to the Middle East. The Trump administration is sending 3 warships and 2,500 extra Marines to join the forces that are already on the ground. This is a special unit from the Marines that has been involved in ground operations, in high-risk operations at sea, and some suggest that it could be involved in operations involving the Iranian coast. Let's not forget that Iran has been mining the Strait of Hormuz. They've been using small boats to attack the vessels that belong to countries that are part of this attack. So suddenly everyone is looking in a way to see what type of the operations these Marines specifically are going to be involved in.
Yep, thousands more troops heading to the Middle East. They may very well already be there, essentially. Or nearly there. I've got your vote. I'm glad, Columbia Rican. Sadly, I'm not running for office. Or perhaps best, because I wouldn't be able to do the show then. I guess it really depends on which thing you'd prefer. Also, no, whatever. All right. Forget what I was gonna say. What is that sound? Hold on. I think I'm tripping. I think I'm just tripping over here. Okay, 7 hours into the stream. Still kicking. Still got more to talk about. Still got some Sunday Funday stuff left for us. Once we get done with Iran. It's like a treat for getting through all the terrible stuff. Or should I say, yeah, that's probably more right.
Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he joins us now from Doha. Baran, I'm not sure whether you were listening to the previous interview guest, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, but he was throwing the prospect of a nuclear conflict.
I want to yell Khan, but I'm afraid of being too loud. So I'll give you one of these. Duck.
General Kenobi.
Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he joins us now from Doha. Baran, I'm not sure whether you were listening to the previous interview guest, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, but he was throwing the prospect of a nuclear conflict. Do you think that's going too far?
Is that true, people? Nuding yourself is how the pros do it? Okay. Well, that is very reassuring.
Yes, I do. But, you know, he's the military expert, right? And he's been studying the region for a long time. I think it's something to bear in mind simply in order to stop the escalation, right? It's not because it's going to happen. I don't think it will. But I do think we are at a crunch time now, that it's time to stop the escalation. This is the time to stop the escalation. Otherwise, if they're really going to start bombing power plants and various installations in the region, starting with Iran, then I'm afraid there's no coming back from that. Now, having said that, to the nuclear issue in particular, there was a number of interviews with Israeli experts on Iran. There was one right after the 2003 war by an Israeli expert called Martin van Creveld, military expert. And today I saw on an American channel the foremost expert on Iran and Israel. You know what's in common between the two? Both of them predicted that Iran, after the war, will develop nuclear weapons. That if they didn't before, and they did it before, that having the United States invade and occupy its two neighbors to the north and the south, Iraq and Afghanistan, should have, according to Matt Crefeld, lead Iran to develop nuclear weapons. Today, this foremost expert at Amman, used to be in the military intelligence in Israel, says that one should expect now the new supreme leader in Iran to sanction the idea of developing nuclear weapons. And with all the plutonium and so on and so forth in Iran, no wonder Trump is so frantic about trying to get his hands on the enriched uranium, because if Iran ever hesitated after this war, it might just as well. Again, that's why this war should end sooner rather than later.
Well, is there any will on either side to do that? That's the point.
Well, today there was a piece in the New York Times about Trump trying to find a way out, but will he take it, right? Meaning he's looking at his options, because the situation as it stands today, it's neither to his advantage nor to that of Iran. In fact, the worst thing is that if either party comes out loser, I think the rest of the region is going to suffer for a long time, right? I mean, if this regime in Iran, you know, loses the war but stays intact, this is going to really be terrible for the region and for Iran. And if the United States comes out a loser, and Trump feels vindictive and bitter and the rest of it, and he's going to start blaming everyone but himself, of course, then that's going to start looking ugly too. That's why there has to be a win-win kind of situation, even if...
The thing that I'm most worried about, honestly, is Donald Trump, like, feeling like he's losing and then feeling like he needs to somehow increase, like, step up, like, this war even further, rather than trying everything he can to end this in a diplomatic way. But Donald Trump doesn't actually know anything fuck all about diplomacy. Doesn't give a shit about peace. He would love a peace prize because he's a narcissist who wants as many medals as he possibly can have and recognition as he possibly can have. He doesn't give a shit about peace, doesn't know anything about how to actually even begin to do it. And that's bad, because Iran isn't all that interested in peace. Israel's certainly not interested in peace. And it all just leads to more likelihood that this just explodes into further fucking conflict, and that more countries get dragged into this. I feel like people have been suggesting, you know, being inflammatory when I suggest that we're in World War III. But, I mean, what else can we even call this at this point? Trump is just taking L's repeatedly. Repeatedly, isn't that what all this is now? It's just all Trump L's. Yeah, it's L's to cover up the other L's.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Packaged that way. In a sense, what do I mean by that, Irshad? One of your guests answered earlier about winning and losing. Look, you can never claim that Iran will come out winner from this war. You cannot come out winner after all this bombing that happened, all this terror that we've seen, all this destruction, and probably more death coming forward. The same thing for the United States. It embarked on a war, presumably with certain objectives, some of them vague, some of them loose, but none of them have been accomplished in the sense of the nuclear, in the sense of the missile, in the sense of destroying Iran, regime change, and what have you. So the best way forward is to end the war, wind it down, end it immediately. As you and I spoke before, the worst thing in American military history was not just to start bad wars like Vietnam, like Iraq. It was not ending them in time, because one thing is to start a bad war, another thing not to end a bad war. Why? Because of some kind of a national honor, dignity, or presidential, authority of some sort. So continuing the war now will simply lead to more casualties, more destructions, and probably such escalation that will end up destroying the region.
Marwan, one thing which possibly could perhaps be something to concentrate people's minds would be when these high energy prices start to filter through, as they already are, into the gas stations of the Americans.
Yeah, America's certainly seeing consequences of this at the gas pumps right now, but that's only the beginning. It's really the beginning of the prices. The rest of it hasn't trickled down yet. God, Space Fams, I gotta say I appreciate all of you. I hope you know that. I really do. For so many reasons. All of you dedicated Space Fams who've been here. And the new ones, all of you new Space Fams, new arrivals. Certainly seen a fair number of you in recent months. But you're all part of this. Couldn't do it without all of you.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
On the ground, US and Israeli airstrikes are pounding communities across Iran. The Iranian Red Crescent shared these images that you're seeing there from the northwestern city of Tabriz. US-Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,400 people across the country. Ali Hashim reports from the capital, Tehran.
It's clear that the tone is confrontational and it's multi-layered when it comes to the different authorities and sectors within the state, military, diplomacy, politicians. So they're all within one frame, which is a framework, which is retaliating to American interests in the region and Israel when it comes to the targeting of Iran's power plants. This is what we heard from the military and their spokesperson, who actually posted a map showing several power plants and facilities across the Gulf and in Israel. Also, we heard from them saying that the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be closed till these power plants are repaired. The Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammed Bakr Qalibaf, a very influential politician and someone who is believed to be in the war room right now, also said that this is going to lead to retaliation, and later on he tweeted once again saying that this is going to also lead to retaliation towards American financial companies and whoever works with them. The foreign ministry, as you just read, Abbas Araghchi spoke about that the strait isn't closed actually, but it's the insurance companies who are hesitating because they fear the war of choice, as he said, and this strait is open to the friends of Iran. They are exploiting the leverage they have on the Hormuz Strait, and this is causing disruptions in the energy market, especially if there's also another strait closed like Bab el-Mandab. Whenever the Houthis enter the war, then there will be another choke point, and there will be another global crisis. So this is what they are relying on right now, plus the retaliation that they are vowing to do in case they are attacked in their power plants. So Iran is trying its best during this war to raise the price, put more pain on other parties in order to pressure the United States to stop this war.
Now, Israel is under another round of overnight Iranian missiles attacks. People are seeing scenes like this across the country. That's the scenes there that they're seeing. Interception efforts are underway. Falling shrapnel has been reported in several locations across southern and central Israel. Some communities have reported fires and damage. Well, earlier Israeli police said an Iranian missile struck a kindergarten in Rishon LeZion, that's south of Tel Aviv, and it was closed at the time with no injuries. Overnight, though, on Saturday, strikes on two cities in southern Israel caused extensive damage. The incidents have raised questions over Israel's air defense systems.
In every event, even in successes, we investigate the entire chain of performance, from the detection to the interception, discover new things, do corrections, and adapt to the situation. The Air Force is managing a complex defensive battle. More than 90% of the launches fired at Israel are intercepted.
Let's go to Rog McBride live first from the Jordanian capital, Amman. So we know there's been multiple shrapnel falling in different areas. Is there any damage at all?
Yeah, there have been reports that Israel has been experiencing intense missile activity incoming mainly from its believed Iran. There have been multiple alerts being issued mainly around the Jerusalem and central Israel areas, but also in the south. They seem to have been the target. The authorities there have been telling people to take shelter, reporting incoming Iranian missiles. There have been reports of explosions, and it's thought that some of the warheads have been these cluster-type munitions that distribute these smaller bomblets. So we are getting reports that at least 8 locations, mainly across central Israel, have been impacted by falling parts, falling debris or falling explosives. There is reports of damage. We're seeing that on social media. We're still trying to ascertain what casualties there might have been. Earlier, there were also alarms being issued right across a number of areas in northern Israel. They were later lifted. People were told it was safe to come out from shelters once more. But that really follows a pattern we have been seeing through Sunday, with multiple alerts being issued, especially affecting the north, because they are subjected not only to Iranian missile attacks, but also attacks from the north across the border, from Lebanon, from Hezbollah groups. So we had one 6-hour period on Sunday where there were 23 different alerts, and it does all add to this general sense of exhaustion amongst ordinary Israelis, who many of them have safe rooms in their homes, or they have access to shelters, are constantly having to go and take shelter.
I was just looking at it because I had a weird thought to myself. We got a bad situation, really bad economic situation that I'm just noticing. And I think this is probably a result of allies and what do you call it? Enemies or rivals alike losing faith in the United States government. But this is a bad trend. While we have oil prices spiking over $100 a barrel once again earlier tonight, it hit a 102 a couple hours ago. We have another problem going on that I haven't actually been monitoring enough, but we should probably talk about real quick. Just take a real quick gander at the interest rates for me, would you? Here's the 30-year that's basically what all mortgages are based off of. As you can see now at 5%, trading at 5%. Of course, treasuries are owned by, governments all across the planet. China, Japan is actually, I think, the #1 holder of U.S. debt. But there's a fair number of bondholders. As you can see, it is trending back up. It is trending back up and quickly. This was just a couple weeks ago, February 27th. It was at 4.5. It's now at 5%. For a moment, it was dipping down here. You could see it. People were thinking, oh, we'll have softer Fed rate policy, the Trump nominee in there, but that might not be enough if everybody loses faith in the U.S. government and starts selling U.S. debt.
There is a sense that the government had said right at the start of this conflict that as soon as possible they would start to drop some of these emergency measures and give a return to a sense of normalcy. But with this latest intensive exchanges, we are seeing that, for example, some of the school restrictions remain in place. Many schools are still closed. The restrictions on the numbers of people who can gather, that's also remains in place. And now we're hearing from the authorities that they are actually increasing the restrictions on the numbers of flights coming in and out of Ben Gurion International Airport and the numbers of passengers that can be on those flights.
Yeah, and just shifting now from Israel, of course, the Israeli army chief has said that the operation that it's carrying out against Hezbollah in Lebanon, that's the neighbouring country, has only begun.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think generally, despite this sense of war weariness, there is a feeling amongst most Israelis that this has to be done. They fear a nuclear-armed Iranian regime under the current regime there as an existential threat. Similarly, they believe that Hezbollah has to be taken on, has to be effectively defanged or disabled. So we are seeing intensive fighting back and forth across the Lebanese border. The Israeli military have been launching artillery and airstrikes into southern Lebanon. They've been continuing this campaign of destroying buildings and bridges that they say have been used by Hezbollah. And it all does seem to lead to a sense that they are preparing the ground for something much bigger. In response, Hezbollah has been targeting Israeli soldiers inside Lebanon and also in northern Israel. And the Israeli military has confirmed that during Sunday, 7 soldiers have been hurt, some of them wounded.
Hurt and also wounded?
A what now?
Sorry. It's a weird way to put that. All right, people. We're almost caught up on Iran. This is from 3 hours ago while the stream was literally ongoing. Iran. Oh, wait, was that the last one? That was the last one. All right, let's go to the Al Jazeera live stream then, I guess. Wow, that was very recent story. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that was, I'm wrong. That was from 9 hours ago. I take it back. I'm reading. My brain is broken. Look, you stream for 8 hours. Sometimes your brain stops working.
I'm staying in the race.
Staying in the race. I'm not giving up. Let's go here now. Al Jazeera English from 3 hours ago. Israel launches extensive strikes on Iran. Explosions reported in...
Israel says it's begun yet another wave of airstrikes across Tehran. Explosions have been heard in the capital city. Other parts of Iran have also come under attack. An airstrike destroyed this residential building in the city of Urmia in the northwest. Rescue crews are looking for survivors buried under the rubble. They've also recovered bodies. Urmia is the largest city in Iran's West Azerbaijan province and is near the borders with Turkey and Iraq. And these are some of the latest images from Khorramabad in western Iran. An airstrike early on Monday hit a residential area. Several people are reported to have been killed and injured. A child is among the dead. Well, we're covering this story across several angles this hour with correspondents live in Baghdad, Hong Kong, Amman, Dubai and Tehran. But first, Tawhid Asadi joins us live from Tehran. Tawhid, so what more can you tell us about these latest strikes in Tehran, where you are, and across the rest of the country?
Well, actually, in the Iranian capital, Tehran, last night in central Pars, we heard the sounds related to the activation of the air defense system. Meanwhile, we have reports about the massive sounds of explosion being heard in the eastern and western parts of the capital. And beyond that, we know that in different other cities, we have been receiving reports about the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And of course, so far, we know that in more than 200 cities, we have witnessed such attacks. The latest comes with Bandar Abbas, where a radio station was targeted and one person said to be killed. Also in Khorramabad and Urumia, two residential areas were targeted, resulting in fatalities among ordinary citizens, which is not, unfortunately, something new. We know that more than 1,500 people have been said officially to lose their lives as a result of these attacks. We know that, seeing the ongoing nature of these strikes, we can estimate this number to grow further up, and we know that the number of injuries is also very much concerning. Again, speaking of the latest developments, we know that in Isfahan, Karaj, Ahvaz, sounds of massive explosions have been heard across those cities and other cities, such as Ahvaz, where we received a report about one hospital being impacted as a result of explosions. All in all, we know that, based on what we heard from the Red Crescent of the country, that more than 80,000 civilian units, most of them residential areas, houses and apartments, have been hit, have been impacted, some of them fully demolished. And of course, that number includes hospitals, schools, academic institutions, and even the very buildings belonging to the Red Crescent.
Yeah, Tawhid, and the Revolutionary Guard says it will hit energy facilities in Israel if Trump makes good on his threat. Have we heard anything from the Iranian government yet, Tawhid?
Yes, indeed. This is a sort of a strategy, a sort of rhetoric, a part and parcel of what we have been hearing over the past few weeks. I would say that in case of any attack to any facility, the response is going to be retaliatory. It's going to be that of actually tit-for-tat strategy. And we know that over the past 24 hours, specifically after the U.S. president came out with new threats to target the Iranian infrastructures, the response here from Tehran, both from the officials, politicians, and of course from the military side, has been that of defiance, deterrence, resilience, and retaliation. We heard from Pezeshkian, Iranian president, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the headquarters for the the spokesperson for Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters, all saying that in case of such an attack, Iran is going to strike back with targeting actually infrastructures and other actually infrastructural facilities. And of course, this is adding a new layer of complexity into this already delicate situation, which sounds to be far from point of de-escalation. We heard from Ghalibaf, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf is actually the Speaker of the Parliament. He said that in case of such an attack, those financial entities that finance U.S. military budget are going to be quote-unquote legitimate targets. Also, Khatam al-Anbiya spokesperson says that there are going to be immediate measures in case of such an attack.
Yeah, this thing just continues to escalate. Every single time I turn away from it, it feels like it escalates further. We are slowly slipping, not slowly, quickly slipping into just utter chaos on the fucking planet right now, people. It would feel good to be up in low Earth orbit if I didn't have to come back down the planet Earth every at the end of every stream. Alright, the live stream from Al Jazeera English to catch us up as recently as possible on the crisis. Get as up to date on this fucking thing as we can before we move on to a few other things. This Sunday fun day. Monday. Whatever time it is now.
Across
Okay,
southern
it's
and
officially
central
Monday.
Israel have been hit by shrapnel. The Israeli military says that its offensive against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon will be a, quote, prolonged operation. It has destroyed bridges that cross the Litani River that it says were being used by Hezbollah. The Lebanese president has called this a dangerous escalation.
Yeah, and everybody
a
else in
prelude to
Lebanon.
a ground invasion. More than 1,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since.
Yeah, Hezbollah also drinks water and uses electricity too. And probably hospitals, you know? Like, Israel's propaganda never changes. Hezbollah was using it. Oh, don't you know? Hamas was there. It was Hamas, okay?
War with Iran began. Well, we are live from Tehran, from Dubai, Ramallah, Baghdad, and southern Lebanon. Let's start with Tawhid Asadi, who is in the Iranian capital. Tawhid, what are you learning about the latest Israeli and U.S. attacks on Iran?
Well, since the midnight, we have been hearing sounds related to the activation of the air defense system in the Iranian capital, Tehran, and specifically in the central parts of the capital. And of course, we've got reports from the eastern and western parts of the capital about sounds of explosion being heard, which means basically the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. But we know that it is beyond the capital. We know that in different cities such as Isfahan, Karaj, and Bandar Abbas, explosions are reported. Also, we know that in Khorramabad, at least according to the mayor of the city, 9 people have been killed. We know that in Urumia, a residential area has been targeted, and of course in Ahvaz. Furthermore, we know that a hospital has been impacted, and according to the Red Crescent, at least in 275 hospitals since the beginning of these airstrikes, we have witnessed the damage impact of the attacks targeting the healthcare facilities of the country. But this is not only limited to hospitals. We know that according to the Red Crescent, in more than 81,000 civilian units, including houses and apartments, including schools and other facilities, and even buildings belonging to the Red Crescent itself, attacks have been reported to cause damage and in some cases full destruction to these facilities. And of course, it goes without saying that in respect to these recent threats directed by the US president about the infrastructural attacks on the power plants of the country, there is now another layer of frustration for ordinary citizens who are living in an already deteriorated situation. But still, from the Iranian side, we hear tough responses, that of resilience and defiance. They're saying that in case of such an attack, there's going to be a retaliation, and that now the Defense Council of the country talking about a broader escalation in case islands or coasts of the country are targeted.
So, Tawhid, in that case, Donald Trump, which has given Iran 48 hours to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face the threat of bombardment on their biggest power plants, we already know Iran's answer. They have said no, and not only have they said no, they have said, if you do that, we're actually going to double down on our strategy.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we had 3 important statements from the Iranian side. First, this was the IRGC, as you mentioned. They came out with a retaliatory tone, saying that in case of such an attack, they are going to strike back with the power plants, not just in the Israeli territories, but also in the
This fucking headline: Iran threatens to lay sea mines throughout Gulf waters if the United States attempts a ground invasion. That's exactly what everybody doesn't want. And there was talks about Iran having sea mines in the strait already. We had sort of batted back those claims around here because there's no evidence for that, since ships have been going in and out of the strait. Those ships would not have made it through the strait if there were mines there. So this would be a massive escalation if they were to mine it would just close the Gulf.
Countries who are supplying electricity to U.S. bases across the region. Of course, it was the spokesperson for the joint military headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya coming out to say that in case of such an attack to target the actually power plants of the country, they are going to keep Strait of Hormuz fully closed, and they're going to remain it closed as long as they can make sure that the rebuilding of the potentially targeted power plants are fully completed. And of course, added to that, we've got this Defense Council statement, which is in a sense very much important. They're talking about a possibility of attack by the Americans or Israelis to the important islands or coasts of the country. And they're saying that if that happens, the response is going to be crushing. They're going to lay mines not to close not just the Strait of Hormuz, which is by itself controversial, but the entire actually Persian Gulf. And just let me read this statement that came from the Defense Council. They said in such a scenario, the entire Persian Gulf would effectively experience a situation similar to that of the Strait of Hormuz for an extended period. And that is obviously going to be a geopolitically, geostrategically important development if that happens.
Tawhid Asadi reporting from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you very much. Air raid sirens were activated in Bahrain and Kuwait a short while ago. Both countries have come under Iranian attacks nearly every day since the war began. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates also reported that they had intercepted drones and missiles on Monday. At least one person was injured by shrapnel in the UAE. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is covering the region from Dubai. Zain, the U.S. military says that Iran can no longer launch many missiles and drones at its Gulf neighbors. Now, you've been monitoring the attacks on the region since the very beginning. What are you seeing?
I'm fairly certain that Iran's Gulf neighbors would beg to differ. All the, all those countries that are getting bombarded.
Well, Cyril, the U.S. messaging is definitely designed to send a very specific signal to say that they are having success in this campaign against Iran. But if you broaden out and you look at the regional security, one thing comes through no matter what CENTCOM, no matter what the White House, no matter what the United States says.
Like, honestly, of course, Israel's also included in the Gulf, I think. Well, not honestly. They're really on the Mediterranean. I don't think they technically count as being part of the Gulf. But Israel, I mean, I don't know if we're including Israel in that, but they certainly would probably have something to say about Iran's ability to wage air strikes.
Is that this region, because of U.S. actions, because of Israeli actions, this region is now more insecure for the foreseeable future than it was before the war started. Iran represents a threat now, whereas it did not represent a threat in the same way before the war started. And to the point where Donald Trump's top counterterrorism official, Joe Kent, resigned over this disagreement. So what will that look like going forward in the future? Looking at what CENTCOM is saying, yes, Iran is degraded. Their missile launching capabilities, their manufacturing capabilities. The United States has taken a tremendous amount of Iran's war material off the table. But Iran still remains dangerous because this is a conflict that Iranian officials themselves have said they have been preparing for since the U.S. invaded Iraq. So what we are seeing here is now what Iran had planned all along, which was to have initial salvos and then switch to a war of attrition as the situation demanded it. Now, in terms of what's gone, a great deal of their capacity to carry out shock and awe style salvos of multiple drones and missiles, which they did in the early days by the accounting of military strategists to take out defensive capabilities of countries in the GCC, of the U.S. Patriot systems, of THAAD missile systems, deplete expensive defensive weapons using cheap, relatively cheap drones and missiles, and that continues to be the case. Now, they may not be able to launch attacks with more frequency at the same volume. We've observably seen that here in the UAE, across the GCC in the last few days. The amount of weapons being sent this way, that has gone down. But the consistency remains. That's because you do not need a great deal of volume to create the same level of disruption. And no matter what weapons Iran does or doesn't have, their main strategy is to disrupt. The naval passages and the waterways around their coastline and around the coasts of GCC countries disrupt airspace, economic disruption. All of that is still happening, and all it takes is one drone a day, one missile a day. And we're seeing that consistently still happening in GCC cities. And what's most important right now to maintain or to understand in terms of GCC securities is that you do not need to make a great deal of, you don't need to use a lot of.
Yeah, I think I know where he's going with this. There only needs to be a little bit of disruption for this to be a massive disruption, right? For the Gulf, like for these countries, the UAE, Qatar, really all these Gulf countries, like all you need is a little bit of this to be going on for everyone to just stop showing up for vacation and business. And that is all of a sudden hugely economically problematic for those countries that rely so much on foreign tourism. So tourists, I mean, coming in. Damn, I'm tired. All right, thankfully we've made massive progress through this Sunday Fun Day stream. It's so much progress, it's already Monday. It's Monday across the planet. Even over in Hawaii. All right, let's move on from Iran. But not entirely from the topic of Iran. Let's go to China, see how they've been handling all of this. Shutting of the strait. That.
For 12 hours a day, Liu Xiaolu drives this truck delivering goods around Beijing.
China!
With conflict in the Middle East pushing up oil and petrol prices, he's glad his vehicle is battery-powered.
Now there is a war in Iran. The price of petrol is getting more and more expensive. Everywhere it's the same. It's better to have an electric truck.
China is one of the world's largest oil importers and relies heavily on supplies from the Gulf. Beijing has instructed refiners to limit exports of gasoline and diesel and raised price caps on petrol to conserve supply. But in China, millions of drivers no longer rely on petrol, insulating them from sudden price spikes. 1 in 4 new heavy vehicle sales and half of all new car sales are electric.
Yep, China's been really making the effort on making the switch to renewables. And it's paying off. Just insanely quick. It's paying off wildly
Before
fast.
the Iran war, China's demand for transport fuels was already peaking, with gasoline use plateauing and demand for diesel starting to decline as electric trucks took off. The country is still exposed to global oil markets, especially for the construction and manufacturing industries, as well as aviation and petrochemicals. Up to 50% of China's crude oil imports come from the Middle East, and most of it passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Chinese officials have called for a ceasefire and a return to diplomacy, while trying to leverage Beijing's strong ties to Iran to secure safe passage for its tankers through the strait.
This is a war that should never have happened, and one that benefits no party.
But when it comes to everyday transport, China's electric vehicle fleet is estimated to have saved more than 1 million barrels per day of oil. As the Iran war pushes energy markets into turmoil, the electric transition is helping to cushion the blow.
China.
There we go. The United States is paying ever higher prices at the pump People in China are benefiting from the electrification of their transportation. However, they still rely on oil for manufacturing right now heavily. It's a manufacturing, not entirely manufacturing-based economy, as it perhaps once was, but as a heavily manufacturing-centric economy, China does need that oil to some degree. Services sector has exploded in China. So is the middle class. They still make a fuck ton of stuff. They need oil for it. All right. Now we're gonna end the evening with some non-Iran talk, since it's the Sunday Fun Day stream. Felt we deserved that much. Sunday Fun Day bookends with like 4 hours of Iran. To Kyrgyzstan, where white yak breeders are hoping for recognition. High up in the mountains of Kyrgyzstan, several hundred white yaks graze in the snow. We've been here since 2003, raising livestock. Yaks. Since 2011, we've been keeping white yaks. They differ from cows in that they're not domesticated, but semi-wild. They always stay in the mountains. Yaks are symbolically and culturally important in Kyrgyzstan. Their numbers fell after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The government has worked to reverse the trend, helping to double their population since the late 1890s. The former Soviet Republic now counts 61,000. The Agricultural Ministry sees yak farming, goddammit. The Agricultural Ministry sees yak farming as a promising solution to a landlocked agricultural country impacted by climate change, so as the animals can adapt to harsh conditions, making them extremely valuable to regions unsuitable for other types of livestock. Even at minus 40 degrees, goddammit. I'm too tired to read right now. Right. I'm too tired. You get the point. These guys are hoping for UNESCO heritage recognition in hopes of boosting their yak-based economy. Do you think our space station's fusion reactor is at risk of losing power due to the Epstein Fury war? It's possible. It's possible. All right, let's go from Kyrgyzstan to South Korea. Oh boy, oh boy. Millions of people have been waiting for this moment. The end of the military service of the global music sensation BTS. That's right, South Korea has a draft, and every South Korean must, I think it's actually just the men. I can't remember if it's just men or not, but don't quote me on that, but I think it's just men. But suffice to say, South Koreans have to do, I think it's 2 years mandatory military service. They have been all... in the last few years called up. They're now all done. And a reunion tour, which fans are losing their freaking minds over. preparing to start to jump off, if you will. Although, I think to some degree, people are shockingly more focused on Operation Epstein Fury. More like Operation Epstein Failure.
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
BTS.
K-pop fans from around the world are gathering in Seoul for a superstar comeback. The boy band BTS went on hiatus 4 years ago, so its members could complete their mandatory military service. Now they're set to reunite on stage for the first time this weekend, but the city is bracing for potential problems. For more, earlier I spoke with NHK World's Kim Chan-ju, who was standing by near the venue. So Chan-ju, what's the atmosphere like there in Seoul?
Excitement is in the air. I'm near Gwanghwamun Square where BTS will perform. As you can see over here, there are huge billboards all over paying tribute to the band. People keep stopping to take pictures. It feels like the whole city is buzzing. The concert itself will take place smack in the heart of Seoul. This is what the square usually looks like. It's iconic in its own right. It's not only a place to relax in a bustling city, but also home to the foreign ministry, embassies, and even the presidential office is nearby.
This is awesome, says Ramona Dabbs. Are you a BTS fan, Ramona?
Now it's being transformed into a concert arena. Over 22,000 people won free tickets to the event. But it's a lot of work to accommodate that many people. For example, they've set up 2,400 portable toilets near the venue. Officials have also been busy cleaning up local shopping districts for.
It's like a small city. Oh my god. 22,000. It's insane.
Location. And the city says thousands of fans without tickets are also expected to hit the streets.
Oh, you're a big yak fan. That's cool too. Yeah, I feel that. Yaks are cool. They're like hairy cows. They're like big white hairy cows. Yakety yak, says Miss Blaze. Apparently we got a bunch of yak fans in the chat. We're talking about BTS, and all you guys can talk about is yaks. I love you, Space Fams. You're all very special people. I hope you know that. Really appreciate you. All right, we're not done talking BTS. This is big news, people. They are, I think, the biggest band on, like, the biggest performing musical act on the planet. A fan of K-pop supergroup BTS is overwhelmed with excitement after winning highly coveted tickets. Fans, known as the ARMY, are reaching fever pitch after waiting 3 years for a show due to BTS's military
is a long
service.
wait for us, our army. So this comeback is highly anticipated by every armies in the world. So we've been waiting for almost 3 years to see them all together live on stage.
The BTS Army.
Perform live and then release new songs. So the anticipation is high on roof. So we are excited and as well emotional. Distance doesn't matter when it comes to BTS. So when I see the announcement that I was chosen as one of the winners for Ariran Comeback Live, I immediately booked a ticket regardless of the price, just to see them live. It's really a privilege to see BTS live these days, and securing of tickets is really hard. So, there are a lot of ARMY.
Oh my god. She sounds pretty excited. about this concert. Good God. BTS fans are losing their frickin' minds over this situation. The return of BTS. We've honestly been covering the BTS situation for a minute. They've all slowly been leaving military service. I think because of age, they all entered military service at different times. So it's been something of a process watching them all leave. And people are like slowly freaking out more and more about it. Although I feel like it's hard to pay attention to anything. I'm not even I'm not a BTS fan or anything, but you know, I feel like it's hard to pay attention to anything other than Iran. What's been going on there? Beginning of World War III is kind of what's the word? Attention grabber.
Seoul is in the grip of BTS mania. Crowds gathered on Friday morning for an airing of their new music video, Swim.
Your former supervisor was a super BTS fan? Had BTS stickers all over her car? I assume you mean a BTS militant, right? One of the army? What branch of the military was she in, by the way? The BTS Marines?
A new release, Arirang. The band's first album in 4 years and a tribute to their Korean roots. After its members put the music on hold for mandatory military service. And the years have been long for the so-called army, their global fandom.
We've been waiting for years for this comeback, and it's amazing that the day has finally come and BTS kept their promise. They came back, and then Army kept our promise. We stayed.
To mark their triumphant return, Seoul's Hwanghamun Square is being set up to host 260.
I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to see somebody excited about something after 5 hours of talking about a bunch of war crimes. Warms the heart. Honestly, it's hard for I struggle to get excited about anything these days. Really, been a real struggle to get any kind of excitement for me about anything in life.
I saw BTS in person was in 2019 in London, so it's been a while. I'm very excited to see them again. And if it comes to my expectations, I'm expecting a lot of people, a big comeback show. And given the theme and the leaks that we kind of have so far, I'm definitely expecting the new album and the performance to be perhaps about love, which has been the BTS theme for a while, and maybe some of like the Korean cultural aspects.
My expectation for tomorrow is something that is so big. It's one of the century comeback that all the world expect, and
I'm not sure what she's saying, but she sounds excited. So Trump took South Korea's weapons? Yeah. Well, I mean, he technically relocated U.S. troops that were stationed in South Korea. But yeah, basically, that's almost exactly. That's basically what happened. You might as well just, yeah, that's what happened. Write that down. Okay, one more BTS video here before we move on to anything else. Reuters from yesterday. We've been going through these these are all videos from the last 4 days. This is from yesterday. Seoul, South Korea on lockdown as BTS concert approaches. My God. The capital of South Korea is on lockdown over a concert. Jesus Christ. BTS fans stream towards the venue for the K-pop supergroup's much-awaited comeback concert. Some 260,000 fans are expected to flood Seoul streets to watch. It's 260,000. Jesus Christ. 250,000 people showing up for one historic concert, the return of BTS. All right, everybody, the stream's not over yet. Not over yet, but we are 8 hours in. So, just gotta remind all of you of a few things. First off, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. YouTube, subscribe, please. Really helps out. Hit that like icon, hit the like button, bell icon. Those are also helpful. While you're at it, please do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to do just that. YouTube, super stickers, super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch, you got bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. You got Cash App, PayPal, if you prefer your money to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. We got Throne, if you'd like to contribute to crowdfunding of items that would arrive eventually at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. For a veritable cornucopia of space benefits awaits. All right, everybody. Let's finish up this stream. First. Oh, we actually have only 2 videos left. Philippines first. NHK World Japan from 3 days ago. Jeepney drivers rallying in protest.
The situation
With rising
in Iran
gas
is driving up
prices.
fuel prices around the world. In the Philippines, drivers of jeepney buses are calling on the government to raise fares and abolish fuel taxes. The protesters called on drivers across the country to go on strike.
If fuel prices continue to rise, the families of jeepney drivers and operators will be unable to cover their living expenses.
The government has started providing a subsidy of about $80 to ease the burden on jeepney and tricycle taxi drivers. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. visited a payment center where drivers can apply.
Wow. So the Philippines is already giving out money to people for gas. I wonder when people in the United States are going to get their Operation Epstein Fury check. When do you figure, huh? Oh, right. That's right. I forgot. We can't afford it because we're giving billionaires tax breaks.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The subsidy.
The government will provide assistance to tricycle drivers and everyone in the transportation sector in order to ease the burden of the price increase.
This is a big help because the price of gas is really high. We can use this to cover our expenses.
Tricycle taxi drivers in Metro Manila were the first to receive the subsidy. They visited a payment center and showed their ID to government officials in order to receive the cash.
Honestly, I'm kind of torn on this one, partly because, like, here's the thing. I love the little jeepneys. I think they're kind of fucking cool. But they're also super wasteful. They all use, like, diesel engines. And, they're just super polluting. Very low gas mileage on these fucking things. I think they're all, like, I think they're all made from like old school Jeeps. These guys are dedicated as fuck to them, and I get it. But like, also, like, I really wish to some degree they would find a way to make them more sustainable. I'm torn. Very torn. That said, I don't think America's going to be getting any sort of gas subsidies, even though we're, you know, we're getting hurt pretty bad over here already. All right. To some Japanese fashion on the Paris runway. Satoshi Kondo.
Inside the Carousel du Louvre this afternoon, Issey Miyake offered something rare on the Paris schedule, a moment to breathe.
Here's the question. How in the hell are you supposed to do anything in this fucking sweater? What in the shit? How are you supposed to do anything in this sweater? Is there a place for the arms to even come out?
This is ridiculous! Afternoon, Issey Miyake offered something rare on the Paris schedule, a moment to breathe. Sparkling dust on the runway, pared down vocals, and fabric headpieces framing faces, almost like sculpture. The silhouettes range from cloud-like puffball skirts to dark martial arts branded trenches and asymmetrical suits, mostly muted, but then sudden controlled explosions of color, a bright yellow pleated wrap, stiff red bodices cutting through the calm that were made of papier-mâché that was lacquered, contemplative, yes, with real force behind it.
It's a Snuggie. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's a Snuggie. Hell yeah, Japanese Snuggie. Now, there you go. Issey Miyake. Am I saying that right? Issey Miyake, I think is how that's pronounced. Is the name of that designer. All right, people, final video of the night. Great job, Tom. This is a big one. Unintended.
You are not funny.
Grand Sumo. Day 9 of the March 2026 tournament. NHK World Japan. Monday.
Hello and thank you for joining us on Grand Sumo Highlights. It's day 9 of the March tournament at the Edion Arena, Osaka in western Japan. The turbulent race for the Emperor's Cup has now passed the turnaround point, but it's just a quartet of Rikishi seated at the top of the leaderboard. One of them is this man, Maegashira 4 Takanosho. He challenges Yokozuna Hoshoryu in the final bout of the day. So here's the leaderboard. After 8 days, it's Sekiwake Kirishima and 3 Maegashira with 1 loss apiece. 3 men follow with 2 losses each. And we have unfortunate news. Onokatsu has withdrawn once again after aggravating his left ankle injury. It's another full house in the Edion Arena, Osaka, ready for Day 9 Makunouchi action. All right, we kick things off with Asahakuryu from Mongolia, 5 wins, 3 losses, locking horns with Kim Bo-san 4-4, who hails from Kazakhstan. This is their first ever meeting. Kim Bo-san has back-to-back setbacks. Asahakuryu seeks to punch out 3 more wins for a winning record in 2 straight tourneys. A double hand attack by the man on the right. Kim Bo-san allows a right hand inside grip to Asahakuryu. Asahakuryu lifting the giant. Asahakuryu goes with sheer power, but Kim Bo-san holds on.
Look at these
He
guys
does hold
go.
his ground, but he is almost upright. Back dead center. Asahakuryu looking to make good.
When he said back dead center, all I could think about was this guy's
Use of that left hand outside grip. He does. Kim Bo-san in trouble. He resists, but Asahakuryu escorts him out. It's a Yorikiri victory for the man from Mongolia.
There we go. We have a victor. Yorikiri. Actually, that's not his name. That's the kind of, I think that's the kind of win that is. I don't know this guy's name. That's this guy's name.
Good resiliency by Kim Bo-san, but Asahakuryu, he moves up to 6 wins, 3 losses.
There we go. Little sumo action for you folks here on this Sunday Fun Day. All right. Well, that's it for the Sunday Fun Day stream, at least the news portion. We will, of course, do, as always, a super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream, which is becoming less secret, less super secret day by day. More people in the Milky Way galaxy seem to be finding out about it, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're not going to change the name. I'm fine with it. But there you go, folks. Sunday Fun Day, much deserved, even though it wasn't fully fun or value-taining. A lot of it was mostly horrific, but that's the state of the world in 2026, isn't it?
Aww.
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mibby, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godget, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio. Wait, no, what am I saying? Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. I screwed up. I went backward. What did I say? Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori, Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, and Winnie and Robin. That's right. All of these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Now, before we go to the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream, I'm going to talk about another group of people. That's right. We got to talk about the galactic benefactors. All these people here are people who went onto the Patreon and said, you know what, I gotta take it next step. Whatever the next step is, I'm taking it. Twice as much, I don't care. The Galactic News Network is too important to the Milky Way galaxy. People like PB, who've been here since literally the very beginning. The Space Fams extraordinaire. Nadia, literally in the chat. Been here all along. No one know it. First galactic mod. Great lady, great mod. Donald James X, another individual of great galacticness. A megastar. I think this individual's in the chat right now. Over on Twitch. Mini Doctors. A galactic mod, a galactic benefactor. Disco Wolf. One of our canine chatters of great awesomeness. Narwhal by nature. Where are you, Narwhal? Bring your horny ass over here immediately, if not sooner. Calibrating. Another great galactic benefactor. Scouts all the way in Australia. Thank you, Scouts. Icebreaker. Breaking that ice. Go subscribe to Icebreaker. He plays the games and also benefacts. Selena. Another person of great awesomeness. Also Mish. This benefactor list keeps growing. It's truly great. Really appreciate all of these people. Free Palestine. Free Palestine indeed. Lori Lunchmeat. Lori Lunchmeat. Donating a deli-sized amount of greatness. Hermit Horologist as well. HPX, also a galactic benefactor. Look how many people have decided to take the galactic plunge of benefactorness. Manda. Frizla. Glitchmaster. CJ from the 6. The Anarchist. The list truly just keeps growing, and it's amazing. I'm hoping to get us... I know it might sound crazy because of how many names they're on here, but I'm not joking about how affordable it is to become a galactic patron. Benefactor's a little more expensive, but patrons are only $3 a month. You know? And I still make less than $300 a month from Patreon. So if you'd like to help keep the Galactic News Network alive, do consider taking a little mosey on over there, seeing what all is on offer. Really helps out. Alright, Space Hams, I won't even make you press 1. We're gonna give you the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream for free. However, if you're on the vertical stream right now, you're gonna have to switch, because it's about to end over there.
Immediately, if not sooner.